hot today. Gonna be hot tomorrow. Gonna be hot the next day. Gonna be hot the day after. It ain't bad. It's only in the 90s. Cooling off a little bit now. Anyway, I'm up on this hill. This nice breeze. This bird's pissed off that I'm up here. But I camped here before. Same exact spot. Had a fire right there. A road dog. Made my first time making red wine beef stew, which I only make on rare occasions. Like $30 just for the ingredients, 4 hours of cooking. More than $30. Usually I got a fresh fuel cylinder for it. But I made a campfire right here. My first time making the red wine beef stew. And it came out all right. I've perfected the art over the years. It was so crazy. The person that picked me up hitchhiking, they were going to take me all the way to the train yard. I'm like, no, I gotta, 3.5 years ago, I sat right here. I made a video from this spot. This is the sunrise over all the trees. A crazy 5 years, folks. Crazy 5 years. What's up, Tim? Well, we officially changed the sticker. I'm going to be cooking up some onions and peppers here. Well, onions and peppers. Just the onions and peppers. Nothing else. Cooking up some sausage, onions, and... Nope, sorry. The sausages and peppers. I'm going to cook food up. Don't worry about it. There'll be some food in the mix. We'll cook some food up here. Me, you, the other guy over there. We're officially in fucking Whitefish. How long you been stalking me? Let's see, Jesse. Let's take a peek. I fucking love that profile picture, bro. 1.3 is very hot today. Gonna be hot tomorrow. Gonna be hot the next day. Gonna be hot the day after. It ain't bad. It's only in the 90s. Cooling off a little bit now. Anyway, I'm up on this hill. This nice breeze. This bird's pissed off that I'm up here. But I camped here before. Same exact spot. Had a fire right there. A road dog. Made my first time making red wine beef stew, which I only make on rare occasions. Like $30 just for the ingredients, 4 hours of cooking. More than $30. Usually I got a fresh fuel cylinder for it. But I made a campfire right here. My first time making the red wine beef stew. And it came out all right. I've perfected the art over the years. It was so crazy. The person that picked me up hitchhiking, they were going to take me all the way to the train yard. I'm like, no, I gotta, 3.5 years ago, I sat right here. I made a video from this spot. This is the sunrise over all the trees. A crazy 5 years, folks. Crazy 5 years. What's up, Tim? Well, we officially changed the sticker. I'm going to be cooking up some onions and peppers here. Well, onions and peppers. Just the onions and peppers. Nothing else. Cooking up some sausage, onions, and... Nope, sorry. The sausages and peppers. I'm going to cook food up. Don't worry about it. There'll be some food in the mix. We'll cook some food up here. Me, you, the other guy over there. We're officially in fucking Whitefish. Actable 1.3 thousand days. Fucking crazy, dude. Quick math. It's 4 years. Over 4 years you've been following me. For 4 fucking years. Not a single universe? Not a single fucking universe, Jesse? Dude. So I know I'm doing something right. When folks are fucking tuning in for a long time, Never fell for the pitfalls of the social media. Not too much. I'm always nudged to be like other creators and whatever. And if I ever did play ball, the idea of a hitchhiking, train hopping, regular fucking creator would probably sell like a motherfucker, But that's not what I'm here for. I'd rather have a small niche community doing what I enjoy, how I like telling my story, which turned into a very large community. Appreciate you. Oh, smart man, Jesse. I'm making the smoke. It's alright. It's not bad. Yeah, I made the whitefish. Oh shit. Sharon Toodle Doodle. What's up, homie? You have a very unhinged video. I don't think you meant to pick that sound, Sharon. I saw it on my For You page like 10 minutes ago when I first got here. I was getting settled in. I was scrolling my phone right quick. And there's a very unhinged, beautiful photo of you, Sharon Toodle Doodle. But the sound is like pure, like insanity, which I'm all about. Even if you did it on purpose, even better. I didn't realize you picked that sound. What up, Veronica? How you living, homie? How you living? Thank you, Marie. I got your message just as I was going live. Like, hey, sorry, I've been in the lives lately. I'm like, oh, well, this morning or whatever. I went live from camp for a quick minute before I packed everything up. And then went live to hitchhike. And I just finished my sign. I was touching up my sign for the north side because I was going north here to Whitefish. And then I showed the chat, and then a fucking car stopped. We got to do that. Do this local here. So, okay, so here's the thing with Whitefish. Is there's a huge influx of people here post-COVID, right? So you have the locals that are from here generationally, and they're watching their entire beautiful mountain town turn into a fucking, commercialized version of what they grew up in and what their ancestors grew up in, so on and so on. And then you have people that have come here after that, but before COVID. And the people that came after COVID, and all these three different groups all fucking talk shit on each other. And it's fucking hilarious. Yeah. You need 4K? I only need 3K, Monica. I'm gonna undersell you, Monica. I only need 3,000. You need 4K? You need 4,000? I only need 3. How about that? How do you like that? You know what? I need 399.99.99. Pretend that number made sense. Yeah, what up, Chris H? What up, Hitch? Welcome in. Oh yeah, I camped right here last time I was in town, right at this exact spot. I laid over there, it's in the sun, so I couldn't be, 3 feet away. My road dog slept over there with his actual dog, and then we had a campfire right here. We cooked up the red wine beef stew for the first time, right here. The first time I ever made red wine beef stew. It wasn't on live though. I had some beers, had some wine, and made some food. So when I came back to town, the person that was driving me, I hitchhiked with, he was going to take me all the way right to the train yard, and I was like, hell yeah, let's go. I was like, we drove, as soon as we passed by here, I was like, I gotta fucking live down memory lane here for a night. So, at least for an evening. So I'm gonna cook some food up here in a second. Don't make fun of my pan. I use it over a campfire. Now, what's up, Goofy? Yo, what up, Austin? Good afternoon. Charlotte from Alabama. Good to see you. Queen Diva, welcome in. What's up, Sam? Any controversial subjects you want to talk about? Queenie, I like that one, Hitch. Queenie. I'll probably do a town run after the live, and then come back up. Maybe get some beer, maybe not. I haven't figured it out yet. I have a whole bunch of photos I want to pour through this evening and tonight. But until then, I got some food to cook up here in a moment. Always concerned for my safety. Don't be concerned for my safety, man. I'm one of the safest motherfuckers out here, The only thing I gotta deal with is the elements, wild animals, people, insects, reptiles. No big whoop. Grizzly bears. Let's talk about it. So grizzly bears, I'm only worried about them. Like, an encounter is an encounter. You know what I mean? Like, you always got to be careful. But when it comes to like being super careful, like with the food and all that shit, especially here in town, it's like if it's March or April, they just woke up and they're fucking in a feeding frenzy, hyperphagia, and then in May and June it's mating season, so you got to be careful. And then once you go into like October, getting ready to hibernate, like late September, October, fall time, you got to worry about them doing hyperphagia again, when they're going out and fucking eating everything they possibly find before they go hibernate. So I found the perfect time to come up here in grizzly country. I ain't sweating it too much. Just here in town, If I was gonna go like, way out, go fucking hike somewhere, I'd be a little more concerned. Yeah, don't stop. Usually they say don't stop, you know what I mean? But hey, Commas are important. Grammar is important. What up, Willis? It's going good, homie. I can't complain. About to cook some food up here. About to make a little late lunch, early din-din. Get you guys all situated for that. It's okay. So, like, I'm not really scared of much besides bees. I'm petrified of bees. I have a phobia. But, you know, I don't care how fucking tough you are. When you're alone in the middle of the night and there's nobody around you, you're gonna see a completely different version of yourself. You know, and something goes down, and something shows up, or you're hearing something. You know, you're gonna see a whole completely different version of yourself. It's gonna be equal parts fucking horrified. Because the first thing I do when something pops off is I look around. You know, I'm looking for help, and there is none. You're on your own. Figure it the fuck out. You know, so you be real quick to grab whatever you got to defend yourself, or whatever the case may be. You know, or really hyper vigilant and hyper alert. You know, so you'll see both parts, like the most petrified of you, of the version of you, and then quickly followed by the bravest version of you, because you don't have a fucking choice. You know, I don't recommend it. You know, like, we've built this whole society thing where you can just kind of function in it and you don't got to worry about anything. You know, you got to worry about little shit. You know, we got everything. We got safety, we got security, we got food, we got water, we got shelter. So maybe we found all this other shit to worry about or whatever. You know, whatever. I don't recommend coming out here and doing this shit. This short of it. But if you ever do cowboy camp, no tent, no nothing, you'd be surprised what you're capable of. Whoa, what are you? Fucking little pincer bugs on my goddamn bucket trying to bite me. Oh, God, he needs to pick them up at the campground. I'm naive to how scary bears are. It all depends on the kind of bear, time of year. Are they rogue or they run with other bears? You know, it's all these different factors. But at the end of the day, there's two things that give me a little bit of reprieve. One, whatever takes me out, as long as it's not weather, if anything takes me out here, human, animal, reptile, it's coming with me. We're going out together, you know? I'm very adamant about that. I made that decision just before I started traveling, and I've rocked it ever since. So there's a little bit of peace there for me. Also, the other side of that is I'm not trying to live forever. You know what I mean? Like, tomorrow will be a good start. But I think Epictetus, the Stoic philosopher, says it best, where, like, you can pick, if you're going on a long voyage, you can pick the best ship, the best crew, the best route, the best time of year, and do all the measurements to be as safe as humanly possible. But when that ship starts sinking, what do? Do you find yourself begging and pleading for more time? If that's the case, you got to change your life right now. You know what I mean? You got to find something that can go the other way. You know, like when it's your time to boot, scoot, and boogie off this mortal coil, whatever way you see, you know, if you believe in afterlife or not, doesn't matter. When it's your last moments here on earth, do you look back on your life with a smile on your face, knowing you lived a life worth living for yourself? That's important. You know what I mean? That's what gives me a lot of gusto out here to keep doing what I'm doing, because it's all worth it, no matter how this all shakes out. You know, no matter how this all works out, social media wise, journey wise, safety wise. At the end of the day, I lived a life that made me happy, made me smile every day, and I got to share it with thousands of people. So that's my fulfilling life. You know, that's what worked for me. I'm not saying go sell all your shit and start being a hobo around the country, but I'm not going to stop you if you do. Howdy, Ginger, howdy. Take you home. I got a ride today in like 5 minutes. You know, I was all like ready. I got a whole coffee in me. I'm all ready for a fucking marathon of a hitchhiking live. Man, before I even finished, as soon as I finished touching up my sign, fucking ride showed up. I said, hell yeah. What up, Rhea? I guess that's the other side of doing the social media stuff. Is like, if I'm hitchhiking for 3 days, like, yeah, I wish I could get a ride. I'm fucking stuck somewhere. Usually shitty weather is usually where it happens. But the entire time, you know, I'm fucking having a blast joking around on TikTok fucking live. You know, I'm making some sauce. Got some brats. I got beer brats, but I don't want to get any beer. I might change my mind later. I got some brats. I got some cut up peppers, so I don't have to worry about wasting too much having to cut a bunch of shit up. $4. I didn't even read. I didn't even look at the price until I was cashing out. I was like, "Fuck, $3.99 for fucking peppers, fucking peppers." What are you gonna do? I got some new seasonings. I finally have salt and pepper again. These little multi seasonings: garlic salt, black pepper, cayenne, paprika curry, other shit. Got some new silverwares. My pan looks roguey as shit. Capture the light. Pan looks roguey as shit. It is washed. I cleaned the shit out of this with soap, believe it or not, at the campground. It still looks like shit because I fucking cooked it up in the fire when I was done with it, so it scarred it all up. Don't worry, it'll look much worse before I gotta fucking replace it. Yeah, it's great for. These are great for camping. You get in the Walmart section for like $5.50, $6. Great for camping if you're not trying to carry a whole fucking pantry with you. If you're car camping, you have a lot more shit, obviously. I can carry. My name's Troy. I like to put stuff down and use it. When I put my stove, I never took it out. Okay. That explains a lot there. Don't you worry about ticks. Yeah, I mean, like, I usually, I got to re-up. Usually I got permethrin and permethrin on all my clothes. It's an insecticide, and it keeps ticks relatively at bay, you know. Ticks and chiggers. Also does, a shit ton. Scabies, bed bugs, fleas, lice. Keeps them all at bay. Even mosquitoes to a much smaller extent. But yeah, I'm aware that, ticks could get me, or a snake could get me, or a bear could get me, or the weather could get me. I'm aware of these things, yeah, but it's the same way you travel in a vehicle. Like you'll drive down the interstate, drive by 3 accidents, know that there's always that possibility it could be you at any moment, but you do it anyway. It's just like an accepted risk and becomes normal. This is all normal to me. All the risks and everything and all the good and bad that comes with it. I'd say it's a little bit more than a fucking phase now. I've been doing it for 5 years as of, 3-4 days ago. Whatever the date is, August 4th. This is the mark on my 5th year. Starting to travel here. Alright, let me make sure this isn't like all up in my feet. Move around and not knock all my shit over. Yeah, the crow's a paid actor, folks. Crow's a paid actor. Keep this relatively steady here. Put water in it and not burn myself with boiling hot water. Here at least. And I'm gonna cook food. I'm gonna cook some food and then I'm gonna eat it. Now I got some brats. Went with the Wisconsin favorite Johnsonville beer brats. I didn't get any beer though. I decided not to. I'm gonna start drinking at 4 o'clock. I might grab a sixer for later, you know what I mean? But I don't want to grab a fucking. I don't want to start. As soon as I pop, I don't stop. You know what I mean? I'm not trying to be fucking cross-faded and fucking useless to the world by 7, 8 p.m. I got some editing to do later. I need to research. Who the fuck you calling honey? First off. They're from Wisconsin, right? A big deal in Wisconsin. Yeah, Wisconsin. It says right here. What I gotta research, sweetheart. What they got food. There's bad stuff in here. Excuse me while I breathe in all this wildfire smoke and then chain smoke. 89. It's 90 something here today. It's 90 something here today. No, but initially I'd work and travel. How I fun the last 5 years. Initially I'd work and travel. And then I played guitar, worked and traveled. I did social media the whole time concurrently. But I'd take time off of social media to go work and then come back on and keep traveling, whatever. But I worked for like 4 or 5 days, travel for as long as I could on that. And then, rinse and repeat. That's back when I used to panhandle. I'd be either waiting to get paid from work or trying to find a gig. I'd just fly aside, get what I need for the day. Just sit bad at travel. And I'd be out there being a goofball. I'm walking on the curb gonna pretend it's like a high rope, like a tightrope walking or whatever the fuck, you know. But yeah, I started playing guitar, working and traveling for a while, and then social media picked up. I always had a good support system. We used to have a lot of people in here. I had fucking 20 people in a live for a long time. Then social media picked up, so I started just playing guitar and working. And then last April 2025, a year or 4 months ago, I decided to just do social media. It was kind of scary, I always had some kind of safety net. I had work lined up, or I was gonna go find work, or I got broke. I just play guitar and then do the social media stuff. I needed using it in BusCon Live. I think I said the wrong message for what I'm trying to accomplish. But yeah, man, it was an interesting progression throughout the years. But yeah, since no, I don't sing. I'm trying to sing over Les Blackwell on a Les Blackwell song. See if we can get that going, so we can sound good doing it. But I've never sang before in my life, besides in the shower, in the middle of the woods. So stay tuned for that if we actually do it. But then, yeah, so a year and 4 months ago, I decided to just do social media, and I'm glad I did. The amount of progress I've seen from a year and 4 months ago to now is just astronomical. Because I'm not taking any time off from the social media part. Taking photos and videos. That's the photography alone. Since I got my first real camera, little shitty digital Kodak, a year and 8 months ago, dude, the progress is fucking otherworldly for me. Oh yeah. Yeah, I'd always be like, I'm gonna play a sad song. I might get emotional. It's okay if you guys get emotional at home, and then I just play the SpongeBob theme song. Keep y'all guessing. I really don't like this. If you guys weren't here, it wasn't on live, I'd have it beside me on the ground. I don't have to worry about getting scalding hot water all over me. Plus, having ADHD, I might forget it's there and kick it. But let's see how it works, folks. We only got one go of this thing called life. Nah, I've never used a Polaroid. Even when I was younger, that was rich people stuff. But I was thinking about grabbing a Polaroid. So whenever I got recognized or did a meetup, snap a Polaroid and give it to the person I was with. But then, I think I'm carrying a whole nother device just for fucking Polaroid, so I decided not to. Decided against it. I always got to think about what I'm carrying, how much I'm carrying, weight, and all that shit. Making some sausages. Yeah, you're in here earlier promoting your fucking stupid business. Let's get the hell out of here. Try to talk to you. Let's see if you can tell us what your platform was. These are coming every time I go live to promote your shit. What's going on, yeah. Been following me for a while. I can get a follow back. Oh man, I only got 10,000 of them bitches. You better not be lying to me, Tony. Tony, I'll think about it, Tony. I'll think about it. You know what I mean? Oh, I don't care how many followers you got. It's the first time I've ever seen you comment in the chat. You know what I mean? Trying to promote your shit. So, I don't know. Stick around for a while, maybe I'll give you a follow. Thanks, bud, for not following you. No problem. Anytime. Going to Canada any now with a passport. Making those steaks with beard sausages. Really, Willis, damn. It's a respectable amount of time. Desiree, I'll follow you. You've been in the live. You've been commenting in the live and interacting and asking questions and stuff. I'll send you a request. No pressure to actually follow. What up, dollar menu? Yeah, people awfully needy today, man. Not you, Desiree. Oh, damn. Oh, you're new here? Same here. Same here. Not off the train yet? No, I just got into town fucking 3 hours ago. I don't know, man. Someone talked my fucking ear off forever, so fuck my whole energy level up. You know? But they were older, so I let them go. You know, if the person seems older and a bit lonely, I'll let them go on for, however long. But even when I want to end the conversation, I've still got some people pleasing tendencies I'm trying to work on, and I won't end the conversation and shit. Oh, California. Once I hit Oregon, I started getting some good miles coming out of Portland. And I don't know, probably 8 rides, 8 hitchhikes, and a freight train. Oh yeah, man. Yeah, I've had 6 snakes and bears. Not every day, you know what I mean? But yeah, I bumped into most everything you can think of out here. I'm going all the way back to Boston to take a little bit of time off the road. I just travel full time. I do this. This is just my life. You know what I mean? It's not like I don't travel for like a week or a month and then stop. I travel for a year and a half, and then I take a break for a month. What does my break look like? I just become a normal person for a month. You know, I just work. You know, fucking hang out with friends and family, work. You know, have a minimal presence on social media. I'll even go out and camp and not put a camera on it. You know what I mean? It's just, it's just to get away from the travel stuff and social media stuff for a quick moment. You know, helps with like burnout. You know, it's just nice to fucking rest my body up, dude. I'm constantly fucking moving. After Massachusetts, I'm probably going down the coast. I'll be going down the East Coast. I haven't done East Coast travel in probably 2 years. Might even be 3 at this point. All my days blend together. You know, when was the last time I was there? A year ago. That was 4.5 years. Oh fuck, dude. I feel like I was just in Michigan. I haven't been there in almost 5 years. Watch a movie on your phone. Yeah, on occasion. I'll pop a movie on. Especially like a rainy night. I got the tarp up and all that. Jay Wolf, thank you for the hat. Much cleaner than my own hat. But not often. You know, I'm usually not trying to burn through hour and a half or 2 hours. There's way too much water in this. Let me dip some of this out real quick. Like chumming for bears. But trying to make a sausage soup. Yeah, I'd like to go abroad at some point. But I do believe there's so much left to see here in America that I haven't seen yet. You know, or like I've been by an area, but I didn't have time to like stop and properly, check stuff out. Like coming up in Sacramento, I was by the sequoias, I was by the redwoods, but like, oh, I gotta get miles, go do this, go do that, Then my followers, yeah, I try to work as many meetups as I can. Like reasonably, like a mental health allowing. They do have a social anxiety disorder called agoraphobia. Mental health allowing, time allowing. I try to do as many meetups as possible. And if you ever see me, like, remember in your town, you see me, don't be afraid to come up and say, I don't care how fucking tired I am or I look or whatever, how beat up I look. You see me walking through your town or sitting somewhere, come say hi. It's no problem at all. Never think you're putting me in aggravate me or something or whatever, you know what I mean? Just feel free to stop and say hi. But yeah, I try to do as many meetups as I can. It's getting harder and harder as time goes on because there's so many people now, How do you keep up? But I try. Especially if I see you in here all the time and shit, I want to get you that photo of me with me or whatever. And also, side note, I've had people not meet up with me because they're like broke or something like that. Like, don't worry about money. I don't want you to take me anywhere. Like, I don't want you to give me a ride anywhere. I don't want you to take me out for dinner or anything like that. Like, no, let's sit down, have a cup of coffee, and chill out. I do. I was walking through the store. I'm like, what reminds me of Houdini in the meat aisle? And very quickly, I came to grab these sausages. I might as well cook all fucking 5. I don't think I'm gonna eat all that, but I'm gonna do a quick town run anyway after the live and all that. So I'll just fucking take my trash with me. I'm not too worried about bears this time of year, but you know, maybe they don't press your luck and sleep right next to a whole pile of half-eaten sausages. I don't really fuck with the Viennas, to be honest with you. On occasion, I've forgotten them. I've even cooked them before. They're not bad, you know what I mean? It's just, I don't know, it's just eat just salt. But on occasion, I've been known to Vienna the sausage. A little Vienna the sausages going on. What's up, NASCAR Maggie? Hard to see the chat with the food there. Got some cheeseburgers in your life? Hell yeah. Get some boigas. I'm just gonna throw the peppers on. Nah, I got the bowl over here. Maybe I can just cook the sausages up, then the peppers. I don't know. I think I'm overthinking it. A lot of bone pieces in it. Yeah. More than one at once. You use a toothpick, cocktail fork, cocktail wiener fork. A fork dedicated to eating hot dogs with. They have to be small hot dogs though, because we fancy out here. I immediately regret putting that other sausage in here. Not that much room to maneuver. Come on, you fucking beautiful son of a bitch. There we go. Let's get this guy out. Sub him in for this guy. Maybe a little bit more water. They are beer brats, but I didn't want to start drinking beer at fucking 4 in the afternoon, you know? Because, like, usually once I pop, I don't stop. So I decided to not bring beer with me up here. I might grab some later. I'm just not trying to drink at 4:30 in the afternoon. You know, Daddy, would you like some sausage? Daddy, would you like some sausages? Dude, that fucking movie is either unintentionally genius or intentionally genius, and I can never tell. Freddy Got Fingered. Because, like, the movie's about him. You know, he made up this character, and he draws cartoons, and the cartoon company, the TV company gives him millions of dollars. He blows it all on stupid shit, and then he still has to make the cartoon. That's the movie. You know, there's some fucking, you know, MTV gave him millions of dollars to make a movie, and he just fucking trolled everybody. But again, it wasn't intentional. I'll never know. I'll never know. Nothing but good about me. I don't know, man. I kicked 3 babies yesterday just for fun. I don't know what they were doing in the woods, personally. There was this house made of gingerbread, you see. It's an old witch. Ugh. Oh, yeah, get the cooking going. We got some sausages cooking. Get some fucking wieners going here. In the words of Les Blackwell, a wiener. Really have Les say wiener. It's pretty funny. Oh, you want to get some wieners? Oh, what are you making over there? Making some wieners? I think it is my line. Oh, Railcar Rosie, fucking Les, yeah, they're awesome, man. They're one of the few creators I've met up with more than once. Gypsy Undersupervised, we've met up twice. 3 times, actually. Sorry, we met up 3 times. Les and Railcar, we met up 3 times. I think that's it. I think it's just those 2 creators, the only ones I've ever met up with more than once. You know, the line's very thin there. Yeah, so is my hair. Whitefish, I'm near the lake. I'm like a mile from the lake. I camped here 3.5 years ago. Made a fire. This was not during the fire season, obviously. This is very much deep into the fall. But I made a fire, made red wine beef stew, had a road dog with me. We jumped off a train, maybe like 7 miles out of town, walked in, came to here. This is where we camped the first night. I remember, no, second night we camped here. I picked the camp spot. You know, the road dog was real particular about camp spots. I'm like, I got just the spot. I found one. It was up here. So, kicked it. Made red wine beef stew for the first time ever. About 3 feet away from here. I was thinking about doing red wine beef stew again, but that's a $30 dish, my friends, for one person. That's why I usually try to cook that one with other people. More economical. But between the wine, the beef, everything you got to put into a red wine beef stew. You eat red wine vinegar, a bottle of red wine, the beef to cook. Get some kind of broth or bouillon cube. All the veggies that go in there, potatoes, onions, peppers. No peppers. Whatever the fuck you want to put in your beef stew. And then you gotta sit there for hours cooking that shit up. The longer you let it cook, the better it's gonna taste. It's cooking its own juices. And I don't have a cooking pot. I just use the pan. But I did that right here with the campfire first time. Red wine beef stew was made right here. That's why when I got the last hitchhike going and coming here to Whitefish, the person that picked me up was gonna take me all the way to the train yard. I was gonna go see about hopping a train, get a bunch of supplies, and just grab a train. I'm only about a mile and a half. We'll finish that walk off tomorrow, 45 minutes tops. But as soon as we started passing by here, I took a look and I was like, yo, okay, I'm gonna jump out right here. Really nice dude. The dude that picked me up from Tennessee, from Memphis. He does a lot of traveling himself. So it was immediately called to me, to camp out the spot I was at 3.5 years ago. Plus, almost fucking 4 years ago at this point. I was up here like October. Just gonna soften up some of these and then eat them. Fuck it. Got all day to be cooking all different dishes and shit. Want the food to be in my belly. Let these cook through, cut them up. Eat them. What seasoning should we put on this? Let's see. Max, you said curry. Curry sounds good. Put a little curry on here. Now, if it was the green curry, I'd be beside myself. This stuff has a coconut flavor to it that I cannot get enough of. But this brown, yellow curry is going to have to do instead. The hell, I gotta fucking jerk it just to get a goddamn granule out. A little cayenne pepper. I like a little spice on everything. A little black pepper. A little garlic salt today. A little bit of garlic salt. Oh, yeah, that comes out no problem. That's the only unhealthy thing I put in there. I was gonna grab some potatoes and this and an onion and all that. I'm like, you know what? This is more than enough food to fill me. I'll just eat that. I have in Whitefish. I'm in Whitefish, that's what you mean. The town was named. I got Buckley maybe a week before I started traveling. I got my Yeti bucket just because I saw a shoestring had it. Like, oh, need a bucket out here apparently. Gotta have a bucket. This guy got one. Keeps my upper body strong, which is nice. You ever see a guy that hikes around all the time? Usually the upper body's all looks like they've been in fucking prison for 9 years. The legs will be jacked. So because I carry so much in my hands, it gives me an upper body as well. And honestly, I'll curl the bucket while I'm hiking. My chest and my biceps won't really get too developed as walking around, carrying all this shit. Everything else is pretty much covered. Shoulders, upper back, triceps, fucking forearms, definitely forearms all day. Legs, lower back, and all that. Even I got muscle in the back of my neck. I didn't realize until I did a video from the last train. I was like, who's got a jacked neck? The back of my neck and head. I'm like, what the fuck is that? I like it. I'm not complaining, but I didn't know. I very rarely do I film from behind me, So that was a surprise. But it smells so much better now. The seasoning and the peppers are in there. Oh, I'm getting hungry now. Let's keep that one in the middle. But Yeah, biceps and chest are usually kind of lacking, just because it's not getting a good workout compared to everything else. So while I'm walking, I'll curl my bucket 2 or 3 times a week. I'll bang out fucking 3 sets of 10, 4 sets of 12, whatever, how ambitious I'm feeling, push-ups, and keeps everything pretty even, copacetic. Do you exercise watching me? I love that because that's usually when I'm chilling. I'm done fucking doing my physical stuff for the day. I come on here, or taking a break from it, or just about to start, and then you start yours. That's pretty cool. Getting some Boeing here. It's just taking forever to cook. So what we're gonna do is add a little bit more water, like so. I'm gonna crank that fucking heat. Get that all simmering up. That's what we're gonna do, I reckon. See any bears? Not here. Last time I saw a bear was a year ago, over a year ago, up in Massachusetts. Saw a black bear. Oh, fire up, fire. Hell yeah, skydive, come on through. Yo, what up, DJ? How you living? Real careful around this bucket right now. Don't knock all this water off. My favorite steak? Not filet mignon. Probably good Delmonico. I'll tell you what, favorite steak is 2. Tomahawk. Oh, so good. I got picked up by a rancher. I told him I never tried tomahawk. And he's like, all right, hey, can I stop at this grocery store real quick before I drop you off? I'm like, yeah. Like an hour later, up in Oklahoma, and he bought me a tomahawk from the grocery store. $45 steak. I cooked on a camp pan like this. It came out fucking amazing. The other one, on my birthday, like 3 years ago, I got a dry-aged ribeye. It was a month dry-aged ribeye. I think I got it from like Whole Foods or something. It was like a $25, $30 steak. Now it'd probably be like 40 with all the price increases and shit. But yeah, Ben. Oh, hi, Ben that comes in all the time. He threw me $25 and he's like, get yourself a good steak. I'm like, done. So I spent it all on steak. I got it was a month dry-aged ribeye. Man, that thing melted in my mouth. That was beautiful. New York strip was good too. Yeah, especially with some onions and peppers every time. I've never bumped into any kind of meat and I've been like, this is inedible. I can't eat this. Especially when it comes to steakums, How about that life? Come on, you bastard. Let's switch some stuff around here. There we go. Doodlebug, thank you for the follow. Come on. Okay, I'm still struggling right now because of the weight. I put too much in the pan, but that's okay. Cutest unexpected animal I've gotten to see. Those fucking mountain lions were adorable. Like, they were fucking so cute, dude. Jumped out that freight train in Libby, went out live, and then bumped into a couple of adolescent, like teenage mountain lions. And they're still small with giant heads, you know what I mean? Like, probably like this big. I thought they were bobcats, but no. And retrospectively, it turned out to be mountain lions. I'm sure their mom was floating around somewhere. But they were fucking cute, man. The food will be done by 30 minutes, Hitch. You might want to bump that up to a 5-minute resolve. Let all that water cook out now too. I want to get that thing to simmer up. There we go. Now she's going. Yeah, super cute. With the Buckley's Beer Fund times fucking 40. Sandy 911, thank you very much. Zach Attack with the Harvey and Go Popular. Anyone doing the fan club stuff, make sure you tap up here and get all your points, man. Otherwise you lose them when you shut the live off. If you leave a comment, any kind of gift, the Harvey and all that, you might as well get your level up here. So you can lord over other people. A lot of fake. No, this is real food. I bought it at the store. This is not fake food. I wouldn't cook plastic food. That wouldn't make any fucking sense. But no, this is real food. Got it at a grocery store. Grocery stores are places where people go in to get groceries, believe it or not. You know, you can get everything from produce to dairy to deli to fresh meat. What up, begging for laughs? Running out of fuel. It might happen. I'm running pretty low. That won't be done in 5 minutes. I don't know. I think it would. Yeah, I mean, it's a whitefish. Yeah, put some seasoning in it. So there's peppers in there. That's all cut up peppers, you see. Got them pre-cut. I didn't realize they were $4, first off. Second off, fucking meat was only $6.50. Goddamn. But second off, I didn't want to get a whole pepper, waste half of it, and fucking all this. I didn't want to waste. And then, you know, I was like, oh, I don't have to cut it up too. Cool. Just sit there in the pan. But it was $4 for the pre-cut peppers. Whoops. But yeah, I got a hitchhike. I don't know. It took me the amount of time it took me to sit there and redo my sign. And like, not even, I went faster than I normally do with that. So stopped and picked me up today. So take your time, Hitch. Take your time. But yeah, the person said this is fake food. I don't know why I would cook fake food. That doesn't make any fucking sense. To be honest with you. Put some holes in this one. That's not cut it good enough on the other side. This one too. This one's still raw. Get that one in the middle. Give it a poke. This one's pretty cooked. Get that one. One on the outside, not under the heat. This one's cooking. That one's cooking. Okay. Just gonna get some of this water out of the pan by the time the water reduces, it should be pretty close to done. Sausage and peppers. Oh, I know, Jared. I'm just fucking with them. Same thing. People come in, they're like, get a job. And I'm like, I don't want to get a dog. I mean, I put myself in some crazy shit. Yeah, I never put a dog through that. I said, get a job. Yeah, no, I saw that. I want to get a dog. I already told you that. And then watch them get pissed off. Because that's the point of a troll, right? Is to get you pissed off, or you make the host angry, or to make the host upset. So when you piss them off, it's like a double victory. It feels so good. You know? Like, you're trying to do the thing. You got yourself pissed off. Trying to keep my phone charging. What am I making? Sausage and peppers. Sausage and peppers for a nice late lunch, early dinner. And I was going to grab some tortillas. I was going to grab a potato to throw in. I was going to grab an onion. I'm like, how much food do I fucking need? You know, it's so hard to buy food for one person for one meal and not have waste. You know, but I think I do some good damage. Like, I'll probably get a good 4 of these in me. Just all the walking around I've been doing today alone. I had to stop myself too, because I was like, all right, I'm gonna go get food. I'm gonna get to the train yard. I'm gonna go this. I'm gonna wait. Like, let's not fucking go nuts. After a week and a half, I finally took, you know, like 2 days to not carry my gear around. I took a proper rest yesterday. Like, I didn't even leave the campground yesterday. I just fucking chilled before leaving today. And immediately, oh my god, let's go beat the shit out of myself day one. I'm like, dude, by day 3, I'm gonna be bitching about being tired and feeling it. You know, like, just fucking do what you gotta do. I'm only about 45-minute walk from the train yard. I'll go get there tomorrow. There's some thrift stores in town I'm gonna check out, see if I can get some threads, because all my shit's all sun faded and got holes in it and shit. Most of the stuff I'm carrying and wearing I've had for a year and a half plus. You know, if you do anything you believe, like wear myself out, cook for 8 every time you don't mean to. It's so hard, Abby. It's so hard just to get one meal for one person going. You know, 2 people, not as bad. You know, you always just throw some pasta in the mix, get a little bit of protein. Probably cost the same what it cost me just to eat by myself almost. That's why I cook a lot more. I'd rather cook for somebody else and watch them enjoy it than worry about me just grabbing something quick, get in and get out. How to get into traveling? It's not too complicated, I guess. My father did this. He hitchhiked and pop trains around the U.S. and he passed away hitchhiking back in '86. The day before my first birthday, Papa was a Rolling Stone. And then when I was 14, I left home. I stayed in Boston. I was a Boston street kid. I was 14, I went out on my own. A lot of that time was couch hopping and being on the streets. So, like, I'd stay here with a friend and there. I'd stay here if it was a half day or whatever. I wouldn't hang out at my friends' places, really. I'd just go there, sleep, and leave. So they wouldn't, like, oh, this kid's moving in. And I wouldn't stay in the same couch for more than, like, 2 nights. So if it was like a weekend or a long weekend or a vacation, I was usually just out in the fucking street. So a lot of train hoppers and travelers coming through a place called the Pit out in Massachusetts by Harvard, or Cambridge by Harvard. It's in Harvard Square. It's called the Pit. It used to be this big pit in the ground. Now it's just all flat, but they still call it the Pit. So I always knew travel was a thing. Modern day travel is still a thing. But I got into this workaholic mode. Somewhere around the age of 16, I started just working my fucking ass off. And no one really stops and tells you, hey, you're letting your whole life fly right by you. So COVID happened. I lost both my jobs. No sob story here. I started a software engineering company. And then I gave that to the person that helped me start it up, my partner. Technically, he worked for me. We weren't even partners going into it. But he quit his job and came work for me. So COVID happens, I lose my bartending gig and the side gig, like ghostwriting for people that did software engineering. And then COVID happens, I lose both those jobs, so I started a software engineering company. Very small, a couple of interns, a couple people working for me, and the person that helped me run it. And we did like websites for businesses, employee communications for property management teams around Boston or whatever. It paid the bills. But when I was up and running, I was only working 35, 40 hours a week for the first time in my fucking life that I can remember. So I had a lot more time than myself, and I started going outdoors more. And I was getting ready for something. I still know what I was getting ready for. Shaking out all this gear, trying all this stuff out, refreshing memory on different knots and survival techniques when I was younger. Make sure it doesn't boil onto me. But pepper, cayenne, a little more curry. So I decided to hit the road. I thought a little more garlic salt too. Need some more pepper. I decided I was going to go travel the country for 6 months. I was hoping to hop a train, but I didn't know if it would happen, So I was hoping to hop a train. Day 2, August 5th, 2021, I was on my first freight train heading to North Baltimore, Ohio. That's kind of how I got into it. You eating better than me in the woods, damn, I'm lazy. I went to the store, man. They had this shit. It was fucking cheap, too. It was like $6.50 for the sausage. I did pay $4 for the peppers. I didn't look at the price. I was like, oh, chopped peppers. I just grabbed those. I wish I didn't now. I could have paid 50 cents and just had a pepper and chopped some red pepper up and called it a day. Some red bell pepper. But I didn't. So this whole thing's $10. It should have been $7.50. But yeah, if you're looking to do something similar, you just go to what's called a grocery store, man. You go get it, cook it up. Don't pay them DoorDash fees, homie. Look, DoorDash is supposed to be a treat, not a staple, If you ADHD folks out there like myself, it's all about routine, which is almost impossible to do when you have ADHD, man. I know. But, like, working out, right? For me to work out, I got to trick myself. For me to do editing, I got to trick myself. Tell myself, I'm only doing it for 5 minutes. I'm only doing it for 5 minutes, And I'm like, oh, I'm already working out. I might as well finish the set. Might as well finish the workout now. Let me go for a hike. I'm only going out for 5 minutes. Well, I'm out there for 4 hours. But when you have ADHD, if you're trying to be hyper productive, when you feel that hyper productive part coming on, let it go, baby. Let it fly. Let that productivity go. When you're not feeling hyper productive, you know what I mean? You go into like the recess mode where your brain's just recharging itself. Do a little bit. At least get a little bit in. That's how you're going to have structure. Otherwise, you'll work out for 3 hours today, not work out for 3 months, and then do it again for 3 hours. You're not really doing yourself any favors. But if you can, get a whole bunch of work done and be hyper productive today, tomorrow, only do it for a little bit, just fucking do it. To get a part of the routine, it just becomes second nature. We hyper fixate on things, and you can kind of nudge your brain to hyper focus and hyper fixate on the right thing, rather than watching 18 hours of Anywhere Man Hobo videos on the red play button app. Speaking of which, we had a new video came out 5 days ago. Go check it out. It's my time in LA and camping out in Compton. Oh, Momo, yeah, it happens. It could be a depressive state or whatever, you know what I mean? It's between you and your mental health professional. But, yeah, sometimes you gotta break the routine. You gotta snap yourself out of the routine. But sometimes, yeah, you're just fucking going through a chapter of life where you're not feeling like fucking being hyper-productive, or productive at all, and that's fine too. If you can snap yourself out of it, go ahead. If you can't, fucking go with it, you know what I mean? No one's perfect. Hell, I'm barely tolerable. On a good day, I'm barely tolerable. All right, Hitch, you were right. These weren't ready in 5 minutes, all right? You happy? You happy now? Getting juicy, though. Reduce this water down too. That curry's really sticking to it. You could call him the curry, Max. Am I eating some whitefish? No, I'm in a place called Whitefish. I'm cooking sausages, which is made from pig, mostly probably. But no, I'm in a place called Whitefish, Montana. I'm probably 100 miles from the Canadian border or some shit. Oh my God, I gotta stop playing with this. Let's let it reduce. I'm cruising. Looking for the TikToks. Looks good, right? Smells good. Mouse water. What up, Rockin'? Good to see you too. Rock and roll, good to see you as always. These are lobsters. Let me get that lobster, buddy. That's my friend. Not the lobster, the guy running it. I had a campfire this exact spot 3.5 years ago, almost 4 now, October, 4 years ago. Same exact spot. I cooked right here on the campfire, made red wine beef stew. So I came back in the town, I was like, yep. I told my ride I was going to the train yard, he was taking me right there. And then I saw it here, and I was like, oh man. When I first came to Whitefish, about 4 years ago, I jumped off my train 7 miles out of town. I had to walk all the way in, and then camped out just on the outskirts of town. The first gas station I went to already. Wow, memory lane, dude. This is what's so cool is what I don't realize, what my brain doesn't click with, is like the conversations I've had today, things I've done today, and things I'll do tomorrow here in town will be new memories for me, right? But I'm not clocking that right now. I'm like, oh, like I'm just, whatever, it's just another day. And then like oh fuck, I remember I did stuff here. Like when I was here 4 years ago making red wine beef stew and shit, I was like, whatever, it's just another day. And then I come back, I'm like, wow, that's a really good time. So I'll trip down memory lane here. What up, Token? Hope you're doing well, brother. Marie in the house. I know Marie been here, but welcome in anyway. There we go. Yeah, nice simmer here. Bring some of that water down. I don't want to pour it out as well. The flavor's in. Oh, Jamaican sausages. I don't know why I said it like that. I'm making beer brats, but I don't want to put beer in it because I don't want to start drinking at 4:30 in the afternoon. I'll drink at 7. That's a respectable time for me to crack my first deal. I got plenty of sleep last night. I got hardly any sleep the night before. I was up like 5 a.m. yesterday. So it's nice to feel rested, ready to go. Eat some food up here. Get something tomorrow probably. This is an art convention or something happening in town here. I might check that out tomorrow. Maybe we'll do it on a live meal. Let's get out and get some finishing photos. You know, nice simmer on this fucking these sausages. What's your mom doing? She's pretty good. She's tired from fucking my dad. When are you planning on stopping hitchhiking? Probably I'm 6 feet under the ground. Potter's Field somewhere. Yeah, it's a legal state. I don't think I've hit any of the green stores up here yet. Did I? No, I did. Sorry, I forgot. I got rid of all my stuff before I went to Idaho. I kept one little Benjamin on me. I shoved it in my sleeping bag and fucking shoved it in the bottom of my pack. I'm like, all right, if I get searched, like if they find this here, they can keep it. Idaho, they don't fuck around with that kind of stuff. That Mormon shit, you know. So I decided to turn my motel room into a Bob Marley concert just before I left. It was a good time. I remember going live the next day after like a 2-day. I went through all my green stuff. I didn't have that much. I wanted to get rid of it all. You know, I had 2 of those pens. I had, you know, like a good, I say quarter of the green stuff, the flour. I just ripped through all that in a day and a half or so. So that next day going live, I was like, hey, what's up, guys? You know, I couldn't like muster the energy to be a human. Green hangover. But it was a good time. So when I got into Montana, when I was in Libby, I went and got a little bit. Still got a little bit of that left too. I don't smoke like constantly throughout the day. You know, it's the end of the night thing for me. Wait for me to shut my brain off and just fucking, you know, play with my phone for a little while or something. Yeah, it was a good time. Oh. You do a movie about me? Social media's it, I think. You know what I mean? You could offer me $10 million for a movie deal right now, I'd say no. You know? The idea of how I live my life, doing this, and when social media started getting some traction, my platform started growing, you know, pretty well. I had to sit down and have a serious talk with myself. Like, I'm not going to sell my soul to be more palatable on social media. I'm not going to sell my soul to get as much money as I possibly can out of my community and stuff like that, you know. Like, traveler first, social media second. I will say, like, you know, the amount of time I spend on videos and photos now is astronomically, like, quadruple the amount that I used to. I used to just walk around, get a clip, and then slap it. I had no idea what I was doing, and I didn't live stream at first either. That didn't come till later, and we kept asking me to do it. So, slowly, by degrees, this became a gig, became like a job. You know, I wouldn't dare call this work because I enjoy it too much, but a lot of work goes into it, that's for sure. I think it's important for a creator to grow with their community, though, so you guys don't get too bored. Again, I've always had a more fascination with social media creators that are handed a platform or work hard towards a platform and then fail. And what goes into that? Usually it's lying. Lying to your community for money is usually the quickest way. The little oranges, what's up, homie? Oh, Gary? Yeah, Gary, looks like you're trying to talk about, is that American politics? Yeah, sorry, homie. I'm Canadian. Yeah, I don't know anything about your American Prime Minister at all. You want to talk about Trudeau? Like, I got you, brother. We talk Trudeau all day. Like, do you know anything about the Canadian politics? Like, we can talk about that, you know, but you're trying to shoehorn this live into American politics for a Canadian hobo. You know, I don't know anything about your American fucking Prime Minister. Who's president for y'all now? Is it with that George Bush guy? The young one, the junior. George W. Bush? Is he still president? I like Keystone. Yeah, I'll drink some Keystone Lights and shit. The little oranges, man. Appreciate the donuts. I fucking love what you're doing over there. You and the whole crew over there. It's the only reason I watch that Tank Lip guy. Just because you guys are so fucking funny. It's a shame that he makes any profit off the lives and doesn't all go to you guys. Trump, the New York real estate tycoon guy. Yeah, he was on that show. I remember the show. What was it? Survivor? No, Apprentice. Yeah, the American Apprentice. We had one in Canada too, but the American Apprentice. There was that Trump guy was on. The New York real estate guy, right? I never trusted the big city real estate guys before, but I don't know what he has to do with the live stream. Again, guys, I'm Canadian. I don't fucking know anything about your American Prime Minister. You know, is the earth flat? I don't know. There's a hill over here. It looks pretty unflat to me. What are we doing here, guys? Yes. So, hey, I'm a modern day hobo. I hitchhike and hop trains all around the country. I'm in Montana where there's fucking wolves and bears and mountain lions here cooking food up. So I'm hungry. I don't know what the fuck that has to do with flat earth and whatever your American prime minister you got going on today. It seems like you guys want to go join a flat earth live. There's plenty on here. Or a political live. There's plenty on here. You knock yourselves out. I don't know why you're trying to make this that. No, you didn't make your whole personalities this, did you guys? Oh, that's sad. No, don't tell me that, please. You didn't make your whole personality fucking rich people politics and shit? Ah, what a shame. Arguing about what shape the earth is. Honestly, I think it's the size of a 20-sided dice. That'd be pretty cool. You know? Flat surface, sharp ridges. That'd be tight. I don't think that's how it works. Just because I want it doesn't make it real, unfortunately. That'd be cool if that was a thing, right? But yeah, I don't know what you guys are doing, but I'm making some food out here in the fucking woods, chilling out in Montana. About to go hop a freight train tomorrow, probably, you know. Oh no, Abby the spoon lady calling. Abby the spoon lady calling ice on anywhere, man. Didn't have that in my 2026 bingo card. Fuck, dude. Cancel Abby. Cancel Abby. Before she makes the phone call, please. Yeah, what's that all about? Get him, Jen, get him. Yeah, Jen's a ghost in the chat. I knew it, now I have proof. Yeah, they don't care about Canadians coming to the country as long as they're not too brown, right? Where I worked at an Irish bar, and there's a lot of people who get very much against illegal immigration, very much against it, while hanging out with the Irish bartenders and servers that were here illegally past their visa. Oh no, they're cool. Huh? What do you mean? Oh, you just don't like melanin. Allegedly, this is all in Canada, by the way, because I'm Canadian. You know, I forgot I'm Canadian. You know. Oh, getting lots of sun out there in Canada. Yeah, I got these weird fucking I'll spend like 2 hours in the morning just sitting without a shirt on, as long as no one has to fucking see it. You know, I'm not trying to ruin people's day with my paleness, but but then I go walk around in the sun for fucking, hours. I go hitchhike in the sun for hours. You know. Oh shit! Hey, Hot Dog Protective Services, what's going on? I'm just hanging out in the woods. You know, ain't nothing to see here. Ain't nothing weird going on. You know. Hey, unrelated note, Hot Dog Protection Services, do you cover sausages too, or is it just hot dogs? Is it just hot dogs? Yeah, it was always telling me to show some leg. It's like I'll blind all the drivers, dude. You know, it might help me get a ride after the 20-car pileup. Oh yeah, we're cooking some sausages now. Some of that curry scum off. Curry scum is so good, dude. It's so good. They look dog shaped. Well, there's the dog I actually ate. Honestly, the dog. I ate that dog. These are just hot dog shaped. Probably get real dog in them as well. We cover all sizes of dogs, sausage, bratwurst. Damn, you're good. You're good. I was going to hit you with, well, they're not sausages, they're beer brats. Fuck, man. Never going to financially recover from this hot dog fucking fine I'm going to get. I already got a ticket this week. You know, I already got a ticket this week. I can't get another one. Fuck. They did reverse. Anyone that didn't watch the whole live, thanks for leaving me. The sheriff that gave me the fine came back and gave me a warning instead. Reversed it for me. Wieners? You gotta say it like Les Blackwell. Cover wieners? What you want to do for dinner? Try say about getting some wieners. I didn't even have to be in the mood for them. You say it like that, I want to. Let's get some fucking queeners, fucking Les Blackwell. Let's go. Send a caseworker immediately remove the wiener with a big D. What? Not me, homie. But good luck finding me, Hot Dog Protective Services. You know what I mean? You don't know what tree that is. You can't tell like where I'm at by that fucking tree. 31. It'll be 13 later. Fuck 12. Went sideways real quick. Did you not see how quickly I got the political folks out of here and the flat earthers? That was that's live stream experience right there. Let's see. Like, oh shit, okay, trying to force us into a political conversation. All right, I see your rage bait and I match you by lying and saying that I'm Canadian, so you get the fuck out of here. And they immediately go to the next host. They can try to rage bait. You know? Oh yeah, I don't know anything about the American Prime Minister. I'll get some out so quick, dude. Highly recommend it. HTTPS. Yeah, what do they call it? Is it called CPS now? When I was a kid, we were on it. It's called DSS, and then it was DYS, and it was CPS. Fucking, I keep changing the name. What are you running from, government? Where you headed? Right to the loony bin, apparently. No, I'm trying to go back to Boston. It's gonna take me a while to get there, though. That's for sure. But I've been hitting it hard for like pretty big chunks of time. You know, a week here, 10 days there. I finally took a rest day the last 2 days. Like I ran a bunch of errands on Wednesday. Yeah, Wednesday I ran a bunch of errands, and then played D&D. And then yesterday was just I don't think I left the campground once. You know. Come to Maine, maybe. Probably not this time around because I'm going back to Boston. I'll probably head south on the coast. Probably won't be back on the road till like almost October. You know. These are done. I can't cook them any more than this. I have to just deal with all the water. Another good week out of that fuel canister. Circumcision, they're not kosher. Maybe I should cook them a little longer. Well, that's pretty done to me. Hot all the way through. I'm just gonna eat them. Food bite game. My only weakness. I know the chewing isn't helping me sell it. This is my first thing I'm eating since this morning. What, 8 this morning? 8:30? I made a Mountain House dehydrated freeze-dried kind of fucking meal thing. Just let it happen. I see you've been hanging out with my uncle. But it's done. They're piping hot all the way through. About to find out, Anthony. About to find out. I didn't change a single thing about that fucking my lifestyle, about that fucking lettuce. You know? Hey, the lettuce, you might get diarrhea, man. Whatever, I can use a cleanse. Fuck it. Like, don't go to Taco Bell. I went to Taco Bell. don't get the pre-bagged lettuce. Oh yeah, I won't do that either. Look, every day's a risk, guys. You know? If it was like thousands and thousands of cases and it was rampant, like how many cases were there even of that shit? What's it called? Cyclospora. Cases of cyclospora in U.S. All right, maybe I shouldn't have done that. Maybe I should have read about it first. 11,000. Try again. Try again. 22,000 confirmed cases. 22,000 confirmed cases. From May 1st, about 11,000. Whoopsies. But only, unfortunately, I don't mean to say only, but 2 people passed away from that whole situation. 500 were hospitalized. So 22,000 cases, 11,000 since May 1st, when we all started getting information about it, which we didn't really hear about it until beginning of July to mid-July. But out of all the cases, 500 people ended up in the hospital, and only 2 people passed. I shouldn't say it like that. Only 2 people. Those are 2 people that have gotten Pfizer, but bam, sausage. I don't even know where Taylor Farms is sold. I don't check brands on shit until y'all tell me about it. Like, the only reason I know anything about, like, these Johnsonville sausages or brats are from Wisconsin is because when I was in Wisconsin, it was like, you gotta. I had some local Wisconsin beer, not the Spotted Cow, I think it was Leinenkugel's, their brown ale, and then I was sitting there drinking some of that, so I get some food to cook up for live, and it was like, you gotta get Johnson sausages because they're made in fucking Wisconsin. I don't know about shit. What do you guys tell me? Let's talk about. I've had Taco Bell twice since we found out. With lettuce. I like to get the chalupa meal. 2 chalupas, a soft taco, and a Baja Blast, or a Pepsi. Get a Pepsi on occasion. But I don't think I even like Baja Blast. I think it's because you only get it at Taco Bell. I have to get it. My day was good, man. I got a hitchhike. Got some food. Cooked up a whole feast here. Sausages and peppers. Had some old lady talk my ear off for fucking 2 hours, but it's whatever. I don't mind giving old people a little bit of my time. They seem lonely or just need someone to talk to, but god damn. The thing that sucks for me is I have to absorb everything being said to me. I can't just space out or go on my phone. I have to give you my full attention. And it's a long 2 hours. She couldn't figure out why she couldn't get like a husband. And then talking to her for 2 hours and figure it out. Like, you didn't ask me a single thing about myself. She would ask me things about myself so she can talk about herself. Hey, where you from? I'm from Boston. Oh, I went to Boston once, and this happened, that happened. And my son went here. My son, he went to Boston. He did this, and then he went over there, and now he's over here. You know what I mean? It's like you never learned a single thing about me. Hot Rod with the money gun. That's the thing. I think Seneca, my favorite philosopher, says it best. To be loved, you must love. You know what I mean? If you're super eager to tell me all about yourself, you better be equally as eager to learn about me. Otherwise, this is a one fucking trip road, a one-way road. Can we get bored of that? What up, Chad? Hot Rod. With the 22 roses and the 18 lightning bolts. Quick stop? Yeah. I was stopping at quick stops a lot. Because they got fucking fresh meat to cook. You know what I mean? That's not an option for a lot of gas stations, like any of them. Maybe get like a pack of bacon for $9 or something stupid. Like $6-7 for a pound of bacon or some shit, some eggs. But, can you ever go to a gas station and go get some sausages, chicken? Thank you very much, Jen. I was feeling very glorious with that gift. And there was no bee involved. Appreciate that. But, yeah, to be able to go get burgers and shit like that, or whatever, a little bit of pork even, it's beautiful. You know, I don't think Quick Trip would work that well in Quick Trip. Not QT, with a K. You only really find them in Wisconsin and adjacent. I do think if you put that up where I'm from in Massachusetts, especially like eastern Massachusetts towards Boston, you know, the greater metro, I feel like if you take that recycling bin that you guys have up front there, that you guys actually use for recycling, you put it out there, everyone is throwing their trash in there. You know, but Wisconsin's different. They should care about their area. What'd you do, Gregory? I'm not sure where I'm going to end up. I'm trying to boot, scoot, and boogie, so I'm trying to kind of move quick. But tomorrow, look at getting the train out of here. But I'll either end up in Glasgow or hoping Havre. But I'm going to boot, scoot, and boogie out of here tomorrow, probably. Sunday, the latest. Once you get to Minnesota, things get kind of jammed up. It's like I can, well, not jammed up. Just like I can either go I-94 or I-90. Either trains or no trains. I'm not sure yet. You know, hitchhiking, you know, train it. You know, it's Amtrak in fucking Chicago. I don't know. We'll figure it out when I get there. Still got quite a ways to go before Minnesota. Garlic and cheese. Sounds good. Good beer brats. Johnsonville beer brats. Just cook no water though. I don't want to crack a beer at fucking 4:30 in the afternoon when I start cooking. I'm gonna add them to good. These brats. You gotta cook them in beer though. Substitute water if you want. But last year in Wisconsin, I tried to use, you know, just cook them like a frying pan, like fry them up. You know, so it's nice and crispy on the outside, but cooked in the middle, still soft and juicy. Man, I could hear the pitchforks and torches. They hear the pitchforks being picked up and distributed. Everyone in Wisconsin, I can hear the torches being lit. And I was like, oh, add some water. I'll have beer. I'll add some beer. I'll add some beer. It'll be cool. It'll be cool. Railroad police? Not really. Not really. I got a ticket once out in Chicago. $200 from a rail cop. Well, he gave me the summons. The county takes over the case. But, you know, the few rare times I've been caught by railroad police, usually it's off property. They just know who I am. Or it's, you know, a quick interaction. Yeah, usually every winter, I pick a time zone in the fall. And I follow that cold line down. You know, kind of flirt with the cold line, get a little bit of snow, and then get the hell out of there. And last year was a little too cold for my liking, got a little jammed up. I was way ahead of the cold line. I was like further south than I've ever been any other year. Then I ended up deciding to go into the Rocky Mountains for a week, and that just changed the whole trajectory. Everything got kind of fucked up after that. But I'm still here. Got a story about it, you know. I'm stuck in the Rocky Mountains in Raton, New Mexico. Bro, this is so fucking good. I'm so hungry. Fucking delish. You like meat? No, I hate meat. I don't eat it. I get all my protein from blowing truckers. You know? Fresh squeeze from the tap. Bugs are starting to get a little too animated about this food. Breakfast, I had one of those Mountain Houses, one of those freeze-dried meals. Chicken fajita from Mountain House. For tonight, I'll grab a protein shake and some cashews or something. Get the fiber. I need to get some fruit in my life too. I need fruit today. Maybe a banana or an apple. Protein shake and cashews, and that'll be my meal for later. Get the fiber up. Vitamin C and shit. Potassium. You know. What up, Bad Oxen? How you living, baby? Peter Tower, good to see you as always. These are Johnsonville brats. Fucking amazing. Beer brats, to be precise. There's so much wood here, dude. So much wood. So many dead trees around. You know, there's one here that's dead standing. You know, I just knock it over and I get firewood for an entire fucking night off that one tree. And everything you need to start it. But it's wildfire season. I'm surprised they let the campgrounds do fires and shit. I guess if you have a half a barrel, or if you have a quarter barrel, or bigger than that, you can do a fire, and they're not too worried about it in this area. It's pretty lush out here too. It's not too dry. But me just digging a fire pit in the ground. I don't want to be the reason for anyone to ever lose anything, you know? How can I eat in front of you? One bite at a time. Thanks for coming to my TED Talk. So the first thing that happens when you eat is you have all this exposed bone in your mouth, all right? And then it'll chomp the food up while your mouth will spit diluted acid at it. And then a series of muscles contract and expand in the throat to send it down to a pit of acid that sits right about here. And a lot of people think our stomachs are down here. That's your intestines. Right about here is your stomach, right? So it's a pit of acid that your body breaks down the food with. Not your stomach. Your stomach's fine, but the acid will break down anything you put in there. And it turns that into nutrients and energy for us. It's fucking crazy. I'll spare you the rest of the story where it goes down the intestines and stuff, but that's basically how I eat. You know, bear country. I am, but I'm not worried about bears right now. Not in town. Always a chance. And I'm cooking the shit, but I'm worried about grizzly bears. March and April, when they're waking up from hibernation, and they have that hyperphagia, I think it's called, where they're super hungry. I'm worried about them immediately following that in May and June, because that's mating season, so they're all hormonal and weird. You know, humans are the same way. We just don't have a season for it. Our mating season is year-round. Then again in the fall, when they're doing that hyperphagia thing again, when they got to eat a shit ton before they go and hibernate. That's when I'm worried. So I picked like the perfect little window to come up here in grizzly country. I still have my bear mace, it's right here, just in case. You know. And deal with mosquitoes. I haven't camped anywhere or been anywhere yet where I've had more than 2 bites from mosquitoes, maybe 5 on a really crazy night. I'm pretty lucky. But also, it's a comparison thing, because like after traveling in the southeast for 3 summers, so I was dating someone out there, bro, as long as the mosquitoes aren't trying to literally carry me away at nighttime, I'm happy. Why'd no one tell me? You didn't get the memo? That's a memo for you. Non-corporate folks. Oh, nice lunch dinner. And I got a protein shake and I'll get a protein shake and some cashews and banana or an apple or something for later. Don't fall for these romance scammers and the chat folks. It sounds too good to be true. It probably is. Yeah, I'll probably grab a six-pack for later too. Our mating season is year round. Tell Gregory, tell him. All right, so you guys got to clue me in here. Because I can't go look at the Snark page because I know they lie. They've lied about me before, right? Hell, the person that runs that Snark page tried to frame me as a P3 by using a burner account, pretending to be someone that was much younger than they are. And then they started interacting with their own main account. So I don't trust that Snark page as far as I can throw them, which isn't far because they all sit on fucking TikTok and Reddit all day. You know what I mean? So I'm sure I can't throw them more than a couple feet before I pull my back out. But what the fuck happened with Clover, with Steph? Because what I looked up with is if a dog has a seizure, there's no cause for alarm. You know, as long as it's not what's called a cluster. If you have two within 24 hours, now it's time to seek immediate medical attention. So was it more than one or was it just one? Did Clover just have one seizure or was it more than one? Because literally, when I looked it up, it just said, if there's one seizure, just make sure it's quiet and it's dark. There's only got to kind of judge about that. Like, you're still keeping the live stream going. Just to be quiet and dark to let the dog calm down. But, whatever. That's, you know, this is a minor nitpick, I guess, right? We wouldn't know. Yeah, I guess we're better off not knowing. That could be especially someone. Sorry, Shadow. Sorry, no romance for you. What up, Daniel Lee Prescott? I don't know. When it was brought to my attention, it seemed a lot worse than it was. You know, like the way it was explained to me by one person was like, fucking dog's freaking out. What's up, worm? Like actively flopping like a fish, and then the light just kept going. But it doesn't seem to be all that. Oh, story of my life. Sorry, Shadow. This is what happens, brother. This is what happens. Kimmy Sue with the Go Popular. Working? You should quit. I'm telling you. Sell your shit. Pack a bag and start traveling the country. Sorry, that's my answer to everything. I feel like that might not solve all your problems. Brat to my attention. I've dated a few brats. They're all right. You know? No, I don't think I'm sleeping right here tonight. Maybe I will. I try to make a habit of sleeping exactly where I cooked food in, but if I'm going to bed at midnight or whatever, I'm not really worried about a bear rolling up or a mountain lion or a wolf. Your role would be long gone by then, right? I don't know, Dylan. We'll see. It'll solve all yours. I mean, it gives you different problems, right? No matter what you're doing, but it's made me happy. I guess that's worth something, you know? There's nothing sadder to me. Like, and I've seen it so many fucking times. And go watch some of your favorite fucking traveling creators. Like, you'll know exactly what I'm talking about once I say it. There's nothing sadder to me than watching someone that loves to travel or do any kind of alternative lifestyle or alternative living, and they start documenting it on social media. And then slowly and by degrees, they start hating it. You know, all that passion and joy just fucking is gone. You know, it's just like, oh, another day at work. And they stay traveling because that's what people are there to see on social media. There's nothing sadder than that. When I'm done with this shit, I'm done with this shit. You know what I mean? Like, probably a very unceremonious thank you and a goodbye. But I've seen it so many times. people just keep doing it because it makes them an income. Honestly, I think there's nothing sadder than watching someone find their joy, find their happiness, and then that becomes their prison. You know, especially for those people that drive around the country, because those fucking vans, those fucking, you know, RVs even, sometimes become a prison to them folks, you know, and they like self-imprison themselves. I've seen it so many times. Where the lives start off and they're walking around going on hikes, or the videos of them walking around checking stuff out, and then gradually the walks become less and less frequent. The lives become more and more inside the vehicle, and that's it, you know? That's all you get. And then if that goes on for too long, they basically turn into a fucking rogue human. You know, turn into a rogue human. No more goofy goobers in the world? Oh, then how tough are you? We gotta go that way with it, you know? Go to the rusty spittoon, is that what it's called? Yeah, it's a shame to watch someone, like, you know, find something that's interesting and fun and it brings them enjoyment, and then they hate it, you know, but they still show up every day because that's what makes them money. Just go get a regular job then. You know what I mean? What the fuck? You need validation that bad? You need people to tell you you're awesome that bad? You know? It is nice to have a support system. 100%. 100%. It's awesome having a support system. You know? Or just have the people fucking rooting for you. You can take a bison down. I don't know if I feel like they'd kick me after a while. Probably after a good 20 minutes of being on my knees, they'd probably kick me or something, right? I don't know. It's probably a Googleable question. Will a bison let anywhere man go down on them? I don't know. Just depends on the bison and what I'm wearing. What type of job is worse? Probably blowing bison. Oh, you know, what up, Ginger? Oh, hi. No, fucking bison are huge. Bison are huge. You know, no matter where bison are at, too. I just saw some real quick when I was coming out of Libby there. But, from Libby to Kalispell. But yeah, constantly people gotta be reminded, don't fucking pet them, don't touch them. You know? Is it a wild bison or a wild one? Oh, I see what you're trying to say, a wild or a not wild, right? I don't know. They have to keep some bison in captivity, right? Because you can get bison meat, bison burgers, in a large amount of grocery stores, right? So it has to be bison farms, I'm sure. Even like the wild ones, like up in the Black Mountains, the base of the Black Mountains, you see a bunch of bison out there. They put them behind fences and shit for the winter and kind of help them out, get through the winter and stuff, and then they let them roam free in the summer, rinse and repeat. From what I saw when I was up there, a quick moment. You know what you can't take down an elk? Oh, sorry, I know what happened there. I know what happened there. Jen, you okay? Did someone knock you over? Yeah, I don't know. All of a sudden, my phone just tipped over, Jen. I don't know what happened there. Must have been the ghost of Jen knocking my fucking phone over. Yeah, Roy, I don't know what happened there. The phone just tipped over all on its own. Fuck crazy, right? Sorry, I don't know what happened there. Wind. Must have been the wind. We deserve that. That's for the next thing you do, Roy Gregory. Yeah, I don't know. It's fucking crazy. All of a sudden, the phone was just on the ground. You know, what are you guys doing? I saw a creator do that recently, dude. Like a bunch of his community comes through here, and I do find them all fucking hilarious, the Tank Lip folks. But he got so mad at someone because he's trying to do a cash grab, right? And there's like a longtime supporter of his in his box. And his longtime supporter was just like, hey, why don't you just not cash grab today? Like yesterday we had a great conversation because you weren't doing this. People don't like this. And he smacks the table and he whacks his phone. He starts yelling. I'm like, wow, dude, I could never imagine being that mad at my chat, you know, or someone in a co-host box to the point where I'm going to physically assault my cellular device, you know. I didn't see shit going up. Elk aren't real facts. You have a New York accent? Surprised to me. Yeah, must have been that elk that ran by. Fuck, I hate it here. For those that don't know, we've got a lot of new people in here recently. I've chased down elk like fucking 6 different times in my traveling career. You know, I've had people drive me to where elk are every day, and they weren't there. And then when I leave, they come back. I went to Estes Park last winter during the rut. They're all over town. And I saw elk shit everywhere. Elk scat was all over this fucking town of Estes Park. Cool little place too, man. Really beautiful up there in the Rockies. And then I decided I'm going to spend the whole day just fucking hiking around Estes Park. I spent a whole fucking day carrying around 100 pounds of shit to go see some elk. Get up on parking garages, just fucking going up high, going up hills, just looking for fucking elk somewhere, right? So about 3 hours into my endeavor, I'm on the other side of town from where I started. I started here, hiked for 3 hours over here, right? While I'm here, someone shares a video to me that was taken here in that moment. It was posted like 15 minutes before I saw it, right? So that means this person over here, where I started, there was elk fucking everywhere. Everywhere, dude. Like, there was like fucking 10 of them in this small town in Rocky Mountains. So I was like, you motherfuckers. Now I'm mad. Now you're doing it on purpose. You know what I mean? This is like fucking 5th or 6th time trying to find elk. No fucking luck. I'm like, you know what I'm going to do? Is I'm gonna go get me a guaranteed fact I'm gonna see an elk. So I did see elk. I saw one elk. Because I ordered an elk burger from a fucking restaurant and I ate the shit out of that burger. You know what I mean? Fine. You want to run away from me, I'm eating your Uncle fucking Larry. And I did. I ate the shit. I made a whole Quentin Tarantino-esque fucking video for TikTok about it. Hey guys, I finally found elk, and then ding, fucking Pulp Fiction theme song comes on. They're showing the fucking receipt where it says elk burger, and then me eating the fucking thing, pure bliss, Said you live with mom. I don't think my mom's out here in the woods. Oh. Hey, Ma, meatloaf. Ma. Yeah, nothing, man. I don't know. I don't see any mom out here making me meatloaf. My mom can't cook anyway. They're better off asking for an apple pie. She can bake, she can't cook. My stepfather can cook, but he can't bake. So I learned how to do both. Ma, the meatloaf, fuck! Look, man, sometimes, no matter what kind of creator you're bumping into, the person can be doing really interesting stuff, but if they're as entertaining as a wet blanket or a soggy sandwich, they got to talk about me. Because if they talked about themselves, no one fucking listen. You know what I mean? So, I will say, I made the decision, like, I think 3 or 4 months ago, like, wholeheartedly. Any allegation you hear about me is true. Fuck it. You know what I mean? Because, like, people make allegations about you. You disprove it, they just move on to the next one. They just keep throwing shit at the wall and hoping something fucking sticks. But it's like noodles covered in oil, so it just slides down. So, that's one thing I learned throughout the years doing social media. People that are really apt on fucking making shit up about you. They'll say something, you disprove it, they move on to the next one. They never address the fact that they just completely lied about you, trying to fucking, deplatform you, even ruin your life in some situations. Like, I've had people fucking say horrible things about me, that life-ruining accusations, right? And again, they just throw anything at the wall and hoping something sticks. So, anything you hear about me is true from this point forward. Anything at all. Anything you've ever heard. So you did cuddle. There's never an accusation about cuddling. I wear that with a badge of honor. No, I'm not 12 raccoons in a human suit. I will deny that one because I'm 13 raccoons in a human suit. That's the secret. What's up, Melissa? How you living? But that was a thing when I took my last break from the road 1 year and 4 months ago. That was a thing a lot of people started saying that don't like me, other travelers and non-travelers. Like, he can live with his parents. Yeah, I could live with my parents. Well, you can't? Your parents don't love you? I'm so sorry, you know what I mean? Like, maybe you should have burnt that fucking bridge. Yeah, sorry, your parents don't love you. My parents fucking love the shit out of me. I can move in there whenever the fuck I feel like. But who the fuck wants to live with their parents at 40 fucking years old? I'm 41 now. Oh, yeah, I can hang out in the fucking woods of Montana. freight train, see beautiful country, meet beautiful people, document the U.S. during this time frame. You know what I mean? Because this is a historical part of fucking American history. It's sloppy and it's messy, but still it could be a historical part of fucking U.S. history. And get to document what it looked like in real time and what people are like in real life compared to how most of us see people online. You know, and I love that. I love that I get to do it. And the other option is I can live in my parents' basement apartment in a half fucking bedroom. Oh, man. Oh, that's a tough one. That's a tough one. You know, if you ever see me go live from the house, my father will come in every, 20 minutes to tell me I'm being too loud, regardless of whether I'm being loud or not. Just because he can hear some noise. Oh, yeah, that's too loud there. Oh, that sounds great. That sounds great. You know? Oh, half a bedroom in the basement apartment my parents live in with my parents at 41, or out in the world in a sleeping bag. That's a fucking tough one. I think I'm gonna keep doing what I'm doing. Yeah. But that was a big thing when I took that break. Like, he could have lived with his parents the whole time. Like, yeah, I could be living anywhere. I didn't fail society. Society didn't fail me. I functioned very well in society. I decided to come travel the country, fell in love with it, and I keep doing it. You know? When I flip a coin, I don't know, it seems like an easy decision. To the half bedroom we go. You know? I mean, I get it. It's kind of hard to insult someone that's better looking than you, is funnier than you, tries harder on their platform, travels in a way cooler way. It's tough. I know it's tough, you know, but he could have lived with his parents is the weirdest fucking insult I've ever heard in my life. You know, Smokey, what's up, man? Bear comes out of the wood. Shh, being too loud. Fuck, Bear. You know, fucking people are weird. But with that dumpster pixie person, I was like, why do they keep really pushing this? I'm like, why do they keep pushing this so fucking hard? You know, he could live with his parents. He could live with his parents. He could live with his parents. Like, oh, because she could live with her adoptive parents, she decides not to because her kid's there. You know, she's running away from her kid so she can have any responsibility of that child whatsoever. Oh, I get it. I get it. This is another projection. I did have a homie hit me up recently. They're like, hey, you know any good projectors? Another traveling homie. They travel in a van. Hey, you know any good projectors? I was like, yeah, my ex. You know, which I thought was a good joke. Mow your yard? No way. Yeah, I'm not worried too much about grizzlies this time of year. You know, if it was fall and they're doing hyperphagia or whatever the fuck it's called, eating before hibernation, or if it was going springtime, they just woke up and they're eating a shit ton, or the mating season directly following that. You know, but between, let's say July to early October, I'm not really sweating bears too much, so I don't mind cooking right next to me and shit like that. Especially here, I'm right by town. Town's right here. What up, Tanya? How am I hanging at Whitefish? Not too long, man. I gotta get moving here. I took 2 days in Kalispell to kind of fucking just rest up a bit, which I just fucking love when I take a rest day. Like, you know, once everything heals up, I look so much more stronger than I really am. You know, then I'll tear it all up while I'm walking around, and I'll go back to looking like a fucking bag of smashed booty holes in a minute. But the first day after a rest day, I'm like, damn, we looking thick. And then by the end of like a 5, or like last time was a 10-day fucking straight traveling every day and fucking doing shit, carrying all this shit around, I start getting like the old man arms and shit. You know? It's like the movie The Irishman where Robert De Niro's trying to kick some guy and he's just like, oh, you should have got a stunt double for that one, dude. Yeah, got the curved arm, you know. What up, David? I thought of van life. I don't know, man. Rubber tramped. I've traveled a few rubber tramps here and there for like a couple days, a week. I'm never a big fan of it, to be honest with you. There's pros and cons to everything for sure, but it just ain't for me. You know, I was dating someone that drives around the country. They work at like those adult houses up in Nevada, up in Elko, and then would work there for like a month, 2 or 3, and then go travel fucking indefinitely on that money. You know, like every booking the homie did, she was making like $1,500 fucking bucks, $1,000 to $2,000, around $1,500 was kind of average. You know, didn't book as much as the people charging less, but had to do less work. You know, it seemed like kind of a win-win. But yeah, then she would just fucking travel, fucking drive around the country. So we're dating. We traveled together for a month. Extremely toxic relationship. We were awesome friends. We were shitty in a relationship together. You know, like we're arguing like we're fucking married for 9 years. We were only dating for a month, so fuck this. But and homie, whatever, man. I like to drink too. I was drinking a lot back then. You know what I mean? I was like, we were fucking partying. But homie would wake up and forget what she did and then blame me for everything. I'm like, what the fuck? Where's that money? Where'd that money go? I'm like, I don't know. Where'd you put it last night? It was in your wallet. You took it out of your wallet? Where'd you put it? What'd you do with it? I'm like, yeah, I didn't touch your money. And then, like, 6 hours later, she'd find it in the glove box and be like, sorry, I yelled at you. And then she'd be like super sweet after that, and that was very toxic to me. Like reminded me of growing up. Because she'd bitch about it for like an hour. Where's that thing? You took it. It could be an Allen wrench, anything. And then she'd end up finding it. Drunk her would store it somewhere, stash it somewhere, and then she'd apologize to me real quick. The apology would only be like, hey, I'm really sorry about that. You didn't deserve that. Hey, so I was thinking tomorrow I could take you here. We could do this. We could do that. And I'm like, ugh. Like, you'd take me to go get ice cream and go swimming or something? Like it reminds me of being a kid again. But we traveled together for a month. Let me get back to the fucking point of the story. I have ADHD. I kind of lose the plot sometimes. But we traveled together for a month. The entire time, I was bored out of my fucking mind. We were checking out cool shit, checking out Death Valley and all this shit, But the entire time, I'm like, I'm stuck in these 4 fucking walls all day, and then fucking at nighttime, I'm like, this is worse than living in an apartment, You're sleeping in the thing at night. She had a big old Chevy Suburban, the big ass ones, the ones that are still made out of metal and shit. So it's like at nighttime we're sleeping in that, and then during the daytime we're traveling in that, and it's like, what the fuck do we get out of this thing, And no matter what we did, it's like, no matter what, you gotta go back to that fucking van, no matter what's happening, or that SUV, you always gotta go back, And I know that sounds weird to a lot of you, including myself, but it's the idea, okay, no matter how far I walk in that direction, I'm gonna have to turn around and come all the way back to here. I hate backtracking in general, but this having that anchor, that tether, that's always in place. Yo, Mo, man, what's up, homie? Sherry, good to see you. It's having that always there, it just wasn't for me. Maybe someday I'll make the leap, but not anytime soon, man. I fucking love the way I do it. Anything I want to get, I gotta go walk to it. Keeps me in shape, kinda. And then, I gotta figure out which way I'm getting out of town. Am I gonna try to grab a train? Am I gonna try to hitchhike? If I'm stuck somewhere for a while, do I want to grab that Amtrak? Do I want to admit defeat? Dealing with crazy weather and the human connection. Either getting picked up on a hitchhike, just walking around a place, or just talking to locals. Whatever. Even that lady that was yapping my ear off today. She had some great insight to the area. Scattered in between her incredibly long-winded life story. I did learn a lot about the local area. And like, she told me about the thrift stores nearby. That's helpful. I've been talking about getting some new threads for a while. Fuck it, it's a thrift store. Let me see if I can get some fucking t-shirts or something there or whatever. All my shit's all sun bleached, or I sweat all the dye out of it, or I got holes in it. A lot of the shit's like a year and a half old. Like this tank top's a year and a half old, for fuck's sake. So I can hit that. But I wouldn't have talked to that lady if I wasn't sitting at the side of a gas station and complimented her top. She had a really cool top on. It was a badass looking top. It was all hand fucking crocheted up or whatever the fuck. I thought I did Lily. Okay, so I put up in the Discord that I was drinking a beer with the son of Whitey Bulger because he picked me up. He was very convincing, and he had a Boston accent. But here's where he went wrong in a few ways. One, he kept calling him my daddy. We don't call our fathers daddy in Massachusetts. That's a Montana thing. Montana does that. And I was like, all right, why do you keep saying my daddy? Like, we don't say that out there. It seems like a minor gripe, but you spent your entire life living in an area, the same area I'm from. I'm going to pick up on shit like that. I was like, why does he keep saying my daddy? That's weird to us. It's normal for places like Montana. You would do that, right? Like, that's strange. My old man, which was strange for me to say that in Florida. If I say my old man in Florida, people are like, oh, you're dating a guy. You're like, no, my old man's my father. My old lady, that's my girl. You know what I mean? It's just little things like that. Little differences in culture, across the states. Every grouping of 3 or 4 states is fucking like its own country. So this guy tells me he's the son of Whitey Bulger. And I take him for face value at first. And even the daddy thing didn't really throw me too much for a loop. I'm like, that's not what we say, but all right. Maybe he's been out here for too long, Changed his vernacular. But then we went to have the beers, and he points to the bartender, who's probably, this guy's like 60, so this fucking woman bartender's like 25. Like, oh yeah, we dated for a while, and I told her I wasn't into her, and now, she's all mad at me. I'm like, she doesn't know who you are. Again, I was a bartender for 10 years, you know what I mean? You can see when the face lights up, hey, what's going on? When you know somebody. Or you get really cold if you don't like them, you know what I mean? Like, I'm like, I don't know about all that. Like, maybe this guy's still legitimate. Then we go to another bar, and all of a sudden that bartender we dated too. And I'm like, yeah, I don't know about all this. And then we went to Kalispell. I haven't told this story yet, I don't think. We went to Kalispell, right? And he's like, because it was like, I don't know, I had a little bit left of my beer. I was about to swig it back at the second place. And he was like, hey, do you want to go see Mariah in Kalispell? And I'm like, I don't know what Mariah is. Probably a working girl, retrospectively. I was like, yeah, let's go see Mariah. Let's see how the story goes. So we show up at where she lives. And her neighbor is out front. And he's like, hey, where's Mariah? And the guy's like, I don't know you. I don't really know you either. And I'm like, hey, I'm Troy. He goes, no, you're Rich. I'm like, what? No, my name's not Rich. My name's Troy. This is the guy that lives there. I'm like, no, my name's Troy. It's not Rich. Sorry. Oh, I thought you were Rich. I'm like, yeah, I'm not Rich. She's like, I definitely don't know you, talking to this guy again, who's best friends with this girl. They hang out all the time. He was there 2 days ago, so he says. But this guy that lives there clearly hangs out. He has a whole setup outside. He hangs out outside on a regular basis, I'm sure, during the warmer months. Has no idea who he is. I mean, so this guy's a bullshit artist. I'm not done yet. So what up, Shorty? So that he's like, I'm like, look, I can't get a motel here. It's too expensive. All the prices are jacked up because of all the wildfires, right? I don't even know what you said, Pac. I'm sure you're right. It's probably very important for you to be right, so you can be right. It's fine. Being right in a hobo's TikTok fucking live chat is wild work. But he ain't done yet. So now he's gonna get me a motel. He's like, all right, I go here all the time. They know me here. They only charge me $80. Like, okay, cool. You get me a room for $80 as long as I pay. I don't want you paying for the room. I paid for half the beers. You know what I mean? So I gotta be right. I gotta be right in this hobo's TikTok live chat. So we go to the motel, and the lady there has never seen him before, and they start talking like they're fucking. I started talking like. He starts talking like they're fucking friends. I never said you're projecting. I said it's really important for you to be right in a hobo's TikTok live chat. So you're right. Congratulations. Just be right more quietly. That'd be cool. Try to tell a fucking story here, if that's all right. Can I finish the story? Can we finish the story? You ever been homeless before? Cool, man. If anyone wanted your story, they'll go fucking buy the book on Amazon. But I got about 200 people in here trying to hear me finish this fucking story. You're in here talking about, I was homeless and now you get millions of dollars. But you're on a burner account with a fake profile picture. Get it together, brother. Get it together. Something's going on in life, and I guarantee you it's not a me problem. I don't even fucking know you. But if this is the most important thing you need in life right now, is to be right on my chat, you can fucking have it. So we go to the motel. Pack. Can I finish my fucking story? We go to the motel. It's a Best Western or something like that, right? And they're charging like $380 for a night. So he walks in. He's like, hey, I need a room. I need a discount on that room too. And she's like, oh, we don't have any rooms. Do better. You first, brother. You first. You got millions of dollars. We got nothing better to do than sit here and argue people on TikTok live chat. Can I finish the fucking story now? So nobody's ever seen him before in his fucking life, right? It's a young woman working behind the counter. And she's like, hey, like, we don't have any rooms at all. And he's like, well, you got one for me. And she's like, no, we have 0 rooms. We're completely booked. So, like, we cannot give you a room here, nor a discount. And he's like, all right, well, like, send me to one of your affiliates. And she's like, we don't have affiliates here in town. I can check the other motels to see if they have any openings. So this guy has her checking Google Maps, the same thing I check, to see what was available You know, and like the answer was nothing because of the wildfires going on. You know, there you go, Jed. Get him, get him. Yeah, go this whole fucking thing. And I'm just there for the ride. Fuck it, let's see where this goes. So we get back in the fucking back in his car, and he's like, "Hey, you're gonna come back to my place. We'll hang out for a couple days, and then I'll get you the cheap motel." I'm like, "Yeah, I'm good. Just drop me off at that gas station." No, I'm gonna get you. We're gonna go back to Libby where we came. This was like a 3-hour ride, by the way. Go all the way back where we came from. But yeah, I'm not trying to hitchhike back to the way I came from. You know, I'm gonna jump out right here at that gas station. That'd be great. You know, all right. Well, let's just change numbers. I'll come back in town and we can party, man. We'll do some booger sugar. I'm like, yeah. Take my number down. And then I gave him Dumpster Pixie's phone number. I did. So, like, Dumpster Pixie's getting texts with some random old creep, fucking Libby, Montana, who watched Black Mass and departed and thinks he's from Boston now. You know, he's the son of Whitey Bulger. I looked it up, by the way. Whitey Bulger only had one kid, and unfortunately, the kid passed away at 6 years old. So this guy is not related to Whitey Bulger at all. So I'm not giving him my number. There's no way in fucking hell this dude's gonna have either one of my two fucking phone numbers. You know, I know what number you can have. Hold on, what's the number on this phone? Let me pull it up. Hey, make sure you call me, man. Make sure you call me. Like, late night's the best time to hit me up. If I don't answer, just keep calling, because this means my phone's not, the volume's not on. I got to see the screen keep blinking. Just keep calling, brother. Just keep dialing it back, man. You know? Oh, man. It's almost as bad as my fucking buddy trying to hit her with a truck at that field. I don't think there was a truck, to be honest with you, in that situation. I really don't think there was a truck. I think she was full of shit. You know, like, oh, it's so dark out. I couldn't see the color of the truck or what the guy looked like, but he was driving down this fucking trail that clearly has cars that go by it because there's two lines. And he could see just fine with no headlights on. I'm like, and enough to be able to find someone sleeping and hit them with a car and hit the wagon. I'm like, yeah, that sounds like bullshit. You know, seems like the wagon just broke, or she had a episode where she attacked her own wagon and then used that to get money on the internet. We'll never know for sure. You know what I mean? You can't trust a liar to tell you the truth. No, he knew about Winter Hill, Joey. I lived in Winter Hill for a little while. You know, and he knew about Winter Hill. Because I was like, at first I wasn't sure. He kind of had me convinced at first. I was like, oh, man, like, what was this kid fucking pick me up in Montana? But I got skeptical quickly, obviously. But when I brought up Winter Hill, I was like, yeah, like, it's like, I'm curious. It was called the Winter Hill Gang. Was it based in Winter Hill? He's like, yeah, in Somerville. I'm like, yeah, was it based in Somerville? He's like, yeah. And I'm like, what the fuck? Like, Old Colony Projects, I knew in Southie played a huge role. Winter Hill's a little community inside of Somerville. Whitey Bulger's crew was called the Winter Hill Gang. You know, so it's a really interesting story. Like, if you actually look into the history of it, like, I grew up in a post Whitey Bulger Boston, which is kind of gnarly. You know what I mean? Like you don't talk to police about fucking anything ever. You know, if you do, you're fucking ostracized or hurt. But he was in Alcatraz, Whitey Bulger. He was in Alcatraz. So in that time, you had the Irish mob and the Italian mob and the Irish mafia operating in Boston, right, North Shore versus South Shore. And it gets to a point, things come to a head where the police had enough, FBI had enough, locals had enough, and they weren't doing enough community outreach. That's important. So they weren't helping the communities at all. They was taking the money while helping to ruin the communities with illicit substances and weapons and shit, right? So they go to war, right? The Irish mob, the Italian mafia, they go to war in Boston, and they basically clear each other out. Anyone left gets locked up and put in jail, right? So Whitey Bulger comes out of Alcatraz, and there's no organized crime in Boston for the first time in probably fucking 80 years. There's nothing, you know? So he starts up the Winter Hill Gang. Now, again, I don't know exactly where it's based out of, because from what I understand, Old Colony Projects was kind of like ground zero, where everything was done and operated with, and Somerville's a pretty far fucking drive from there, you know, as far as cities go and traffic and all that. I'm like, oh, I don't know if they're actually in Winter Hill, You know, the Whitey Bulger gang. But either way, he did a shit ton of outreach. You need help with your rent? You went to Whitey. Hey, pay it when you can. No interest. Don't worry about it. You know what? Don't even pay it back. Here you go. You know? Hey, you want money for gambling? All right, you got to get the VIG. You got to pay it. You know what I mean? You don't pay it by this time. We'll fucking do this. We're going to do that. You owe too much. You're going to get hurt. But if you were just like a struggling fucking single mom, here you go. There's a whole bunch of money. Well, how much do I got to pay back? Oh, don't worry about it. Merry Christmas. You know? Shit like that. So that way, no one in the community was going to rat him out. You know? He looked after everybody. Especially back then, there was a bunch of poverty in Boston. Even me growing up, it was still very, very impoverished, most of Boston. You know, besides little pockets here and there. Now it's all gentrified out, you know. No one from there can afford to live there type shit. But, he was snitching the whole time. You know, he'd drop dimes on his own crew if they're getting too big for their britches. He'd drop dimes on the competition. He was ratting everyone out to the FBI the entire time. He's an FBI informant while preaching don't snitch. Like you like back in the 80s and early 90s, you would see a body on the sidewalk, you just step over and keep doing what you were doing. You didn't see shit, you know. He operated 70s and 80s, if I remember correctly. And then I think late 80s or early 90s is when he went on the lam, went on the run. Well, his brother was still, Bill. He was still fucking senator. And he was for a long time. Eventually, they forced him to retire because they thought he was still talking to his brother. Shocker. You know what got him in the end, though? His fucking wife got him, dude. For no reason. For no fucking reason. This dude has been on the run for like fucking 25 years, if not more. You know, and I'm still cheering for him at this point. You know, hey, fuck the law. You know, hey, hope you fucking make it. You know, fucking go get him. You know, fuck it. You know, he did hurt a lot of people. Caveat. You know, he did hurt a lot of people, Whitey. But he's on the run for 25 fucking years and got away. You know, and it's like, damn, he's gonna make it. You know, that's the kind of the race. He's racing the clock. At some point, he's going to pass away and win. You know, what a weird objective. Without seeing a lick of jail time. But his wife, yeah, they got him in prison. Oh, that's a pissed off fucking yellow jacket. But his wife goes to her hairdresser, you know, getting her hair done. And she's like, hey, you know, me and my husband are the Bulgers. He's Whitey Bulger. Yeah, so I think I'm going to get the frosted tips today. What? Why did you do that, dude? Hey, we're getting away with this scot-free. You know, I'm going to go tell my hairdresser about it. The moment that appointment was over. Yeah, hello, I think I found Whitey Bulger. Oh, whoops. Oh, fucking crazy. Oh, and Dottie? You working in Dottie? Hell yeah, dude. Dottie's fucking changed. You know, Jen, you son of a bitch. Thank you so much for the gift, Jen. Fucking troll. But, yeah, Dottie Dorchester changed so much, dude. I was in Fields Corner. The first band I ever played in would practice out of Fields Corner, a place called Payne Street, which is a badass name. Why the fuck weren't we called Payne Street? We called it Nomic. It's a fantastic word. It should be named for a band. No one knows what that word means. You know? Hey, whatever. The band was already fucking together. I just showed up. But, yeah, I was in Fields Corner, and it was kind of like, yo, during the summertime, like, be careful walking around here. Like, when you get towards the train station where you're going, just get into the train station, get to your platform. Don't fucking linger. You know what I mean? Like, just fucking, you know, be quick. Especially I'm carrying a bass on me, and I might have an amp with me or something like that worth fucking $1,000. You know what I mean? Like, I had some good equipment. I did it for a living. Even after the first band, you know, after a year, yeah, I fucking had a pretty good setup. Lickety split. Mostly used shit, you know, but yeah, whatever. Still expensive shit. Still looks really expensive because it is. So it's like you fucking, if you leave here late at night, you fucking just hurry up and get to the train station, get to the platform, and get the hell out. You know, don't linger, don't fuck around. If someone tries to stop you, keep on fucking walking. Now you go to Fields Corner, it's like, I don't know. Everyone looks like Ned Flanders. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? Like when you gentrify an area, it invites a bunch of Ned Flanders in. You know, some of you know what I'm talking about, right? Like, if you make an area, you slap a bunch of paint on it and you call it Rustic Town, or Old Town or whatever, and then you just charge triple for all the housing, so all the people that are from there got to leave, and everyone that moves in looks like fucking Ned Flanders. They got the fucking black frame glasses, the mustache, usually even got the fucking sweater. It reminds me of that metal band made up of people dressed like Ned Flanders. Roxbury's West Roxbury, I think. It's always been buck wild, right? It's always been a pretty impoverished fucking joint. The Seaport coming up, that threw me for a loop. Seaport's where people used to go burn burnt car, like stolen cars and shit, and set them on fire. Like if you wanted to get, you want to do some fucked up shit, you go to the most fucking crime-ridden place in town, and now it's the nicest place in town. I worked there, I was like, oh fuck, we got all these rich people's money. Being a bartender in Boston, and all of a sudden it's fucking, $3,000 for a shitty studio apartment. I was like, oh, these people got money. All right, we're gonna go there. Like, I can work at this blue collar place that I'm at now, and they charge $3 for a Bud Light, or I can go over there and they charge $8 for a Bud Light. Where I'm gonna drink, blue collar place, hands down. Where I'm gonna work to make money, Seaport. Here I go. So I found the only dive bar still around. For a place called Legal Seafoods. Worked there for a long time. Oh. Greedy. I was being greedy myself, though. I guess some of these rich motherfuckers, buddy. Lori. Well, we thank you very much for the Venmo. No note. I like the directness. Thank you. I know, it's crazy. They gentrified Boston way too far. It's like, why would you do that? Look at Detroit. Look at Chicago. Big chunks of Chicago, the entire city of Detroit. They gentrified the shit out of it, made it so no one that's from there could afford to live there, made it the new hot thing. Everyone goes and fucking pays, and then they all leave and go to the new hot thing, and now no one's there anymore. And it just gets run down. I really hope that's not Boston's future. I hope they learn some lessons from Detroit and Chicago. But we'll see what happens, man. Because I can't afford to live there. At the North End, I worked at Mike's Pastry for fucking 3 years. Gained so much weight I had to quit. Dover mosquito net. Yo, what's up, Florida fishing? Nah, no mosquito net for me. I got a bug net twice for 2 different summers, and both summers I just carry them around. That's it. I carry them around for the entire summer, then fall comes, and then we just give it away or throw it away. Whatever I did with it. I try to give stuff away first, but I'm not going to carry it around for 3 months, But if I'm in a mosquito-heavy area, I carry some DEET on me, so if I'm sleeping, and only my face is showing or my head showing, I'll spray the DEET on my pack and on my sleeping bag, so it's not touching my skin directly and I keep it in my bag. If I'm going to a really mosquito-heavy area, or if I'm stuck in one for a while, I'll grab a Thermacell. Usually only about $30. You put a little gas cylinder in there and a little blue pad, and it keeps them away for like 10 or 15 feet. So if you're ever going, think bank robber would be out. Dude, Charlestown is generationally bank robbers and fucking money truck robbers. Like father taught son type shit. Not really anymore, it's all gentrified. But yeah, Thermacells work great to keep the mosquitoes at bay. I'd rather have a low profile when I'm sleeping more than anything else, to be honest with you. Some way just to keep me from being visible. I don't get kicked out of camp spots often, hardly ever. And usually if I do, it's in the morning. I'm already packing it up anyway. Like, when I got caught up in Libby, Montana, I thought it was off property. So that pickup truck coming to the tracks and then fucking taking off and all that, I figured I'd call them in. But I didn't realize I was on property. That's what jammed me up. Oh. Yeah, there's all fucking money trucks. They call them bread trucks. Let's go make some bread. Go rob a fucking money truck. And again, it's generational. Father would teach son, and they would teach their sons, they would teach their sons. But you don't really see that anymore. What's up, Gemini? Again, Lori, thank you very much for the Venmo, Lori. You have to do all that. When you're on a train, it turns inclement weather, get wet. counterpoint, F them banks, they're insured. You know, they'll be fine. They'll be fine. Or the government will just bail them out. You know what I mean? It's great. Like the 2008 recession when the banks many people don't know this, how banks work. They got the base level, right? I'm going to save my money in this bank. Okay, well, you're going to make a little bit of interest on that. Okay, I'm going to borrow money from this bank. Okay, you're going to pay way more interest than we're giving that person. All right, cool, you know. But also they take that money and they lend it out to people, right? That's the idea. They take your money that you put in and they give it to this person, and that person pays it off. And, you know, that's the basic layout. But they also invest in stocks. They also invest in the stock market, the banks, right? Using your money that you're saving. So what happened in 2008 is all the banks started fucking over lending like a motherfucker. You know, didn't care if you paid it or not. Here you go. You want a loan? Here you go. You want a loan? Here you go. Here you go. Here you go. People started defaulting. People started taking their money out of savings. Oh, we can't cover that. Fuck, this bank's bankrupt now. Once you reach that point, you're bankrupt, right? So they caused the fucking recession in 2008. They played a very heavy hand in that recession. And then the government bails them out and gives the middle finger to all the people that were using the banks. You know, what the fuck is that? You know? Hey, I know you can't find work because you're either underqualified or overqualified. If you're not right at that sweet spot, you're not getting that job. And there's 95 people applying for that job at that grocery store that you're trying to get anywho. But best of luck to you. But we're going to take all this money and just invest it in these banks that fucked it all up for you. Yeah. They just looked to the people and they said, figure it out. And we did. Most of us. Some of us didn't survive it. But figure it out. And then COVID happens. And all these businesses are getting fucking bailouts. Hey, what about us? Hey, figure it out. Huh? Yeah, that place you worked for, yeah, they'll string you along for about a year and then they'll tell you that they closed. They knew they were going to close the whole time, though. But they'll string you along. Why? Why not? What's up, Jamie? What you wearing? I mean, how you doing? Who is it and why have you fingering banks? Talking about the 2008 recession. The banks played a heavy hand in it, and then they got all the government bailouts, and we were told to go fuck ourselves. Hey, figure it out. Well, I'm in Montana or something. You were 6 in 2008? How old was I? 2000 I was 15, 2018. I was 23. 23. What's up? Helen, I'm doing good, man. I can't complain. Just cooked up some lunch. I'm going to go tearing these peppers here in a bit. Sitting in all the sausage juices. But I am going to head to town after the live, grab a 6-pack of beer, protein shakes and cashews and shit. I got to grab either an apple or something. Now you're 1 million years old. Yeah, you go from like, I can't wait to be an adult to being the old lady on Titanic holding the necklace, throwing it over the side. You know? I like them old, Jamie, though. When you hit like 70, call me, you know? I mean, granted, I'll be 153, but I'll still show you a good time. I'm just eternal. I made sausages. I made beer brats with water and not beer. And I feel like getting a 6-pack tonight anyway, but I didn't want to start drinking at fucking 4:30 in the afternoon. You know, I was pushed. 153 is still pumping, still disappointing women across the country. You know, hey, a minute and a half in heaven's better than no minutes in heaven. What up, biker guy? Nothing a blue pill can't handle. Most of those fucking truck stop, like gas station things, you know, like whatever fucking, whatever ones, I don't know if I can say the names on here, let me get in trouble. Whatever the ones you see at a gas station, it's that. That's all it is. There's a creator, I forget the fucking name. There's a creator that recently started taking them and sending them out to a lab to get them analyzed. And like the one with the typo, it doesn't say Black Panther, it says Black Panther. There's no H in it. This is the same exact chemical. It's the same exact chemical, the same amount of it. There's so many of them. I guess it's hard to regulate or something. I don't fucking know. But stay away from that shit if you have any kind of like blood, because it's going to lower your blood pressure. It's a vascular expander. There's a more technical term for it, but it's a vascular expander, and it's going to, if you have low blood pressure already, it's going to lower it even further. Any kind of medications you're taking, there might be a complication with it. A lifestyle might be complications with it. So don't fucking take those things. But it's the same exact fucking chemical compound. Vasodilator, thank you. That was a weird moment for me. I was playing with this Irish band, this Irish cover band. And, we played like the Black Rose in Boston and all these fucking big events. And St. Patty's Day, we're making fucking bank. Any Irish bar willing to hire them, But we had an Irish front singer, from Ireland. And that dude loved his booger sugar, dude. You could not get him away from it. Like, from the moment he woke up, if he went to sleep at all, the moment he went to bed, to the point if his nose was all jammed up, we'd be in a motel fucking, partying after a show. He'd run into the shower and try to steam it out. And if that didn't work, he'd take a plastic knife, put it on the end of it, put it into his mouth, and get it up that way. And I'm like, just take a day off, brother. You know what I mean? But all his friends are so, like, I don't know, codependent and, doing the same shit. Even if they weren't, no one would give him, no one would tell him not to do that. I'm like, dude, just fucking stop for a while. You know what I mean? Like, you can just take a break. I took a break. I took a break, last week for, the whole week. I'm like, no, we're playing shows together. You're fucking zooted the whole time, brother. You know what I mean? But, he got so bad with it, dude. Like, I remember, I wasn't playing, they were playing a show one night, and I had a private party to bartend, and I was like, dude, I was making $200 or $300 a show. The private bartending stuff, I'm walking in the door at $700, I'm probably walking out with over $1,000, I charge $700 to just show up for a private event or a wedding or whatever, the bartend. And I let them know all the ins and outs. Like, hey, look, buy from Blanchard's, buy high volume from Blanchard's, so you can return anything that you don't use, so you can overinvest in, so you don't want to run out of drinks. I'm gonna say your first. I don't know if I should say people's first names anymore. I'm starting to think I'm doxing people, but it's just the first name. Florence, thank you very much for the kashap. If you put in the chat who you are, I can fucking know what username is associated with it. But yeah, thank you very much, Florence. Appreciate that. I'm gonna put that towards the sixth. I thought we were using people's first initials, but it doesn't really feel personal enough. That was you, homie? Thank you. Yeah. That's very nice of you to do that. So I wasn't playing the show that night. Back to the story. I wasn't playing the show that night, but I was playing the next days and the day after, right? So I showed up that night, and I'm fucking tired, dude. A private event, man. I'm going with it now. You pay me $700 to walk in the door. You're getting all of me. You know what I mean? My full attention. I'm showing up 2 hours early. I'm helping fucking anyone with anything, and then I'm behind the bar, whatever. You know what I mean? And then afterwards, I'm helping, whatever. Like, I'm making over fucking $1,100 just to fucking work for 3 hours. You know what I mean? Like, you're gonna get close to 8 hours I can give you, but you're willing to have me do stuff. And I'm fucking helping your mom load up her car full of shit, whatever the fuck I can do, because that's a lot of money, right? Again, at any career I've done, this is the lowest paying career ever, but the most fulfilling. It makes me the most happy. But either way, I go to this fucking seedy motel up in New Hampshire. I think it was what's it, Exeter, whatever the fuck the name of the place is, Exeter, whatever the fuck the name of that joint is in New Hampshire. EXETER, something like that. Middle of fucking nowhere, Like a seedy ass motel, I think just outside of town. And, it's old, it's run down, it's cheap. And I go in there, and they're like, yo, man, you want a bump? I'm like, no, I'm gonna get sleep tonight. I'll party out tomorrow. I fucked around. I was a musician and a bartender. I fucked around. Fucking judge me all you want. I was like, tomorrow I'm down the fuck around, but I'm tired today. I gotta fucking catch up with some sleep. I just worked I worked a close into an open and then private party. Like, I need to get some sleep so I can actually perform tomorrow, and then we'll be back at it. Party with y'all tomorrow night. All right, fine, fucking blah blah blah. They're all fucking being rowdy. How much sleep am I gonna get anyway? But I look over at the table, and it's not just white powder, it's white and blue. And every time they do a thing, they scoop a little bit of the blue in there too. And I was like, what the fuck is that? It was that blue pill, the one that gets you all worked up. I was like, what are you guys doing? Like, why? Why? Like, oh, well, that way you can get it going because booger sugared out, your shit's not going to work because, like, it's a vascular constrictor. So the blue pills does the opposite. It opens up all the fucking blood vessels, right? But I'm like, hey, there's no one here to do that with. We're in the middle of nowhere, right? I guess in the middle of fucking nowhere, doing like some festival for the weekend up there, It's like Exeter or something like that. And like, there's no random people that you're gonna bump into to make the coituses with. What are we doing here, fellas? Oh, fantastic way to catch a fucking heart attack. Like, hey, boys, what are we doing here? Is there something I need to know? Do you guys need some privacy? Should I get out of here? Fuck you, Troy. You always fucking with that. I'm like, no. You guys got all gacked out, and someone had an idea. And you're like, that's a great idea, bro. All right. Which one of you drove to pick it up? This Mike Reynolds. Hey, Troy, that was me. How far'd you go, brother? I had to drive an hour and a half out, an hour and a half back. You drove 3 hours to go get that blue stuff. To sit here with a bunch of dudes that you have no interest in hooking up with. What the fuck is happening right now? You guys need to take a fucking break. What the fuck was my life? So I played with that band I did full time with them. Like a full time. Like I would do like 2 to 4 shows a week with them for like 4 or 5 months. But I am a big believer I have impulse control issues. You know what I mean? Like I know that about myself, and I got to work around that. So if I hang around, and most people, if you hang around a barbershop long enough, you're gonna get a haircut. You know what I mean? So like, I might not do it tonight, but tomorrow, yeah, let's fucking do it. It might take 2 days where I'm not doing it, and then the next day I'll fucking, you know what I mean? So I find myself doing that booger sugar shit more often than I would normally would. I'm all for recreational fucking having a good time, but when you need to do something and you can't say no and you have to do it every day, it's not fun anymore. It's time to get away from it. At that point, it's already a little too late. You're already way too close to making it a lifestyle. So, but I worked with those guys for a while, for a long time. Like 4 or 5 months, like I said. It was like 2 or 3 shows, 2 to 4 shows a week on top of everything else I was doing, playing bass with these guys. And, good money, good times and all that shit. Like, they're fucking, the singer was older cat too. He'd be like 50 when I was up there. But he still had that rock star fucking thing going for him, Not like the sad rock star kind of way, but the charismatic kind of rock star kind of thing. But, right as I was quitting, like I quit. And then they all showed up to the bar I was working at. I was about to get off, we're all about to go hang out and fucking go around town and shit. And, I was talking to the singer, the one that had the plastic knife. He'd get it up that way if his nose was clogged and shit, his sinuses were clogged. I was talking to him, and he kept like, yeah, so blah, I'm like, you all right? And he's like, yeah, they're saying they might have to cut off my nose. What? He was using in the bar. You know what I mean? Like, he was still like banging out shit in the bathroom while I was working. I'm like, dude, if that's, addiction's a real fucking, gnarly mistress, right? Like, once you're wrapped up, you're wrapped up, and I get that. Completely understandable. Like, it's not something that happens overnight. I have a deep empathy for people that are in the throes of addiction for sure. But, like, growing up in that environment and then hanging out in that environment, like, how the fuck I dodged that shit, like catching a serious monkey on my back, man, I couldn't tell you. It's sheer luck. But I look back to some of the shit I've seen in those environments, even to this day. I'd be on the streets fucking camping out fucking in the streets of major cities when I get, well, that's what I got to do. That's what I got to do. I'm not going to come on here and beg for fucking motel money. Fuck it, we'll sleep in the streets. I have a cool story after. Hopefully I wake up alive. But some of the shit I've seen, it's just like, how can like, from point A of like, hey, I'm a normal human being, to point B of like I'm taking fucking the blue pill that makes you all worked up as a guy, the vascular fucking dilator. Thank you, vasodilator. Thank you again, Gregory. Mixing that in with a bunch of the white stuff that you're doing recreationally in a room full of people you have no intention of hooking up with, and thinking that's perfectly normal. You made some motherfucker drive 3 hours for it, and yeah, why would we do that? You don't need it. You're not hooking up with anyone today. Why would you do that? You know, and then they're arguing with me about how I'm wrong. I'm like, no, I think I'm pretty right on this one, guys. I'm pretty sure I'm on par here. And even after that, where the dude's holding his fucking sinuses. Hey, man, you all right? Oh, yeah, I went to the doctor. They meant to cut off my fucking nose. That's how much shit he's shoved up there over the fucking years. Again, this dude started partying in his 20s. This is 30 years of being a fucking Hoover vacuum. You know? And not seeing anything wrong with the fact that he's actively doing it right then and there. He's actively under the influence. He keeps running off to the bathroom to do it. He offered me to fucking put some in there for me. I'm like, no, man, I'm working. I'm good. Never when I work. You know what I mean? I have fun when it's time to have fun, you know? I used to. I don't really fuck around with anything anymore besides my green stuff and my beer. But on occasion, when I bump into some portobello mushrooms, I'm quite the happy camper. But I've seen shit like that throughout my whole life. I had a buddy that was a dealer, and he would take plaster off his wall. He would take plaster off, which he was renting, by the way. Goodbye security deposit. He would take plaster off his wall and he'd mix it with that to sell to people, like booger sugar. I'm like, what are you doing, dude? You're gonna fuck somebody up here. Yeah, it's whatever. No, it's not whatever, brother. You could put anything in there besides that. Fucking baby laxative, fucking vitamin B12, make your customers more healthy. You know, anything. I think I'm teaching you guys too much about illicit substance, but yeah, you put anything in there, put fucking plaster. You know, well, hey man, I gotta meet my fucking quota to get to my plug for my shit and this and that. The fuck? You know, if I was in downtown fucking Memphis right now and I heard that noise, you know, I'd be like, oh, I gotta be careful. Hearing it here, I'm like, oh man, hopefully they took that bear out. I care in the world. As long as that thing doesn't come this way, I don't have anything high visibility. Is it hunting season here? There's things I should look up. Oh, you're mistaken for a deer. I have not. Usually I got something with some high visibility on it. I used to carry an orange stocking hat, an orange beanie on me just for that. I don't have anything. Everything's dark and neutral, so I can trespass and get away with it. February. Oh, okay. It looks like it comes later in the year. Okay, like a couple weeks from now, hunting season starts up. I don't worry about too much. Right? Anyone from here got a better idea? Yeah, I've tried venison before. I like venison a lot. Venison's really good meat. I've only had it mixed with regular hamburger, so it's like, you know, maybe it'll be like 70% or 80% venison, and then like 20 or 30% ground beef, because I guess it's really gamey. I don't even know what gamey means, by the way. I have no idea. People say stuff's gamey. I'm like, okay, that's gamey. I don't know what the fuck it means. I don't know what gamey is. I don't know. Isn't everything you hunt game? But I've had venison mixed with hamburger before. I've never had like a venison steak before. I'd try it. There's nothing really you could put in front of me that I wouldn't try. Oh. Somebody's logging into my War Thunder account. I get a notification that I think I probably played that game once. Is that it? Let's look it up together. Let's find out. Educate myself and some of you as well. What does gamey mean? Gamey is a word for strong, earthy, or musky taste and smell found in wild meats like venison, elk, or wild boar. Distinct iron iron-rich. Yeah, that blood taste, iron-rich, right? That makes sense. Distinct iron-rich, grassy, or barnyard flavor that comes with animals moving actively and eating natural diets. If it's a high game, it means it's past it's tainted or aged. Yeah. I kind of want to try it by itself. Let's see I do it. Oh, 2-inch Africanated wasp flying around. Hell yeah, man. If I get pew-pewed by this person over here popping off for whatever reason, or if a killer wasp takes me out on live, dude, I'm famous by tomorrow, brother. You know what I mean? They'll have songs about me. I already got some, but they'll have more songs about me. There'll be a movie about me fucking a year from now, you know, and they'll make me this like something more than a moron with a cell phone. 'Cause that's all I am. You know what I mean? That's all this is. I'm some fucking moron with a cell phone to decide to travel the country. You know, I know you guys want me to be much more than that, but I'm not. Let's fucking face facts. You know what I mean? I got a couple funny jokes. You know, I care about people. I try to be a good person. But at the end of the day, I'm more on the cell phone. But in the movie Troy, if if I got pew pew by this guy over here or African fucking whatever takes me out, you know, movie Troy, I'll be out here saving orphanages and shit. You know what I mean? Going nuts. Uh, the amazing tales of anywhere, man. You know what I mean? You know, they'll forget the 4 hours I just sit on my fucking sleep mat talking to my peoples. I'm just a guy carrying Buckley. I don't want to know who plays me in a movie because everyone says fucking Jack Black, and I'm like, how fucking dare you? One, come the fuck on, brother. You know what I mean? Come on. You know, I'm not the best looking motherfucker in the world. You know what I mean? Like, fucking Jack Black. Tina Peas with the Tana Pasado Ta. Should layer that. I want fajitas now. Is that racist or that's an association? Fuck. Am I racist, guys? All right, let's take a poll. All right, so that song came on. It sounds Mexican, Spanish of some sort, right? Now I want fajitas. Does that make me racist? Smiley face for yes, that makes me racist. Sad face for no. Sad face for no. I think it's an association because I hear it when I'm getting Mexican food. Now my fat brain's like, hey, we must be getting a liter of Coca-Cola from a glass bottle. All right, one person says racist, 10 say no. All right, so again, we're doing a poll if I'm racist or not because that song made me want fajitas. Smiley face if I'm not racist. Sad face if I am racist because I heard that song and I want fajitas. 12 of you think I'm racist. Damn. 3 people, 4 people think I'm not. All right. Again, smiley face if you think I am racist. Sad face if you think I'm not racist. Queen Diva. No, I'm not. I wouldn't say I'm cheating. I'm just not being. I'm not being uncheating. Can't trust you. You never should have to begin with. Homie, fuck, that's your bad. It's kind of like watching someone make a pizza, then you want a pizza. That's racist against Italians. Congratulations, welcome to the Racist Club. We're gonna have our meetings with the Point Whitey Hoods every Tuesday. Tuesday we got an opening. Confusing you? I don't know about all that. You know, I should have known from the beginning. Oh, could be Greek pizza. Damn, now I'm double racist, Joey. Fuck. Now I'm racist against people of Mexican descent and Italians. Fuck, man, I'm never gonna recover from this. Well, better go get my red hat. That's all. That's always my fucking way out. You know what I mean? Like, I really don't like the shooting over here. It is making me a little uncomfortable at this point. There's a lot of it, but The alt-right pipeline will take anybody. Doesn't matter what you've done. Doesn't matter what you're gonna do. As long as you wear a red hat and you say everything is perfect on the right. Is that racist? I just want to eat booty hole now. Tina, thank you. But yeah, really, I'm just going all right pipeline. I don't give a fuck what you do, what you've done, as long as you disagree with them on everything. Yeah, they're fine. You know, it's like with people that are relevant, like celebrities that have long past their prime. They're like, I get that red hat on. You know, I'm not saying everyone on the right. I'm talking about the alt-right pipeline, the extreme far right. You can do anything, say anything. You know, as long as you're currently agreeing with everything they say, even when that point switches in real time. You know, as long as you disagree with everything, you're good to go. You know, then that's always the backdoor plan for old anywhere, man. Yeah. Hey, someone goes like, oh, well, I fucked up. I said something. I made a joke that was a little too spicy for the internet. You know, get the fucking red hat on. Fuck it. Hard alt-right. Ugh. USA hat's blue. How dare you? The moon was asking for it. Look what the moon was wearing, Gregory. Look what the moon was wearing. They're like that. Tell me I'm not right, though. You know, streamers. Dr. Disrespect, the moment he had any controversy at all, he immediately went far right. Yeah, they'll take anybody. Yeah. I'm talking non-political creators that go political. What is that? That's the Galaxy one again? I kept missing that one before. I'm just naked. Hey, what up, Jane? That's an enjoy show. Hell yeah, brother. Galaxy Bestis. Tina, thank you for all the gifts. Much appreciated. I got my payout on Monday from all the gifts I make throughout the week. I think I'm gonna spend it all on candy bars. That's not a euphemism. It's not code. The alien gifts are good. I do, like, you guys will see me do it when I fuck around with it. One that abducts the cow. Where I'm like, oh man, poor cow. You know, what is that one? That's just a star playing some kind of weird saxophone. Sax appeal. If I read that wrong, I get banned. What the fuck's up with that? Tina, thank you, though. The cow one makes me sad. I feel bad for the cow. I love cows. You see, every time you see me on a train doing a live, you see me pass, cows, moo! Trying to speak their language. I feel like cows are fucking adorable. I'm going to eat them anyway. Full stop. I'm going to eat the cow anyway. But whenever it's a cartoon cow, and I feel bad when it gets abducted. Like, that poor cow. You know, at least let the cow fight back. Get him out of there. Been a herd cows I'm eating the portobello mushrooms? I have not. Get him, Jen, get him. I don't even know what he said. Someone thinks I'm going to sit there and translate the fucking chat. They're fucking absolutely insane. Well, if you stop what I'm doing, translate this one person's words. There's only two things I can't stand. People trying to speak a foreign language to me and racial intolerance. Two things I can't fucking stand in this world. Fucking people that are from America bothering me with their fucking fancy talk. And people that are intolerant to other cultures. Oh, check this, right? Thank you for being kind and patient. Some people get really animated. I know you answered, what did you think of Pensacola? Pensacola was awesome, dude. I almost fucking died there. Unrelated, really. No, related to Pensacola. So, I jumped on a hitchhike. I jumped on a train out of Baldwin, Florida, outside of Jacksonville. That went down the old CSX line for the Panhandle called FGNA now, Florida, Georgia, and Alabama, some shit like that. And it took forever, dude. I get caught, and they try to kick me off. I'm like, dude, there's nothing here. I'm 20 miles away from anything. Please don't kick me out here. Some random train yard on the Panhandle, getting to the Panhandle before Tallahassee. So I jump off in Tallahassee. Then they don't work that train over the weekend, so I got to hitchhike. So I thought it was the anniversary of my father's fucking passing. My mom tells me it's the anniversary of my father's passing. I'll try to keep this quick. It's the anniversary of my father's passing. She's begging me not to hitchhike on the I-10 because he passed away on the I-10 in California, other side of the country, but he passed away March 5th, 1986. Now it's March 5th. You know, she's like, why don't you just hitchhike after your birthday on the 6th? I was like, no, I got to do this. I wanted to treat it like a passing of the torch and not a curse type thing. You know what I mean? And goddamn, stressing my poor mother out. I'm starting to see why she has cardiac issues now. But she, it's a hammer, right? Gotta be a hammer. But whatever, I calm her down. I'm gonna be fine. Yada yada yada. So I ended up getting a hitchhike into Pensacola at like Mariana, Florida. I was in Mariana some years later, like 2 years ago, in a tornado. This when the tornado hit Mariana. I was a mile and a half, 2 miles tops away from that fucking thing. So I end up getting to Pensacola. I got picked up and dropped off in Mariana, right? This old guy picked me up. And I think it's the anniversary of my father passing, hitchhiking. So he picked me up, and I was worried about him falling asleep. I'm beat up from the road. I fell asleep. I'm drooling on the poor guy's seatbelt. Wakes me up, drops me off in Mariana. I'm done for the day. I did the thing. I hitchhiked on the anniversary of my father's passing, and now I'm good. You know, I did the thing. So I go get me a 4-pack of Steel Reserve because I'm getting fucking drunk. It's my birthday within fucking 8 hours. And I just did something that was really fucking, you know, stressful for me. So I'm walking out of the Walmart, my little 4-pack, some water and some food. I'm walking out, and this guy's like, hey, where you headed? I'm like, I'm going to Pensacola. He's like, all right, hop in. And I'm like, fuck it, let's go. So I didn't realize he was a big rig driver at the time. Yo, American Hobo's in here. Fuck yeah, dude. Good to see you. I'm going to get back to that story, Desiree, I promise. Yo, American Hobo. Sorry, man. See you come in, brother. Yeah, make sure you guys check the homie out. This dude's videos are fucking blowing up all over TikTok right now, but not his. Like, it's his videos, but they're stealing them from the Red Play Button app and just re-uploading them over here with his face and his name on them. So follow the real account. Check out his fucking content. He's fucking awesome. He's awesome. We've chatted a few times. Always love talking to you, man. Hope you're doing well. Really fucking blowing up all the Red Play Button app right now. Like, I love to see it. It's good to get some fresh blood, you know, in the fucking social media aspect of traveling and shit like that. And dude's out here riding hard. You know what I mean? Like, I fucking hitchhike 75% of the time now, even when I'm hopping trains. You know what I mean? Like, I don't get miles like homie gets anymore. You know, and like, I don't do that anymore. But he's fucking out here, fucking banging out miles left and right, doing it right. Fucking love to see it, man. Keep it up. Not that you need my validation or my approval at all. You don't, man, but you definitely have it. Let me check the homie's account out. Really good stuff. Really good stuff. He shows a whole different side of train riding that I don't show. So, good to see you as always, brother. Again, if you have any questions, man, fucking hit me up. Anything at all. No matter how big, how small, man, I got you. This app, you know what I mean? It's hard to make money on this app. You know, I usually make, if I'm lucky, I make like $150 a month on here with like 500,000 views. Nowadays, I don't really worry about the monetization stuff because you got to do certain things to get monetized over here. I don't even worry about that anymore. I just make videos that I would watch if I wasn't doing this. And I made $35 from the app last month. You know, 90% of my income is going live. You know, gifts and donations and shit. So keep that in mind going into TikTok. It's not like the Red Play Button app. We just bang out ad revenue and shit. But your videos are already blowing up over here. That's why I told you, hey, you should probably come over here. Because your videos are already blowing up, like, all over the app. You know, like, it's all over the fucking place. Even people that have no idea, people still hop trains. So even if it's just to get people from here to your Red Play Button app, it's good exposure no matter what. Especially right now where your videos are hitting on the algorithm, you know. And whatever, take my advice or don't. You know what I mean? I'm very familiar with how this app works. But Desiree, Pensacola. So I got a ride to Pensacola, long story short, or long story slightly shorter. I got a ride to Pensacola. And he can't drop me off in Pensacola. He's dropped me off at a truck stop just outside because Pensacola itself doesn't have a truck stop. So he drops me off at a truck stop. He almost hits a car going in there, and he slams on the brakes. No fucking thing's going nuts. And the fucking seat I'm on is bouncing up and down, bottoming out. I'm like, oh, you know. But because they have these weird spring seats, and they have a bottom out, it's like, oh man, it's like, I don't know, being in prison or running backwards through a cornfield. You know, it ain't comfortable. So I'm like, hey man, like, what happens if you hit somebody? He's like, oh, he's fucked up my insurance. I'm like, what happens if you hit somebody? Like, does that mess your insurance up or the company's insurance? He's like, oh, no, I've never been in an accident. Oh, you never been in an accident? How long have you been driving for? He's like, early March 1986. The same time my father passed away, by the way. That threw me for a fucking loop. I don't believe in the supernatural. I don't believe in the afterlife. I think we're just animals with a frontal lobe and a voice box. I'm not saying I'm right. You know, at some point, well, I'll figure out who's right when we meet that big game over screen in the sky. You know, but I'm like, what the fuck, man? That threw me for a loop. You know, the universe be fucking with me. You know, like, what do you mean you started driving truck when my father passed away? The same month, you know, like early March when my father passed away, 1986. And I've never been in an accident the whole fucking time as a truck driver, full-time over-the-road truck driver. Fucking insane. But now I'm in Pensacola. So I roll my sleeping bag out. It's cold that night. It's going to be like 35, which is kind of uncommon for Pensacola, but it's in the winter. It's like February. You know, it's going to be 35 degrees that night. So I put my sleeping mat down. I put my sleeping bag out, and I'm letting what's called loft. So I don't put my sleeping bag in a stuff sack. I put it at the bottom of my pack. American Hobo, if you're still here, Shu gave me his pack. We traded packs when we were hanging out because I didn't have the nylon part of the top. It didn't have that nylon extra, like, 8 liters or whatever. So he gave me his. Eventually, I still have the pack. I just swapped it out for a new one because that thing was getting rogue. He had it for 2 years, and I had it for 2 years. But these side pouches on each side and a top pouch, I keep my speaker, and that's all from him. I still got quite a few things he gave me when we were hanging out. But I fucking roll my sleeping bag out, all right? So I let it loft. The rocking shroom, thank you, David. I let it loft, right? Which is basically it's been compressed all day. And if you jump right in it, it's not going to have the same heat retention. You know, I got I think at that point I had a 10-degree bag, right? So it wouldn't even been that noticeable. But I let it loft. It's more comfortable anyway. You know, it's been, like I said, it's been smushed all day. Now it's going to loft up and fluff up. So I jump in the bitch. And after 15 minutes, I sit there, let it loft, and now I'm jumping in it behind this truck stop in Pensacola. And I feel a pinch in my knee. You know, like sometimes you get a little bite or something, or you bump up against something and you feel a little pinch and it goes away. This didn't go away. It kept hurting, you know? And I'm like, what the fuck? David, with the, looks like fucking wiener. So, I got bit in the leg by a wolf spider, right? And it's going nuts because it climbed into my sleeping bag. And then I jumped into the bag, right? So it's just fucking going nuts. The thing was probably this big from what I assume. It was like probably this big. Because when I didn't see it, I smushed it. And I looked at my hand, and my whole hand was covered in spider legs and guts. You know, not to be gross. But wolf spiders aren't venomous, right? So I think I'm fine. It caused an immediate infection. Like, I was showing signs of being septic. I was showing signs of liver failure. After like a week, I ended up outside of Pensacola in Cantonment, Flomaton area. And I ended up bagging a train in Flomaton once I got a little bit better. But, yeah, I'm walking around Pensacola for a week. I found the only working payphone I've ever found in the country. And I found two now. I found one out in California not too long ago. Roseville, California. But I found a working payphone and stuff like that. I called the paper companies to see when they send the industry out, see where I can bag a train. Pretend to be a college student. Hey, I'm doing a college thesis on the trains in the U.S. When do you send your industry out? Oh, on Tuesday. All right, bag a train on Tuesday. But in the midst of all that, this infection creeps up. And it was fucking brutal, dude. My leg swelled out, like almost the size of a basketball. I'm delirious. I can't go to a hospital. You know what I mean? Like, I'm fucking out there. Like, I'm trying to I've been setting tarps up since I was a fucking kid. I couldn't remember how to tie a fucking basic bowline or running bowline or a clove hitch or a square knot. You know, I could not figure out how to set, or a prusik knot. I couldn't do anything I could not figure out how to set my tarp up to save my life. Sitting there getting fucking poured on, giggling like a fucking kid. I'm not there anymore. You know, I was showing signs of liver failure. I didn't know it at the time, but and not to be gross, it's going to be gross, but not to intentionally be gross. Well, I don't know. I I'm trying to sugarcoat it. Let me just say, when I took a shit, there was no color to it. It was all gray, completely gray, which is signs of liver failure. So I'm going septic, you know, and I was still in Pensacola. I just got the cantonment. Sorry, I got the cantonment at this point, just outside of Pensacola, and couldn't figure out how to set my tarp up. I'm soaking wet. I've been soaking wet for a day and a half. I'm just walking around. You know, nothing's going on upstairs. Lights are on, but no one's home. I go live, I think, you know, from what I remember, from what I'm told after the fact. It was like, Troy, you okay? Dude, you all right? Hey, yeah, well, yeah, fuck it. Yeah, I'm out here in Louisiana. Like, you're in Florida, Troy. Nah, I'm in Louisiana. You know, it's fucking not there. So everyone convinced me to go to urgent care. I go to urgent care, and I couldn't eat either. Everything I ate would come back up 14 hours, 12 to 14 hours later. And look, I just ate it. So I'm not digesting anything at all. It's over a week this is going on at this point. Getting worse and worse. So the chat fucking very kindly tells me, go get some fucking help, brother. You know? So I end up getting to the urgent care. I think I got an Uber there. I think I used my last bucks to get an Uber there. I think this wound up jamming me up later. But I go to urgent care. They give me the little Listerine strip. This little Listerine strip, and I put that on my tongue. And immediately my appetite came back. I haven't been eating in days now. You know what I mean? Yeah, sepsis is no fucking joke, man. Sorry for your friend's loss. Sorry for your loss, too. I'm sure you knew them. Fuck, man. Yeah, it's no joke, you know. But they gave me one amoxicillin and that little Listerine strip. And they gave me a script to go fill after that. And they're like, oh, go to the Publix. I think it's called Publix down there. All the grocery stores change from state to state, area to area. But they're like, yeah, go to the Publix or whatever grocery store is down there, and they give you a free script. And I'm like, okay, great. I can't afford a script. Now, up until this point on social media, I used to say I will probably never ask for money on here because I wasn't sure. I just started, you know. After that is when I started saying I will never ask for money on here because I chose to roll the dice with an infection that was making me show signs of liver failure than ask for money for a prescription on here, you know. Don't do that, by the way. That's fucking dumb. You know, it's just how I am. You know, I'm a very stubborn, frustrating individual, and it shows you how stubborn I can be. So I walk for 3 fucking miles after this urgent care to go fill this script. And they're like, oh, we don't do free antibiotics here anymore. You got to go across the street to the Walmart neighborhood and get it filled there. They do it. I'm like, okay, cool. So I walk across the street. I give it to them. Like, oh, this is amoxicillin. We only do generic. We don't do name brand. I'm like, can you call them up? I got a fucked up leg here. Like, my leg's still swollen as fuck. Still fighting off this infection. I still feel like shit. I got no energy. You know, I can't even really see, you know. Like, my brain's still foggy as fuck. I got no idea what's going on half the time. I'm trying to figure it all out in real time. I don't think I've ever been that fucked up in my life, you know, especially without getting hit in the head with something really, really hard. So I fucking go, and they wouldn't give it to me, and they're like, you got to go back. So I just walked 3 miles with this bum leg, all fucked up, and then they want me to walk 3 miles back to go to the doctor, the urgent care, get the script filled, and then go back. That's 9 miles now. I got to walk with this bum leg, another 6 on top of what I just did. I barely made the 3. You know, it's agony the whole way. You know, I can feel the blood pumping in my leg. Boom, 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 boom. It hurt every time. You know, it was an insane infection. So I said, fuck it. You know, fuck it. Whatever happens, happens. You know, I got what choice do I got here? You know, I can go on the internet and ask for $50 to get this fucking script. Which people would have been, even though I only had like 15 people in my live back then, people would have paid it. You know what I mean? Or what, I could have figured something out, you know? Instead, I go, nah, fuck it. So I just fucking dealt with it, you know. I remember I ended up in a motel at some point. I think it was like 2 days after that. You know, I got like a late birthday donation or something like that. So I ended up in a cheap motel. I was back in Pensacola. I ended up getting a cheap motel. And I got a bottle of hydrogen peroxide. I got a bottle of rubbing alcohol. I took the rubbing alcohol and emptied that out into the ice container from the motel. I dumped it in there, and then I put water in that, poked a bunch of holes in the top. I took the hydrogen peroxide, put a bunch of holes in the top, and because I had a fucking blister like this big. There's still a gnarly scar on my knee. I had a blister like that big. that my body's trying to fight off. So I, went into the bathtub. EB. This is gonna get really fucking graphic, by the way, just so you guys know ahead of time. EB. Yeah, appreciate you, homie. Overpaying for your entertainment, I'm telling you what now. But I took out my hip knife. I had a Gerber at the time. Cut it open. Got all that shit out in the bathtub. I drained the bathtub, filled it back up. And then I took the water. It was mostly water with a little bit of rubbing alcohol in the bottle still. Like 95% water, 5% rubbing alcohol. And just, so I put those holes in the top so I can make a squeeze bottle out of it. And just, you could do that for eye wash too. Like just take a regular bottle of water, get something in your eye, you cannot get it out, poke a bunch of holes in it. Do it for, make it a squirt bottle. High pressure type shit. So I did it with the water and the rubbing alcohol first. And that hurt, dude. That was pain. Then I grabbed the peroxide and I flushed it out with that. And I let it all bubble up and I'd wash it away. That was a bear playing a fucking guitar over me. Or a ukulele. No, this is excruciatingly painful. But I just kept flushing it out with everything I had. And then I filled up both balls up with water again, and then just kept draining it. And then I packed it with... not gauze, but something close to gauze. I had my first aid kit. It wasn't actually like a roll of gauze. It was one of those big pad things. I had like 6 of those in my first aid kit. I used to always carry a shit ton of first aid stuff to hand out to people and other travelers and house homies and shit. Now I carry, enough for me, and then I'll give that away and I'll go grab more or whatever. But I packed it with that. I let it drain into that. 6 hours later, I took that out, which hurt. Just taking that out because another thing stuck to it and shit. Ugh. Yo, what up, Rambo? How you living? Yeah, Bunny Love. It's a hemorrhoid. The one I had on my knee was a hemorrhoid. But I kept packing it up and letting it drain and taking it out with that. Creating like a wick. Make it like a wick, so everything comes out of that. And then when that fills up, take that out, put a new one in. Did that out for the next probably fucking 48 hours. And then gave it a solid scrubbing. After like 24... and everything stopped kind of being so fucking, angry looking, I guess. The swelling went down a little bit. I took a bandana, hit some soap, and just fucking scrub the shit out of it, just to get everything out of there, everything out, all the nasty bits, and it wasn't smelling good, it wasn't looking good. It had that cheese smell, and I'm like, dude, this is a whole bunch of dead skin. This is going necrotic and shit. So I just fucking scrubbed that all out. And then just kept bandaging it up, keeping the air off of it. Then at night, I'd let it breathe. And then in the morning when I started walking around, I'd bandage it up again. And I beat it. It did work out. It's still here, and my leg isn't... I got a gnarly scar, It doesn't... It looks like a really bad road rash scar. But I can feel the difference on the knees where there's a lot less meat on that part of my knee compared to the other one. But I don't notice any difference. I don't notice pain there or anything like that after all that. But yeah, the Desiree, that was my time in Pensacola. So hitchhiking in and fucking dealing with that infection. And then I'm not done yet. So now I'm in Cantonment, back at the paper mill, which smells like shit, by the way. But I'm back in Cantonment and trying to wait for a train, some random train tracks. It wasn't hitting. I had no idea what I was doing. I had no clue what I was doing. I was a baby rider at that point. So I was waiting for the train to stop. Nothing stops, and I went and hitchhiked. These 2 tweakers picked me up. But the tweaker in the passenger seat was like in a wheelchair. He couldn't walk. So I ended up in his truck later on in the night after the hitchhike. And he's using his cane to hit the gas pedal and the brakes. We stopped to meet his plug, by the way. And there's a whole line of people. Florida buck wild, baby. Florida's a whole different country, I fucking swear, dude. I swear, Florida's like a whole fucking another planet. But, yeah, man, fucking... It's like a line of 10 cars. And the plug just runs down the line, handing out the shit for the night, and then he gets the fuck out of there. It was interesting, to say the least. But he always picks up train riders. Unfortunately, his name was Chris. He passed away quite some years back. Like 3 years ago, he passed away. He got in a car accident. I figured the tweak would have got him. But yeah, it's just a Florida tweaker up by Cantonment, Florida. And he picked up enough train hoppers hitchhiking. They knew exactly where to grab the train in Flomaton, Alabama, just north of there, just outside of Pensacola, just outside of Cantonment, it's Flomaton. So he knew exactly where to take me. Put me on a train that night, and I was good to go. Fucking out of there. After we met his plug. You'd be surprised what like strangers are willing to do around me or tell me about. You know, like the fuck. Man, that's my play-by videos about camping out in fucking Compton, and this like dealer pimp guy tells me his whole operation from start to finish, which I did not put in the video because, like, you know, I can't be known as the guy snitching on people on fucking Red Play Button app. But letting the cops know how things work out here, you know, that ain't my business to put out. But I did put the story of meeting him and how that all went down. You know, it's in the last Red Play Button app I put out there. But, you know, people will tell me, though, people will tell me shit they won't even tell their fucking wives, their fucking husbands, you know, their fucking family, their kids, you know, but they'll tell me I'm a stranger. You know, they're never going to see me again, chances are, you know. Always a chance, but limited. They're never going to see me again. They don't give a fuck. You know, tell me their deepest, darkest secrets. Prettiest states I've been through, they're all pretty. Seeing the same shit for a while, I get bored of it. I lose that eye for like beauty to get a video or a photo of it, but it's all beautiful, man. You can put me in the cornfields, you can put me in mountains, you can put me on the ocean, you can put me anywhere. I'm gonna find beauty somewhere. I would say I shot a beautiful video from a Motel 6 parking lot in Virginia. You know, they had a loading area, or an old loading area that was marked off. So it was a 30-foot square or so, 30-foot radius square. And I told myself I'm only going to film and record from this square. And I still got a beautiful video. There's beauty everywhere, you know. What about a train? I jumped on a train in Spokane, Rambo, like 2 hours before the fucking fires hit. Fucking crazy, man. Just beat them. Got to deal with all the smoke after, but I didn't have to worry about getting, you know, caught on fire. But yeah, I jumped on a train, I don't know, 5 days ago, out of Spokane, went through Idaho, ended up in Libby, Montana. My fucking water jug must have got caught on the cheese grater, you know, the walkway. Yeah, I just did Eugene and Portland and then a whole bunch of Columbia River Gorge. But yeah, the bottom of my jug must have got caught on the fucking cheese grater, the catwalk, the walkway. And when I got to Libby, I woke up and I realized all my water was all over the fucking train, fucking floor of the train car. So I jumped off on Libby, hitchhiked up to Whitefish where I'm at now. So I'm gonna grab a train out of here, maybe tomorrow, maybe some, I don't know, after the weekend we'll figure it out. And then keep on heading east from there. You know, go down the High Line, try to get to Chirac. You know, that's Chicago for you uninitiated folks. Video and pictures on point. Thank you, Chickasaw. That was my sausage soup. It was good. More of a chowder. I put a load in it. But, yeah, the food was good. I didn't even realize I'd eat all 5 of them like that. My mom's doing good. She's tired for fucking my dad, you know, but she's doing good. Nah, she's doing way better. My dad scared the shit out of me on, like, August 4th was my fucking travel anniversary. And we did some celebration stuff on live, you know, thanking anyone that fucking, you know, Marie, Hitch, Jan, Elizabeth, Ben, Lupo, Jen, Houdini. I'm sure I'm missing a couple. But I know they donated to the actual celebration part. I got some cake, got some beer, hung out and chatted for a bit. There's a cloud over my head the whole time. Went live in the morning, we were chatting. I forgot all about it until someone brought it up. I'm like, oh yeah. So we're talking about it. And I talked to my dad. And he's like, oh, your mom's not doing good. Yeah, Whitey. Oh, sorry, Wizzy. Wishy, yes, thank you. Skydive, thank you. I thought you were talking about Whitey, the guy that said he was Whitey Bulger's kid that picked me up. But I told my dad, like, oh, your mom's not doing good. Yeah, she's sleeping all day and this and that. Yeah, things that took a turn for the worse. I'm like, oh, fuck, man. Like, I got to hurry and get back. You know? She's fine. She's doing great. I talked to her the next day when she was finally up. You know, she's like, I've never felt better. You know, it's the best I've felt in months. You know, because she had pneumonia and cardiac issues at the same time. But that'd fuck any of us up, right? At least fucking slow down the pep in our step. But I forgot my father, my stepdad. He's a pessimist. Everything's always the worst it's ever been. Everything's only going to get worse. You know, he's just a pessimist. That's how he is. You know, so I can't take his word for facts. You guys saw this in real time when he called me when my mom broke her pelvis. She had a fractured pelvis. She fell down in the bathroom, got a fractured pelvis. When he called me, he was like, Your mother shattered her pelvis. Oh my God, she's never gonna be able to walk again. You know, because like he just fucking goes off and makes his own diagnoses. Funny memes with the groove guitar. Thank you. And I forgot. You know what I mean? I don't know why I keep forgetting. Because I talked to her about the pelvis. She's like, "Oh, this hurts. This is really bad pain, but it's just a fracture. I'll be all right. I'll be healed up in like six weeks." Not even dramatic. It's not even for drama or for attention. This is what he thinks. And he puts it on me because she ain't gonna hear that shit. She's like, "Shut the fuck up." you know. So me, he fucking lays it on me because no one else is willing to listen to him anymore. Because that's all he does. He's just a doomsayer. Everything's the worst it's ever been. It's only getting worse from here. And I fucking fell for it on August 4th. It was my travel anniversary, 5th year on the fucking road. So that nighttime it went live, but I was just fucking drinking and puffing. I'm like, oh man, fuck, I'm worried about my mom and shit. I talked to her the next day. Oh yeah, I feel great. Best I've felt in months. Yeah, I don't mind being a listening ear, still have hope. But I got to remember that he goes off on a tangent. He ain't with us on what's really happening in a situation. You know what I mean? This is like when stressful things happen, he just starts yelling. It works for him. That's the alarming part. You ever want to return something at a store and you don't have a receipt for it, or you didn't even buy it there, or they don't even sell it? Send that guy. Send my stepfather. He's just going to go in there and repeat himself and get louder and louder and louder until he gets what he wants. And it works. I ain't going to be like that. But, yeah, man. I fell for it again. I'm 41. I should know this about the guy. You know what I mean? I should know by this point that I'm going to get the worst thing that ever happens when it come out of this guy's mouth. It doesn't mean it's true. But I fucking fall for it every time. Including August 4th, the travel anniversary. This cloud hanging over me the whole fucking day. Worried about my fucking mother. She's fine. She's just resting up because she was at the hospital doing tests for fucking 3 or 4 days. Oh yeah, Troy, you looking good, brother. Better get back here, man. You're looking good. Better come say goodbye. Oh fuck, dude. Oh my God. Hey, ma, how you doing? You all right? How you feeling? Oh, I feel great. Huh? What do you mean you feel great? Yeah, I feel fantastic. I talked to Dad yesterday. He said things were looking pretty rough. Oh, what the fuck you talked to him for? You got a point. He called me up to say you were dying. I don't fucking know. The initial call, she was in the hospital. Like when you guys saw me freaking out on live, she was in the hospital. She didn't know, we didn't know, no one had any idea how I was going to play out. She had signs of, fucking like immediate heart issue, which she does have cardiac issues, you know what I mean? Like, it came to light through the situation, without a doubt. How long ago was it? I posted the video. I was on that train like 5 days ago. I think I got off here in Montana. Something like that. Been moving pretty quick. But, yeah, like when we found out that she was in the hospital, like when she went to the hospital, like about the pulmonary edema and all that shit, like all the big words I'm learning, we weren't sure what was going to happen. And that was the part, like feeling powerless, not being there and shit like that. That was fucking with my head a lot. And not knowing, but no, she's been in the clear ever since. Like I found out that day while I was in a hitchhike, and I had to kind of hide it because I'm not going to bother these poor people that pick me up hitchhiking, a lady and an elderly mom. I'm not going to bother them with my shit. Oh, he's got bad news, It's just like I was finished off the ride, kept up appearances, acting normal. And then I knew I was going to go in the woods and lose my shit. And I'm like, I'm going to do it on live. I don't want to be alone right now. Yeah, so thank you guys that were there for that live, that were being super supportive. Much needed, that's for sure. But that morning, 3 in the morning, I get a phone call from my mom. Hey, if anything happens to me, like, I'm not sure how this is going to play out. They still got me in the fucking hallway here. They've got so many people here. I don't know when they're going to see me. If things don't work out, I need to get this to that person. I got it all written down in my journal. This to that person, this to this person, this goes to this one, blah, 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 blah. A lot of sentimental stuff. She's definitely been skimming money from my dad for fucking a very long time. She got that stockpiled somewhere, and she told me to hand that out to certain people and shit, And we weren't sure how it was going to play out. Now, later that day in the afternoon, I think it was that afternoon or the next morning, I got the call, hey, I just got to do more tests. This is what I'm diagnosed with. And I put her diagnoses in the Discord, and I feel kind of stupid about that, because that's not my business to put out, But she has 3 different cardiac issues. She needs to change her lifestyle, her eating habits, her vices, she got to change her lifestyle drastically and immediately. She's taking steps towards that, you know what I mean? She's trying her best. I'm going to go encourage her when I get back home. And everything's all set. So here we are 4 days after that, 5 days after that. My dad calls me, fucking, hey, what's going on, man? Oh, good, man, it's my 5-year travel anniversary. Oh, that's awesome. Hey, I don't think your mom's she's not doing too good. Hey, what did you almost just say? That she's not going to make it? God damn, you son of a bitch got me. Yeah, I've been headed back to Boston for weeks now. Portland to Boston, but if things took a turn for the south, I was going to pull the plug and run right back, immediately. I was going to take the money I had for boots and just fucking throw that to a fucking Amtrak ticket and call it a day. Skydive, wishy-washy, was talking about getting me using fly points or whatever, whatever, freaking flyer points and all that shit. But, you had a shit week? Sorry to hear it, homie. Yeah, I might camp here. It seems like a good spot. This is where I camped 3.5 years ago, Whitefish, when I was up here. I was going west out of here, but I'm going east now, obviously. But easy place to hop. Man. It ain't fucking hard here at all. You couldn't keep a cow out of that train yard if you wanted to. The only thing that might jam me up is because the river cuts right through it, and I'm like, I might fuck up there. But, I'll take a peek. We'll see how that works. Maybe before the river or whatever. But I camped right here with my road dog at the time. I camped right here in this exact spot. I was 3 feet that way. He was about 10 feet that way. The fire was about 3 feet right there. I made red wine beef stew. So I was going to the train yard. I was just going to get ready to get out and grab supplies and start watching and figure it out. But I came by here when I was hitchhiking in. I hitchhiked from Kalispell, fucking 10-mile hitchhike. You know what I mean? It took like 20 minutes to get up here. But anyway, I saved $30, $35 on an Uber that way. The guy picked me up. It was really cool too. He's from Memphis. But I was coming through here. I saw, all these buildings and shit, and right where I camped, right where I'm at now, I could see it from the road. I was like, yo, I gotta hop out. Might drop me off right here, man? I gotta check this place out. I'm going east. I've been west out of here. I hopped in going west, and I hopped back on going west 3.5 years ago, almost 4 years ago now. But going east, I'm not sure. That river, I'm like, it's either going to be before that river, the train bridge over the river. It's either going to be before that or after that, right? What other way could there be? Or maybe towards the throat of the yard. Maybe bag something there. But, the main lines are on the south and all that. So, hopefully, I'll figure it out. Oh, there you go. I see you. American Hobo. Thanks for the pin, homie. Yeah, Brooke, I'm down. Remind me to get up there, Yeah, that's the westbound, right? That's right where I hopped. Yeah, man, dude. Great minds think alike. Yeah, it's right where I hopped. Dude, listen to this. So I was fucking starving waiting for a train, dude. Right at that spot. Exactly at that spot. Down the little fucking trail there and shit. Dude, right there. I was camped out there for 2 days. But I was waiting on a train and nothing's showing up. And I was like, fuck it, man. I'm gonna DoorDash me some food. And if the burger shows up, I'll eat it. If the train shows up, I'll get out of here. Right? But you can catch it eastbound from there? Fuck yeah, dude. The fucking train pulls up 10 minutes away from when the food gets there. Now, I just dropped $25 on fucking food to get delivered. I don't have that now. Never mind back then. But it's a pretty far walk to go grab something to come right back. I'm like, this will be faster. And if I got to get on the train, I'll just forget about the food. But I'm like, fuck, I got no food on me to go on the train with. So I waited the 10 minutes. Long story short, they dropped the fucking burger off to me in a fucking burger, fries, and a Coke. I grab it like the little chubby ninja I am, and then jumped on the fucking train. And then, I was westbound after that. Jumped off in Post Falls, up in Idaho and shit. Fucking beautiful up there. Skipped Idaho. I went through Idaho. My train stopped there for a little while, but a couple hours or whatever. But I didn't jump off. I like my green stuff. You know what I mean? I like 3 months last year. I didn't partake in the. You gotta watch what you say on here. I can't say the word. I'll get in trouble. But you can use code words. You know, magic cabbage, green stuff, broccoli. You know what I mean? Think of the plant that makes you elevated. But I didn't. You know, I'm not trying to go to jail for a year for that shit. You know, we go to Washington State, perfectly legal. Montana, perfectly legal. That little sliver of Idaho, which is what basically the Sandpoint, fucking Wrath Drum, Coeur d'Alene, Post Falls, and that's it. If you get bagged there for it, you're looking at a fucking year in jail. Probably say you with a fine if it's your first time there or whatever, you know, but still, they ain't trying to deal with any of that. So I didn't jump off in Idaho. I used up all my shit. I only had one little Benjamin, one little electronic guy, a little blinker. And I threw that in my sleeping bag and shoved that at the bottom of my pack like I usually do, and everything else on top. Oh, I'm sure there's like a kick to the fucking chest. David. What's they going to jail for tomatoes? I completely agree. Tomatoes will probably hurt more people. You know, you got the cytoplasmia virus or whatever. But on here, listen to this shit. So Shoestring makes a fucking TikTok, right? We're hanging out. He makes a TikTok because he sees me doing it and shit, right? Him and Jawtooth. Jawtooth is like a rail fan. Him and Shoestring are very close. And like, dude, Jawtooth was nothing but good to me, dude. He didn't have to be, you know. And then when all the social medias came out of the woodwork when Shoestring was missing, and then when he passed, like Jawtooth, and the only thing he did was come in here and show support and shit. Super fucking cool, dude. And he didn't have to be either. You know what I mean? Like, he did not have to be. He put me on. So did Shoestring. They both put me on. But we're all in the car together. We're going to go fucking rail fan out in Kentucky. You know, like me and she only traveled together for like 10 days. You know what I mean? But like, oh man, I do wake up talking and go to bed talking all day long. And I usually hate that, but like, he was so informative. Everything was just like a cool travel story or some information about fucking trains I never knew before, right? So he was good as shit to me. He didn't have to be either. You know, he did not have to be. But Jawtooth, him and me in a fucking truck, and I'm in the back looking out the window, and like I look over and Jawtooth staring at me through the rear view. Was, hey man, what you looking at? I was like, dude, look at those fucking mountains, man. It's fucking beautiful. He's like, you really like this stuff, huh? I'm like, yeah, man. That's why I'm out here. Like, I find that breathtaking, you know. And he's like, maybe we should stop yapping and start looking out the windows too. You know, just fucking having a quick conversation. You know, I wasn't saying that they're fucking close friends. You know what I mean? They're catching up and shit like that. I'm just in the back seat fucking off. You know? So he's like, how many followers you got on TikTok? And at the time, I think I had like 80,000. I'm like, I got like 80,000. He goes, how long did it take you to get that? I'm like, I don't know, 2.5 years. He's like, what? Like, that's crazy growth. Like, that's unheard of. And I'm like, oh, it's TikTok. Like, you can get a following pretty quick. You know, if you're lucky and you fucking do it long enough, you hit it hard enough, you get lucky with the algorithm, and then you put the work in. You know? And he's like, how much money does TikTok pay you? And I'm like, oh, TikTok itself? At that point, it's making like $70 a month. I should actually make videos for the monetization shit. And they're like, what? How many views you get? And I'm like, 500,000 average. He's like, average 500,000 a month. And they're giving you $85. I'm like, yeah, like everything I do is live streaming. They're like, we need to get you the fuck off that app. So him and Shoestring immediately started promoting me in their community posts and shit. And again, didn't have to. We went rail fanning for a while and shit like that. And then, I got to be in that video. That's why, like, American Hobo, like, I think if we get the chance to meet up, I think I gotta definitely do part 2, right? If you watch The Weight of the Weight part 1, that's me and Shoestring together. We never got to do the part 2 because he passed away. So I think that'd be good closure for me, for sure. Because like, that's the thing, like that was my idol. That's who I looked up to. That was a huge inspiration for me to come out here and do this. David Chow, Hitchhiking Across America, Hobo Shoestring, Stove the Hobo. Huge inspiration for me to come out and do this shit. So, I'll tell you how I got in it with his family and how I got the ashes in a second here too. He's still here. Hell yeah, man. I think I need to do part 2, and I'd love for you to be in part 2. You know what I mean? Like, to finish off that video, we never got to finish ourselves because he passed away. But yeah, so I met up with his family. I don't know, about an hour before they found out he passed away. So his sister posted, Jesse posted that he was missing, the shoestring was missing. And immediately my phone blows up. All these fucking train engineers and conductors like, yo, did you hear? And I'm like, no, you're fucking with me, right? And I go and look. I'm like, damn, he's fucking missing. I'm waiting for a train up in North Little Rock. I've been waiting for 3 days for this fucking bitch to show up. I'm trying to go to the Van Buren subdivision. You know, you're going down to Pine Bluff, or you're going out to Memphis or up to St. Louis, Chicago. Super fucking easy. The Van Buren subdivision, like the spot I'm waiting at, like it might hit, it might not. You only got 1 or 2 trains a day. You know, it finally hits after I found out shoestrings missing, and I'm on live. So that's what really got like this community fucking super tight, was in that moment. You know, especially like me and Marie, because I had no idea what I was doing. You know, I just know my homie's missing. I go live. Hey, we're looking for a guy in Tennessee. He lives by Johnson City. You know, he looks like this. You know, if you guys watch any of the videos of me and shoestring, it's a shoestring. I don't know what I'm doing here, guys. I have no idea what I'm doing. What do I do? You know, because I got a big platform. But how the fuck, you know, can I run this? So for 8 to 12 hours a day for a week, dude, I was just on live, you know, either outside or motel. The fucking train showed up 20 minutes after I started that live, by the way. Like, motherfucking train gods, man. I swear they'd be trickster gods. But it worked out. You know, I was only, you know, I was 1 state away from Tennessee, you know what I mean? Rather than being 2. But yeah, I'm running this shit for 8 to 12 hours a fucking day, you know. I'm talking to the family. I'm writing down any sightings. Giving it, so at the end of the night, I would talk to his sisters, Jesse and I forget his other sister's name right now. We haven't talked since then, you know. But I'm giving them all the sightings and all that. I remember somewhere around day 5, I was talking to the sisters, shoestring sisters, Mark's sisters, and you know, we're all thinking it, but no one was saying it, you know. And Jesse was like, Troy, what if we don't find him? You know what I mean? Like, there's so many people that you know, they had me talking to the news channels for them because they didn't want to talk to him. You know, they didn't want to do all that. They put me on instead. And, East Tennessee Rail fan. He was a good dude. He is a good dude. But so many people came out of the woodwork. You know what I mean? To fucking, you know, use that for clout, the whole situation. So I ended up in Johnson City. I took a ride from a follower. You know, like half the way was hitchhiking. Because when I was hitchhiking back then, you get 3,000 people, 2,000 people in your live. So it's like, if I hitchhike and I talk about this, you know, we're going to get eyes out there. Fuck yeah, dude. You know, I'm good to go. But when I showed up, the family was just so fucking defeated. None of them had been sleeping. You know what I mean? Like, there was a little, like, potted plant thing outside with just dirt in it. And it was just, you know, it was just like a cigarette butt standing up in there. We're probably close to fucking 500. You know, they're all stressed out, fucking puffing and shit. So I talked to, I met the family, right? And we're all chatting, and I'm helping them move stuff and whatever. You know what I mean? Just like, hey, whatever you guys need, I'm here. You know, whatever. And the chief of police comes in while I'm there. Hey, can I talk to the family alone? I didn't think nothing of it. I was like, yeah, sure. So I leave and went back to my motel I was staying at, and we had a whole search party set up the next day. You know what I mean? Like, I set up a lot of it. East Tennessee Rail fans set up a lot of it. You know, we had boats, we had fucking drones, we had everything set to go the next day. Like, we're here now, let's go. You know, and I got a text from his sister, like, call the search party off. You know, and I remember everything. This fucking, man. It was like getting soccer kicked in the fucking forehead, in the heart, and in the chest at the same fucking time, dude. You know, they found him half a mile down from where he lived. So we'll never know what happened to Shoestring. Chances are, you know, we'll probably never know what happened. He had insomnia, and he went to the hospital, and he didn't sleep for like 4 days, like auditory hallucinations, like severe sleep deprivation type shit. So the last he was seen was leaving the hospital. They put him in an Uber, never notified the family, just put him in an Uber and sent him on his way, you know? Fucking irresponsible. He went into his townhouse. He left at 7:30 in the morning. If I remember correctly, you see him on one of the ring lights from the neighbors with a bag of trash. Now, to get to the dumpster, you had to walk out into the dumpster, and then that's where the trash is, and you walk back. It's maybe like a 3-minute walk, if that. He walks out, he never comes back. And the Ring camera never caught him coming back to the front door. So at some point between him dropping off the trash, he ended up in the water behind his townhouse, and fishermen found him half a mile away. That's what got his sister the most. We're sitting in the back and we're talking after, and she's looking over at you can see the dog, like between the trees and shit. And she was like, he was right there the whole fucking time. We got people looking all over the country for him. He's right there. Fucking sad, man. But he didn't have any signs of drowning. No signs of foul play, no signs of drowning. We might never know. So a coroner looks at it, can't figure it out, takes it to a convention with other coroners. They couldn't figure it out. So we'll probably never know exactly what happened. No signs of drowning. What do you mean no signs of fucking drowning? The insomnia just get him? It's such a rare thing for just insomnia by itself to get you, But now everyone's coming out of the fucking woodwork. His fucking his merch guy, who the fuck's his name? Jerry? He slappable face, that motherfucker. He trademarked Shoestring's fucking name while he was still on the fucking corner table, dude. The moment they found out he passed away, he immediately trademarked the name. Shoestring, Hobo Shoestring. So he could keep selling the merch, not to give anything to the fucking family. Ooh. So American Hobo, if you're still here, man, fucking good looking out, dude. Good looking. I gotta tell the sister what you did too, man. That was fucking badass. American Hobo hits me up like, hey man, Shoestring's merchandise guy reached out to me. I was like, yo, this is what he did. No, I told the sister what you did. She got a good belly laugh out of it. But there was stuff missing from his apartment. The first thing I noticed when I walked in, he had a $5,000 pocket watch up on his wall. There's a shelf. As soon as you walked in the front door, on the shelf, there's a $5,000 pocket watch. Why do I remember that pocket watch? Because I walked in, I'm like, damn, I had one of my own back then. And I was like, damn, that's a fucking nice watch. He goes, yeah, that's like a $5,000 watch. I'm like, what? Damn, you fancy. He's like, you want to see something really cool? This is Shoestring. You want to see something really cool? I'm like, yeah, what do you got? He pulls out a fucking macaroni picture of his tag that some kid made him. Are you fucking kidding me, bro? How fucking adorable is that? Oh, you think that $5,000 pocket watch is cool? Check out this macaroni picture someone made. Yeah, he cared way more about that, dude. What broke my fucking heart the most, and it's whatever, you know what I mean? We all are fucking weird when it comes to grief and shit. It took me 8 beers to be able to tell the internet, because everyone was watching me to see fucking Shoestring updates on here. It took me 8 days. It took me 8 beers to fucking be able to say it without fucking breaking down. But what broke my fucking heart is he had a shadow box, right? Where someone painstakingly took LED lights and spelled out his whole tag exactly the way he writes it and put it into a really deep frame and shadow box with a plug in it. And when I walked up, the plug was ripped and it was on the ground in front of his townhouse. And I was like, he loved that. You know what I mean? It's the first thing I noticed. I'm like, fuck, then I walk in and I noticed the pocket watch is missing. And they opened the safe, nothing in the safe. I'm like, he had a lot in that safe. He had some money in there, but it was mostly, some shit he shouldn't have had. Some things that might not be completely legal, not immoral, but not legal. And then on top of that, he had a whole bunch of memorabilia and shit, like just shit he didn't want to lose, like in a fire or whatever. It stayed in that safe. It's completely empty when they showed up. That pocket watch is gone. His pew was gone. It happened to be at a friend's place. So like a lot of the people closest to him, they were fucking using them anyway. You know what I mean? He's a smart guy. He knew he was getting used by a lot of the people closest to him. That's why when we hung out, I didn't want him to. I tried to pay for as much as I could, and I wouldn't. I didn't even get that much video. I didn't want him to think I was hanging out with him for any other reason. I just really wanted to hang out with fucking the Shoestring, fucking big idol of mine. But, there's no Terremotos on my end. I was fanboying out. I used my social media clout to fucking go meet my fucking idol. But he didn't even know who I was. He knew Anywhere Man that makes the videos, and he knew Troy on FB that hops trains. He didn't realize we're the same person until we met. So we met him. I come walking up, and he's like, "You're the guy that makes all the short videos." Like, yeah, man. I thought he knew. Well, why else is he traveling with me? He just fucking was looking out for someone. You know what I mean? He's just fucking that kind of guy. You know, he didn't drink, but he'd buy you a beer. You know, like if you're a traveler and you were talking to him, like via messenger or whatever, and he responded to like everyone. It was fucking insane. Like he had a much bigger platform than me. I can't keep up with correspondence at all. You know, he was just that kind of guy. But yeah, you fucking chow them for a bit and ask you how your day was, and you throw you $25 for some beer. You know, there's so many travelers I met out here. You're just throwing beer money and shit like that. You know, I try to keep that vibe going, but I don't make that AdSense money like you folks over the red play button now. Do a little good I can, you know. But so many motherfuckers came out of the woodwork trying to get some clout, and trying to fucking build a name on the back of Shoestring after he passed. So his mother sat me down, and I'm pretty street smart, so I can tell she was kind of vetting me out. I stayed honest, you know. She's like, yeah, you and my son talked all the time. Like, no, we talked on occasion, like a couple times, like a year, and then we hung out for 10 days. Oh, then you met up again? No, we just hung out for 10 days one time. I looked up to him, you know what I mean? That was the guy that inspired me to come out here and do this shit myself, and then I'm helping them pack things up, and she's offering me this, that, the other thing. I'm like, no, we hung out. And he gave Nah, the mosquitoes are gonna be out. They're already be out. They ain't gonna be bad here. But yeah, so many people coming out of the woodwork. I get why she vetted me. And then her family hits me up and says, hey, the sisters hit me up. Hey, I talked to my mom. Well, my mom talked to us, and she said she wanted you to have some ashes to scatter. And I'm like, yeah, fuck yeah. So I meet up with them, and I stayed out of the way for a while. It was like they're grieving and they got so much to do and all that. I helped when I went by the house, and then I just left them alone. You guys do what you want to do. I'm here and I'm in town. You need me, I'm here. They kind of forgot about me. They thought I left, actually. So they thought I left. And then a follower reached out to them like, hey, he's still waiting there in case you need him. Because I don't want to bother them. They're fucking grieving and shit, But they thought I left town. So they hit me up like, yeah, we still want to give you ashes, man. You want to meet up real quick? I'm like, yeah, I'm here for you guys, whatever you guys want. It's like 3 or 4 days later, whatever. So we meet up, and the mom gives me the ashes. And she was like, hey, like, scatter these with whoever you feel is right, but don't keep any. And don't give any away. That was the caveat. Can't give any away and can't keep any, So I scattered them twice, and then found myself hoarding them for a long time. I wasn't ready to say goodbye yet. You know what I mean? I wasn't ready. But I started scattering them again in California. And the other thing, too, is she encouraged me to use it to help build up other people's social media. Anyone else that's out here traveling, doing social media, use it, the scattering of the ashes is the way to build them up, because that's what Shoestring would want. He wasn't gatekeeping. I think it was my main objective for a long time to surpass Shoestring, to get more viewership, more followers than he had. They call them subscribers over there. He was he hit 200,000 after he passed. Unfortunately, never got to see it. But the idea was to beat him, and like not in a mean or malicious way. I don't know if I ever hit him up. I'm like, dude, I got fucking 225 before you. He'd be like, hell yeah, that's awesome, dude. And he wasn't threatened by anybody or anything like that. He was just a cool ass motherfucker. Cool motherfucker. Couldn't see or hear for shit. You know what I mean? I was shocked when I hung out with him. I'm like, damn, you're still out here doing this shit? You can't even, like, couldn't see, couldn't hear. I taught him how to take photos of stuff. I was like, yo, you can't see that over there? He's like, yeah, I'm trying to get that number from the train. I'm like, take a photo of it, zoom all the way in, and then look at the photo and zoom in more. He's like, what? No way. I'm like, yeah, go ahead, try it out. He takes a photo, like fucking sitting in the woods, fucking by a train yard out in Ashland, Kentucky. Takes a photo, zooms all the way in, takes the photo, and then pulls a photo up and zooms in more. He's like, I can see that clear as day. Hell yeah, brother, hell yeah. And he would hit me up randomly about shit. Like, hey, I built a pallet house up here in the middle of nowhere and shit. He's a cool motherfucker, dude. But for the longest, I wasn't ready to say goodbye yet. I didn't really realize what I was doing until I guess I was ready to say goodbye. I started scattering again in California. We'll do it again soon, too. What's a repost? Thank you. Hey, yo, what up, Luke Cthulhu? Yeah, you know, whatever. Human beings all do weird shit. I'm no exception to the rule. I get accused of riding the coattails of Shoestring. People are gonna say all sorts of horrible shit to you, dude. You know, and they said the same thing to me too. That's the only reason I have a Yeti bucket. You know, it's the only reason I have a Yeti. Fucking Shoestring had one. I must be one out here. But yeah, people want to talk all sorts of shit to you. Just do your thing. Do your thing. Do how you're doing it. You know, if anyone's serious out here has a problem with you, they'll let you know. They'll let you know what the issue is. You know what I mean? But like even the train crews out here ain't what they used to be even 5 years ago when I started. You know, they don't have the organization they used to have. But yeah, people, especially on the red play button now, people are fucking horribly mean over there. You know, so let's be ready for it. But do what you're doing, man. There's been a giant shoestring-sized void on social media since he passed. You know, and a lot of people wanted me to try to carry the torch. I'm like, I'm already established. I already make my content the way I make it. You know, I do things the way I enjoy them. I'm not trying to be anybody else. You know what I mean? But I've watched your shit. You know, I got a lot more to look through for sure, homie. But nah, you know, definitely inspired by. You can definitely tell you're inspired by Shoestring. You even admit it. You know what I mean? Like you talk about it and shit. But there is a shoestring-sized void in the train riding social media world, you know, and you're filling that void hands the fuck down, and you're doing it in a beautiful way. You know, you definitely show that you have an inspiration from Shoe, and but you definitely show an appreciation of that style of content, that exposition, that storytelling aspect of social media train hopping. You know, I don't know, like I can smell a fucking phony from a mile away, brother. You know what I mean? I know you genuinely enjoy this shit. It's not for clicks. It's not for views. You love what you're doing, you know? I get so many questions for you. I'm trying to save them for when we meet up, you know? Like, you know a lot out here. You know what I mean? Like, you know a shit ton out here. Like, way more than me. You know, I've been doing this for 5 years fucking full time. You know? So it's like, well, you know, I guess it's probably all in your videos, too. You know, I gotta go check them out more. And then, you know, when we meet up, I'll have more questions for you too. But like, I don't know, man, you're a wealth of knowledge already, and I just learned your name not too long ago. I saw your tag up in, so I heard your name a couple times when I was on live and shit. People bringing up your name, and I was like, all right, cool, man, we got some new blood out here, fuck yeah. And then I was in Eugene, Oregon, and I saw your tag, and I was like, all right, yeah, like, you know, right by the spot and shit. I was like, all right, dude's out here. Like, I hopped off a train, and I saw your tag. I was like, all right, you know, the dude's legit. Because some people, again, I didn't even know what you looked like at that point. I just heard your name a couple times on social media. But, you know, sometimes people bullshit for fucking views and attention, especially in train hopping. You know, like, there's plenty of times people are fucking full of shit. You know? But the moment I saw your tag right where I hopped off a fucking train in Eugene, Oregon, I was like, nah, he's out here. That's not hit your buddy up who knows how to hop trains and he tells you the spot, you go and grab it and see you later. You know what I mean? Like, okay, he was in this exact spot, you know? So, hey, more fucking power to you, man. Your social media journey just started, you know, and there's going to be good times, there's going to be bad times, there's going to be pitfalls. You're going to fuck up. Other people are going to fuck you up. Not like physically, you know what I mean? But other people will jam you up. You'll jam yourself up. It's all part of it. Have fun. Have fun, man. It's such a beautiful fucking adventure within itself. You know, like the actual traveling part and doing what we do out here, but also the social media fucking journey, too. It can be so much fucking fun if you let it. You know, just you know, don't get too fucking greedy. Don't get too much of an ego and just keep having fun. If you're passionate about what you do, people will keep watching you. You know. But also take everything I say with a grain of salt. You know what I mean? You got a whole different journey than me. I'm on a whole different platform. You know what I mean? Like I did it a whole different way and shit like that. So keep everything I ever say about, like, you know, what I think about anything is my own perspective. You know what I mean? Like take it all with a grain of salt and do what you want to do and do what you're gonna do. But yeah, you met up with my buddy Token. He said nothing but good things about you. You know, because you never know too. Like what you see on camera with people might be completely different than what you see in real life. You know, it's just I've met plenty of creators that are nothing like how they present themselves online. You know, but yeah, I was asking Token about you. He's like, yo, he's cool as fuck. He's a good dude. You know, so I know he wouldn't stand me wrong and shit like that. And again, man, you can just tell you love what you're doing. You know, tokens on tomorrow's video. Fuck yeah, dude. Do you do the premieres over there? I fucking love doing premieres over there. I got less than 7,000 fucking subscribers over there, but yeah, I do a premiere, which is like the video. Say the video comes out at 10 o'clock tonight, my time. At 10 o'clock, everyone in the community all watches the video at the same time, and a live chat plays through. So I'll be in there typing in the live chat while the video plays, and you get like real time feedback and all that. Oh, it's a premiere tomorrow? What time, man? Plug it here, brother. You know, my people are very used to fucking premieres. Yeah, tell me what time Eastern, if you can. What time Eastern is coming up? I'll put it on my Discord, too. Discords are great, you know what I mean? I can talk to, like, my diehards or my people, like, you know, in the blink of an eye. You know, I got, like, almost 1,000 people in my Discord, which is a way for people to communicate in between the lives and the videos or whatever. You know, get to know each other better, community building. But it's a lot to get going. It's a lot of time investment to get it up and running. But I'll put that in there too. A lot of my people fucking love Token as well, so we should put that probably self-promotion, right? Does anyone know how to work my Discord? Oh yeah, Didi. Appreciate the kind words. I can go check too and tell me if I go on your channel. I'll set a notification so my ass don't forget either. Fucking quick side note. Anyone? 3 p.m. Central. Okay. So there's a red play button premiere. If you guys don't know who I've been talking to for the last chunk of an hour or so, this is American Hobo. He hops trains all around the U.S. and fucking gets crazy fucking miles. Like we were right near each other in Eugene. Like he was like here and I was here, and then I went here and he went here, and then I went here and he went there. You know, so dude gets fucking miles. But I'm trying to meet up with American Hobo probably after I take my break here in Boston. Once I get back to Boston, to scatter some of Shoestring's ashes. You know, Shoestring inspired American Hobo heavily to come out here and travel. Shoestring inspired me heavily to come out here and travel. So I'm looking forward to it. Definitely looking forward to it. But here's a red play button premiere tomorrow for you folks that enjoy Token Tramp's content on here. You know, he's always in the live. What the fuck happened there, YouTube? So I red play button app. You can't say other platforms on here too much or they throttle your views down because they don't want you promoting competing apps. This is a hard app to navigate. Videos, not too much. Live streams, very much so. I used to get like suspended every month for every year and a half. You're in Brit? Hell yeah, dude. Video. Should be on the videos, right? Dude, you rocking a green rag? I thought I was the only one rocking a green rag. I mean, there's only fucking 6 colors to choose from, you know, and then varying shades of those colors. But, all right, so 3 p.m. Central. So that'll be, what, 4 p.m. Eastern. Tomorrow's a premiere. All right. Oh, here it is. Yeah, okay. It was down on the list for some reason. You know, it's cool as shit, man. You're fucking promoting the homie. Yeah, so 4 p.m. Eastern. I'm just going to share the link in the Discord. Got it. I'll put it in Token's Discord, too. Pretty sure that's still active. How do I navigate my own Discord? I need an adult. I need a grown-up. Self-promotion. Everyone. I need glasses. Squinting more and more as each day passes. Token Hobo and American Hobo in the video together. Premieres tomorrow. At 4 p.m. Eastern Standard. I'll be there. own snacks. Bring your own damn snacks, though. I don't know why I'm trying to act young. Bring your own damn snacks, though. Angry face. Hell yeah. Alright. And then, yeah, I went in here tomorrow. American Hobo on the Red Play Button app. He's having a premiere at 4 p.m. Eastern, 3 p.m. Central, 2 p.m. Mountain, 1 p.m. Pacific. Token Hobo, Token Tramp now, and American Hobo on a video. Dude, I'm fucking stoked, man. I'm excited for that. I'm glad it's coming up soon, too, and I don't fucking forget or whatever. I set a notification, but I always be missing shit. Penny Jordan, funny seeing you here. You think you can sneak in here and give me a heart me after you've been nothing but supportive and awesome to me? How dare you? So, I didn't yell at anyone in a while. It's been a minute since I yelled at somebody. Not all reminiscing and shit, being serious for too long. And again, on this side, yeah, I saw Ramblin' Man's tag in fucking Sandpoint, Idaho. Like, the trains don't even stop there, from what I understand. I'm like, the fuck is that doing here? Like, while I was on the train, that was pretty fucking cool. I never met him. But, yeah, it's American Hobo right there. Make sure you check him out. I fucking hate when this happens, like, in general. But, like, American Hobo, his videos are blowing up all over TikTok right now, but not from his account. They're going to his Red Play Button app, grabbing those videos, breaking them into parts, and putting them on here. So make sure you actually follow American Hobo's real account, which is that one right there. Amazing fucking train riding content. Yeah. Some honorary, like Penny Jordan with the bratata. Thank you for the money, got homie. Yeah, Shoestring was never Hobo King. Only Hobo and Kings and Queens can be buried in the cemetery, but they still buried him. Headstone and ashes in Brett, Iowa, which I thought was really cool. That Davis guy they celebrate was racist as fuck. I gotta say it. I'm trying not to, but I gotta fucking say it. The guy that made Hotel de Jink, the guy that fucking was the one who made up the classist way of looking at travelers. Hobos work and travel. Tramps, fly signs and travel. Bums don't work or travel. That guy was racist as shit and a classist motherfucker. You know what I mean? If you were a person of color, you could not stay at his motels. But if you had a pointy white fucking hood, you could. I got a major gripe with that. You know what I mean? I've been keeping that one in for a while. Get that out of me real quick. You celebrate as fuck over there. Like, yo, this racist motherfucker. The whole thing is really cool. It's like a festival that celebrates hobos and hobo culture. You can go there and get you can hang out by a boxcar, and there's other train riders there, especially like the old FTRA cats that are still alive and shit, like Weege and Dutch and shit like that. I got to meet Weege. I never got to meet Dutch yet. He invited me to fucking hang out next time I'm out his way. Love to meet that guy. He's been out here a long time. If you want to see more about, that generation of riders, check out the documentary Long Gone. I've only seen bits and pieces of it, but I've heard stories about all these people from people that knew them, so I think I'm pretty caught up, I always checked out Train Days. It's in early June. It's a train museum in Black Butte, California, right by Dunsmuir. And every early June, I just missed it. Like, I got there the Sunday evening when it was just finishing up. I got to meet a bunch of train hoppers that were out there and shit like that. That was fun. But yeah, they do a train rider convention, a hobo convention. What's it called? Called Train Days, and that's early June. So next year I'm gonna try to catch that for sure. It's a railroad museum in Black Butte that's run by train riders. Retired train riders run that shit. Get him, Gregory. Thank you, homie. But yeah, I want to check that one out too. Brett, Iowa. I don't know. I've been near it. Like, I've come close a couple times to make it. For the first 3 summers out here, I was like, I'm going to Britt, and then I always fucking miss it, because I'm fucking, I don't know. I just, it's hard for me to stay in a straight line, Yeah, if you've never been to Dunsmuir either, it's fucking breathtaking out there. But you had to go through Dunsmuir because you were in Eugene, so you went through there yourself not so long ago. Oh my god, that fuck. Especially because like I went to L.A. Like I caught a train in Yuma, got let off in Palm Springs, hitchhiked into L.A. from there, San Bernardino to L.A. And then hitchhiked up through the fucking through the desert, through the Central Valley, into the Northern Valley, getting over 100 degrees every fucking day. You know, I'm like, oh, no wind. Oh my god, that Northern Valley was fucking torture, dude. You know, just no fucking air, no wind, and it's so hot. And it was so lush and alive. I'm like, how is the plant life surviving this? But I'm not. And then I got to Dunsmuir, and I was like, oh my god, mountains and trees and shade, and, you know, only fucking 85 or 90. It was beautiful. And then hopping into Eugene through Klamath Falls. Oh, fucking breathtaking ride, man. That was beautiful. This next ride, I'm going to go through Glacier Park and shit like that. I'm excited for that. I've only seen this part of the ride at nighttime, going through Glacier. I'm kind of bummed I missed like Libby, Montana to here is another beautiful. You follow a river through like once you get out of Idaho and start hooking, because like you're in Spokane, you hit Post Falls, and then you go up like that, and then you hit Montana, and then you buy the fucking river the whole way up, and it's like glass, you know. It's like glass with occasional fucking rapids and shit. It's fucking insane. It's so beautiful. It's like a movie up here. But I missed that part from Libby to here because my fucking water jug broke. So I had to jump off of Libby and hitchhike over to here. Still beautiful nonetheless, but it would have been nice to see that little, you know, that little 3-hour window I could have saw there. Beautiful scenery. Either way, it was the nighttime anyway. I jumped off of Libby, so I don't know what the fuck I'm bitching about. But this next part I want to do there in the day. You know, I'll just get a whole bunch of shit during the early morning hours or the night before. Post up at the spot and just wait for a fucking choo-choo. Well, you need Montana blue. If you didn't say Montana was beautiful, we'd have to fist fight in real life. But, whoops. The whole kitchen out still. But, yeah, I gotta fucking clean all this shit up. I gotta get going soon. Oh, yeah, the next part out of here is Glacier Park. And then, you know, it's still beautiful, but it's not as beautiful over here. You know what I mean? Like going into North Dakota, out to like Havre, Glasgow, then Havre, then North Dakota is going to be pretty barren. You know, I'm excited for the part of North Dakota right before it gets into Montana. It's all the oil fields and shit. We see the fires coming up. I'm hoping to see that at night. I think that'd be a really interesting video to get with the camera. Oh, no. Tomorrow? Yeah, no, man, I want to see you as soon as I get the fucking town, dude, before I even take a shower. Maybe I should take a shower first. Yeah, that's heartbreaking. Alright, so those that don't know, I'm sorry, by the way. You know what I mean? I don't want to say your real name on here, because obviously you don't have it as your username, but, you know, Marsha's been here from day fucking one, dude. Like, I don't remember going live without Marsha being here, you know? And, you know, she's going to sorely be missed, hands down. Hands down. She's fucking here all the time, you know? That's the only reason you know who I am. But, I am so sorry it didn't work out for you. You know, I am so fucking sorry. You know, she'll be missed, you know, sorely here for sure. You know, I guess I don't remember a single time going live where I didn't see her name in the chat. You know, fucking 5 years. I think she was here before I even had any viral videos or anything like that. You know, she was, like, the messages I've been writing are really short to you because I don't know what to fucking say. Like, my heart's breaking too, but, like, who cares about me? It's your fucking mother. Yeah, it's a sad day, homie. You know, and I don't need to tell you that. You're fucking living it. And I'm so sorry you're going through that. You know, I'm so sorry. It's Marsha. You know, again, like, she's fucking been here from day one. Always been fucking kind. Always been supportive. You know. So I'm so sorry for your fucking loss, dude. So sorry for your loss. Anything I can do at all, anything. If you just want to fucking call me, you know, I'll send you my number after the live. You want to fucking call and fucking whatever. You can yell at me if you want. I don't give a fuck. Anything you want at all. You let me know. Anything I can do, anything we can do, or anything anyone can do. You know. Well, the Bartlett Brothers song, I'll make a video on that today. You know. taking a piece across the country with me. It's an honor. It's a fucking honor. You know, if there's anywhere specific you want me to drop anything off, you let me know. You let me know. You consider it done. Yeah, I'm sorry. You know, it's a sad day for the community, fucking for sure. You know, like I said, she's. I guarantee you, she was here before I even had any videos over fucking 100 views. Never mind 1,000,000. And, she's always been a fucking staple in this chat. You know, and even like we were talking this morning about it, and I was still, my optimistic ass. It'll turn around. It'll turn around. It'll turn around. You know. But yeah, sorry you're going through that. I'm her hobo. I don't know. She had that free spirit to her, you know? She has that free spirit to her. I'm speaking past tense. She did a lot of similar crazy shit in her younger years. And she even dragged you along for a lot of it, right? If I remember correctly. Yeah. Anyone over there that's listening, I'm so sorry you guys are going through this. I got words of wisdom for everything. I got nothing for loss. And sometimes it just hurts. But yeah, anything you all need, anything I can help out with, anything at all. It doesn't matter how fucking small or how big or whatever the fuck. You guys let me know, and it's done. It's done. Yeah, sorry guys. So I jumped on the rooftop. I'm gonna go grab a sixer. We'll have a virtual cheers on me. For one of the coolest motherfuckers ever walked the earth, fucking Marsha. When I get back in town, we'll fucking go have a drink on the roof too. I'm buying. I don't want to put It's Me's fucking whole business out there. You know what I mean? I think if it's about me or something, I got no problem telling it. But we're about to lose a long time fucking homie in the community. Someone's been here from the fucking beginning, and It's Me is her daughter, and things took a turn for the worse after certain shit. Whatever. I don't want to put anyone else's story out there. It's not my business to put out there. But yeah, it's officially a sad day in the community. Like Marsha's been around here fucking day one, dude. Day fucking one. No beverages yet. I'm gonna go fucking get some. Yeah, no, but Marsha was fucking awesome. Again, I don't think there's a single time I can remember going live where Marsha wasn't present in the community. You know what I mean? There's definitely times I was live where she missed the live. Everyone has a fucking life, but I can't remember at any point going live where Marsha wasn't here. So we're talking the first 5 people to come into my live streams and stay in my live streams. Marsha was one of those 5. Because there was months where I'd only have 5 or 10 people in my live, and Marsha was one of them. So Marsha's daughter here, It's Me, let me know. Well, Marsha came in and said she was going in for a medical procedure, and then her daughter, It's Me, who I had the opportunity to meet up with last year, informed me things weren't going great, and then just informed me in the live chat, in the live that tomorrow they got to go in and do what they got to do, and Marsha's not going to be around anymore. So anyone in here that knew Marsha knew she was a fucking sweetheart. She's a funny motherfucker too. No matter how serious things were going on, she'd always just fucking break through and either be extremely supportive or change topics if needed real fucking quick. Marsha was here for the entire time I've been on social media. The entire fucking time, dude. Will sorely be fucking missed. That's for sure. I think a lot of you, she wasn't in the Discord, and she wasn't like, behind the scenes, like, messaging people or in other live streams. Like, she was here, she was in this live. But I guarantee you, if you think back hard enough, you've seen every time you've been in the comment section, so is she. Marsha was always in here, and she always has been. She's been here for almost the entirety of me being on this app, almost 5 years. Almost 5 years now. It's a sad fucking day, homie. Leaving the live, but keep going. I mean, I gotta head on out of here too. Go drink about it myself, homie. But again, I'm gonna send you my number. No pressure to hit me up. But if you need anything at all, even just want to fucking take your mind off it and chat, or you want to, whatever, shoulder to cry on, or you want to yell at me, whatever the fuck you need, I'll send you a number as soon as I get out the live. And again, I'm sorry for your loss, homie. I'm sorry for your loss. Hopefully the drink on the rooftop helps you forget about it for a brief moment. That's the trade-off. If you're emotional and you drink, right? Either you're gonna feel it way too much, or you get a quick break from the emotion. I hope it goes to the latter. Taking a cross country. We're having a Marsha day. Fucking done, homie. Done. Done. You can have me scatter as I go, or we can put a little bit and sew it into my pack. So everywhere I go, she goes with me. If I get a new pack, we can put her in that one too. So she can just continuously travel with me as I go on. I'll be at this for quite some time, but we'll figure it out. Whatever the fuck you want, it's done. And honestly, it's an honor to even be involved in that process at all. I know she'd like to travel too. I'm sorry for your loss again, homie. Gonna have it with you wherever you go. Fucking done. Before I get back into Boston, I'll have the spot already sewed up, ready to go. Good night, homie. Again, I'm sorry for you. Fucking everything. You're probably sick of hearing that by now. And if you're not, you will be. But yeah, she is sorely missed here. I feel like I just fucking lost a relative, for fuck's sake. Do you like Hello Kitty? I never met Hello Kitty, so I can't really weigh in on that. Sorry. Let me get out of here in just a moment, though. Get your questions, comments, and insults in before I roll it out. Sorry to end the live in a morose manner, but none of this stuff is scripted. I'll have one more tobacco with you folks. I'm losing daylight anyway. That's a sad one. American Hobo, man. Good night, brother. Good night. Thank you for fucking hanging alive this long, man. I appreciate that. I'll catch your premiere tomorrow. American Hobo is a premiere on the Red Play Button app. Same name is on here. Make sure you follow American Hobo because everyone's stealing his videos on here. So we're trying to get the traffic where it belongs. And that's to American Hobo. But there's a premiere tomorrow at 4 p.m. Eastern, 3 p.m. Central, 2 p.m. Mountain, 1 p.m. Pacific. And Token Tramp. Token Hobo is going to be in it. American Hobo, obviously it's his video. And Rambling Hobo, Token's Road Dog, all going to be in that video. Yeah, American Hobo has one account, and that's it right here. Again, check his Red Play Button stuff out too. It's all fucking great. Again, he's filling in a shoestring size void. He's been on social media for over 2 years now and doing it in a very eloquent way. It is fucking beautiful. 2 kidneys with the schmoothie. Thank you, brother. Like, I need to head on out of here in just a moment. I'm gonna finish up this tobacco and then clean my shit up, go get some beer, and have a drink about it. You too, Thomas. So don't be too safe, though. Most fun things in life are unsafe to do, The vast majority of them, to be honest with you. Really, most things that it's going to be a good memory. Something goes wrong or something is very unsafe. Those are the best fucking memories you can create. So don't be too safe. Don't be too safe. Hell yeah, Amy. Hell yeah. You have a good one. Hope good to see you, too. Hope you're doing well. If anyone has any bad news in the next 3 days, keep it to yourself. You know, tell me later. The next 3 days, I need no bad news from anybody. Zero bad news allowed for 3 days. Just wait till the end of the 3 days, you know, and stockpile them up and send it to me all at once. Totally kidding, by the way. You know, if you guys are going through something, fucking let me know. But can't poop. You just go in and reach and pull it out. Look at me solving problems. Yeah, just go in there, gotta put a glove on. You know, or don't, you call. Oh. Yeah, it's a sad day in the community. You know, Marsha's been here a very long time. You know, but my heart goes out to her family. You know what I mean? They're the ones going through it right now. But I'm gonna meet up with the family meet up with her daughter at least when I get back up in Boston. You know, sad day to be a follower of anyway, man. I mean, it's happened to Canada. Maybe someday. There's so much left to see in the lower 48, though. You know, so much left to see. Remember the time you plunged with your fist? It was my hand. I gave CPR to a toilet in Portland. So I fucking, you know, I'll keep this one short when we get out of here in a moment anyway. But I fucking, meet with Hobo Lupo for the first time. We've been friends virtually for fucking years, right? So I meet up with fucking Hobo Lupo for the first time. We're fucking hanging out. It was going great. We all go to bed. Yay. I successfully did a social interaction. I didn't fail it, you know? Hell yeah, I appreciate it. Arborist. Appreciate the kind words, man. My wife is tomorrow. The weather's good. A little smoky, but not too bad. It's worse when you get up a little bit more west. I think all the wildfires around here are under, like, contained for now, at least. But weather's not bad. Chilly at night. Bring a sweater or something. But the next morning I wake up before everybody else. I hear his roommate upstairs is getting ready for work. Hobo Lupo's roommate. So I gotta go to the bathroom, right? So I'm like, okay, cool. I can do that before I'm in the way for Hobo Lupo getting ready for work. He's gonna take me into his work at the Oregon Zoo and fucking bip around on the train. You know, he fucking drives the train around. You know, train engineer or train hopper to fucking operate in the zoo train. Cool as fuck, right? So I wake up before him. His roommate's getting ready for work. I'm just waking up, I think, you know, whatever. And I go to the bathroom. And then at this point, it's backed up for 4 days. Lord knows why, you know what I mean? It's backed up as fuck. Whoever said the mosquitoes are going to get me, you called it, you motherfucker. But, you know, so whatever. I go to the bathroom. And I cursory flushed halfway through. I cursory flushed at the end. And then, I'm using the paper provided to me at the side of the toilet, which I'm pretty sure was 9-ply, by the way. It was like wiping with a pillow. To do the business, you know? Throw it on the toilet and flush it. Clogs anyway. Pick me. Fucking toilet clogs anyway. So I'm like, yeah, whatever. You know, shit happens. Quite literally, shit happens. So, there I am. Toilet starts clogging. Now, what do toilets do when they clog? Pop quiz. They fill up to almost the brim, their little lip, and then they stop. Right? They completely stop. Right? So I'm like, okay, whatever. This thing's over fucking filling. There's another bathroom upstairs if anyone needs it. Everything's okay. Let me wash my hands. There's no plunger here. Let me go find a plunger. No, they usually don't overflow. It's every toilet I've ever seen where, like, what's up, Be Kind? Any toilet I've ever fucking seen will go towards the top and then it stops. It just stops, right? So I go wash my hands expecting it to stop. It doesn't. I start hearing Niagara Falls in the fucking bathroom next to me. I look over and see all the water overflowing from the toilet. I'm very glad I cursed flushed. So it was just a TP in there. Slightly less gross. But it's about to get more gross. Now, I'm not no fucking plumber. And I'm glad I'm not. I'm glad I didn't know about the water. You just turn the water off. Like the little thing you turn. That doesn't turn on that one. You have to pull it out. And it's caught many people off guard before in the past. I didn't even know that thing existed. So I don't have to worry about any of that. But I got to make a fucking move here, guys. This water is flooding out into the kitchen now. You know, it's all this quick. I got to make a fucking choice. How do I unclog this toilet? So I grab the fucking part you use to clean the toilet. I grab that. I'm trying to like convince the toilet paper to come out with that. That's not how toilet paper works. How clogs work. So what I did instead is I shoved it all in there, so I wouldn't have to get my fucking hand on it. Is what I know what I'm about to do. I took the fucking cleaner out. I put that to the side and then shoved my fucking hand in there. My giant fucking gorilla paws worked swimmingly and just and gave CPR to the fucking toilet. Now I know a lot of you going, wow, that's fucking gross. It is. But what else was I gonna fucking do? You know, I'm just gonna keep flowing and go and ask for help from someone who's sleeping or for someone who's upstairs. By the time we address this problem, we're gonna be 3 feet under fucking water. You know what I mean? It'd be like a Super Mario stage, blah, 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 blah. You know, I had to do what I had to fucking do. You might not have done it, you know what I mean? But hey, it worked, right? So the toilet immediately fucking drains. And I'm like, okay, fuck yeah, we're good to go. Now I got to worry about all the water, right? So like a chubby thief in the night. You know, again, Lupo is still sleeping at this point. Like a chubby thief in the fucking night. I got to sneak around the fucking apartment that I had no idea where anything is because I just got here last night. The only thing we did was drink beer and fucking we giggle at each other, tell stories and shit. So like, oh, let's fuck some mop around here. I never found the fucking thing. So I had to grab every towel I could fucking find. Every fucking towel in a 5-mile radius. Fucking find. I sit there, I wipe it all the fuck up. You know? And then I go outside. I clean up the best I can, right? I take the big towels I grabbed. I did leave some face cloths in there to hang up and dry. Forgot about those. Whoops, sorry. But I took the big towels outside and put them out to dry. And I'm sitting there in the chair, and I look like I just got into a fist fight. I'm just like, you know, 1,000-yard stare and shit. And the door opens, and I got a whole skit lined up, you know? He's going to come out here and be like, you clogged the toilet. You know, just completely gaslight the situation. You know, make it, lighten the blow a little bit of how I started my day up, right? So Lupo opens the door, he comes out, and he's like, dude, I'm so sorry. I should have warned you that toilet be like that. You have to courtesy flush. And I'm like, I did courtesy flush. You know? Maybe not so dramatically. Definitely not so dramatically. I don't even think that's what I said. But so now fast forward, I don't know, 15 hours, right? We go to the Oregon Zoo. I did some live streams from there. You know what I mean? It was a good fucking time, right? Fast forward, it's nighttime. We're back at his place. We're hanging out, right? He's got 2 homies that come through, his upstairs roommate and a train riding homie that we're hanging out with. You know, it's my first time meeting this person, my second time meeting the roommate. So I go in, and they're all hanging out. I was hanging outside talking to someone else. I go inside, hanging out in Lupo's bedroom, start talking to him. His roommate goes, Troy, how was your day? I'm like, oh, my day started off full of anxiety and sheer panic. He's like, what do you mean? I tell him the whole story. Very similar to the way I just told you. You know, it was rolling laughing. But I'm surprised I didn't catch a fucking weird nickname. You know what I mean? I'm surprised no one out here called me Hand Plunger or something fucking weird. You know what I mean? Hey, nice to meet you. Let me tell you about the time I unclogged the toilet with my bare fucking hand out of sheer panic and necessity. Emphasis on necessity. So it worked. It fucking worked. You know, so when I go back in time and probably do it all the same way, because what the fuck else would I be able to do? But I gave CPR to a toilet in real time. I got 12 cases of pink eye and a middle finger. Well, what are you saying over here? What do we got? Missed your comment. What you're doing is you fist banged the toilet. It was a hand. It was not I don't punch the toilet. I used my left hand, to be exact. I'll give you a more accurate depiction. So I just used this. Look, here's the hole. Fucking just hand punched it out, baby. You know? Now, the only ones that know that this happened at this point is me and Lupo. You know, throughout the whole entire day. Then I go live and I start telling everyone on the fucking internet. Because why? Lupo wouldn't have told anybody. He's a solid motherfucker. He ain't snitching me out. You know, he probably wouldn't even told his fucking friends what happened. You know, and we could have moved on with their lives. I told everyone willing to listen for 2 fucking days. anyone willing to listen about my fucking hand plunger story. Because I'm just meeting people, so I'm trying to think of, meeting people for the first time up there. So I'm trying to think of a good icebreaker. And I'm like, let me tell you how my yesterday morning was. Started off with anxiety and sheer panic. I got you. As soon as I say that, you're locked in. What do you mean anxiety and sheer panic? Boom, we start the hand plunger story. 5-finger death punch. The mother the fuck. Can't fucking take me nowhere. Again, the toilet was set on stun. It should have been set on kill. But hey, it is what it is. You know what I mean? You're gonna do what you gotta do. But with that, folks, I need to get on out of here, guys. You did that too. I'm not the only one. You're the only other hand plunger, Louisa. We're the only ones. But I know no one else has ever done it but us, I guarantee. But I gotta run to the store before they close. Get me a sixer. Big old shout out to you folks for being here. Quick body check. I'm fucking feeling myself. But if you guys find this shit entertaining, I was going to say this at the end of the live. If you guys find this shit entertaining, you think it's worth something to you, some guy going around getting photos and videos around the U.S. while hitchhiking, hopping trains, and camping, and dodging rain, and people, and animals, and reptiles, and fucking insects, fucking people, police. If you find it entertaining, you think that entertainment's worth something to you, donation links are in the bio. There's two things I ask. There's two caveats with that. The first thing I ask, be here for a while. If this is your first live, don't be gifting or donating me. Make sure you like me first. Make sure you support what the money's going towards. You know what I mean? I like my green stuff. I like my beer. If you don't support those, you probably don't want to support me. You can still hang out here, and there's no preferential treatment or hard feelings. You know what I mean? You can just kick it here. It's fine, But if you really are against any of those things, or tobacco, or the idea of me trespassing to sleep a lot on the trains and all that, you probably don't want to be gifting and donating over here. The other thing, the other caveat is, if you're struggling financially, do not gift me. Do not fucking donate to me. Don't. I'd rather you not. Don't be gifting or donating any creator. If you don't have enough money for your bills today, next month, the month after, don't be fucking hooking up social media creators. We'll be just fine. Don't put yourself in a bad spot to get a hello. If I see you in the comment section, I'm going to say hi. I do miss a lot. I do miss a lot of the comments and stuff like that. It's not intentional at all. But if you're here long enough and you keep coming in, if I see your name, I'll say hello for sure. You don't need to fucking pay for that. I saw an insufferable human being charging his community to be his friend. What does he being his friend get you? You can pay him more money. It's so fucking lame. None of that bullshit here. I'm a strong believer in community building for social media creators in a non-slimy or non-transactional way. Bugs eating you. Yeah, they can get me pretty good. No medical card. You gotta get them per state. You know what I mean? I got a Massachusetts ID. But all these fucking mosquitoes will fuck off once it dips in temperature anyway, once the sun really goes down. Yo, American Hobo, you still here, brother? With all that said, if you've been here for 95 days and you've been watching me for 6 hours every day, I don't know, maybe throw me $1.50 or something. I can go get myself an extra beer with it. Well, I don't know. Appreciate y'all. Things to check out real quick. Let me plug some shit before I go. My merch. I love my merch supplier, Smiley Creation. They're fucking awesome. I'm able to charge $20 for a t-shirt. There's always deals going on and stuff like that too. I think there's none going on right now. Coming out of July, there's deals all throughout July. It was fucking crazy. But I don't profit from more than $1 to $3 per item on the merchandise. I figure if I have donation open and gifts open and Patreon and super fans and all that shit, I can't be charging you guys $30 for a t-shirt. I can't charge you $25 for a t-shirt. It feels wrong. So I got a $3 profit per shirt. If you guys want a shirt, it's there. $20. Mouse pads, keychains, blankets, fucking tumblers, stickers, all that shit. It's all there. And it's all at a very low price point. I don't want to charge astronomically high prices on top of trying to profit off you guys just from going live and shit, Beyond that, red play button video. I put a red play button video about 5 days ago. It's me being in LA. It starts off with me like chasing sunsets and seeing beautiful beaches and beach bumming, right into me camping in South Central and Compton and what happened there. Nothing crazy. It's an intense story, but nothing intense was happening to me. I just got to witness all this shit out there. And then what else do I got? That's it. Patreon. Yeah, my Patreon for free for $0. There's paid tiers there. Don't worry about any of that. For $0, you can go on my Patreon and see the photos I do. I was gonna archive them on IG on the gram, but it's a 4:1 aspect ratio. I take my photos in 5:1. It's native to my camera. I don't want to convert every single fucking photo I work on for a 4:1 over there and a 5:1 over here, and then on red play button and 5:1 again. I don't want to deal with any of that shit. I'm gonna keep it 5:1. So I started archiving on my Patreon. That's for free. The only thing I ask is that you subscribe on the Patreon as a free member. It costs $0. That way I know how many people are over there. So I have a better idea for analytics and logistics and stuff like that. But for $0, you can see the photos I take as I travel the country. Usually every spot I land in, I'll walk around for hours just snapping photos and checking stuff out. It's either going to be in a video or photo or both. So that's all for free. That's all for $0. If you're into the photography part of what I do, you probably miss a lot of them. Because like if I post out 3 videos today, chances are you're getting 1 or 2 on your For You page if you're a big fan of mine. If you really like my shit and you watch it all the time, if I post 3 videos today, you're probably going to see 1. If lucky, you'll see 2. So you guys miss, unless you're checking my channel on a regular basis, you guys are missing a lot of my videos. It's just how the algorithm works on here. It's whatever. If you're really interested in the photography of what I do, check the Patreon for $0. I got all my photos there. I got a whole bunch of them releasing in the next couple of days too. I just got to fucking go. I'm going to try to edit them tonight when I'm fucking half in the bag. If you're more into the travel exposition kind of like stuff, like I'm telling a story or I'm explaining what's going on in greater detail, red play button app. That's where I archive my travels with an expository kind of way of saying things. If you're more into the documentary, because there's two kinds of documentary: exposition, where people are explaining what's going on, and there's interviews or whatever, and then there's poetic, where it's like you as the viewer get to figure out what the creator was trying to say, or what they meant, or what they felt, or what they're trying to make you feel. That's here. That's what I do on TikTok. The music montages, I call them. That's all poetic documentary. And I'm not poetic. I'm not even creative. I'm a moron with a phone. But that's the style of documentary that you find on here. That's the copyrighted music and, putting a soundtrack to my life. That's on here. The red play button app, that's where I do the long form exposition stuff where, hey, I'm here, I did this, then I did that, then this happened, that happened. That's all on the red play button app. So no matter what the fuck you're into, there's something for you here. As long as you're halfway like my dumb fucking jokes, you'll find some kind of content you like from me. That's the 3 main ones I do. Photos, Patreon. Exposition, exposition style documentary, that's done on red play button app. Poetic style documentary, that's done right here. If you like 1, 2, all 3, that's where to find them. Same name is on here and all accounts, and also I got the link tree in my bio. Any creators in here, man, I highly recommend getting a link tree or something similar. It's 1 link. So every platform you go to, you put 1 link, and it has all your links right there. So that way, when you start a new platform, or you got to make a new account or backup account or whatever, you're not going to sit there and type out fucking 7, 8, 10 links. You just put that 1, then you adjust that as you need. And if you change it on the Linktree website, if you change that 1 link or you get rid of it, you add a new one, it automatically does it for all of them. Is my shirt inside out? I don't think so. Oh, shit, it is. Why you got it, TDP? Why the fuck you got it? You know what I mean? Like, I'm ending the live. I'm doing the thing where I plug all my shit. You know what I mean? Like, I spare you guys that throughout the whole live. I'm not going to spend the whole live plugging my stuff. One time every 2 or 3 days, I plug all my shit. You wait for me to plug my shit, and you're like, oh, hey, by the way, your fucking shirt's inside out. I got half of mine. I got half of mine to show up to where you're at and sleep on your couch for a whole fucking year. You know what I mean? And I'm only going to say it's for a couple days. I'm saying it's for like 1 or 2 days tops. And then, next thing you know, 3 months go by and your fucking wife is like, hey, get this fucking guy out of here. You're like, hey, Troy, you got to talk about where you're headed after this. And I'm like, homie, did we talk about painting the bathroom? You're like, yeah, I did that for you. and you go and you check the bathroom, and your wife's like, "That's nice, but he's still been here for 9 months," you know. And then you fucking come down and kick me out. I'm sleeping now. I got half a mind to do that. I didn't even notice though. Yeah, this shit's inside out as fuck. I'm gonna clog your toilet and then give it CPR. I fucking hate it here. I can't stand it here. You know what I mean? I can't even plunge a toilet with my bare hand without getting my balls busted. I'll see myself out. I'll give you a follow if I don't already follow you, brother. I got you right there, homie. Damn, you've been following me for 5 days. You're already here talking shit? What shit was he talking? He said my shirt was accurately inside out. That motherfucker. Yeah, fucking standing here. You guys driving a drink? Speaking of which, I'm gonna go get some drinks. If you saw half my comments, I'd ban you. I do notice every once in a while, I look at the chat and I'll just see some wise ass comment in the middle, like from you. And I'm like, which number is this? Because there's no build up. It's like you even want me to see it. You're just like, I'm here to talk some shit in the chat. Fucking hate it here, bro. Yeah. That's it. I'm moving to another platform. I'm going to going to Clapper. And I got all 4 people over there watching me. Oh, Troy, you should go to Clapper. Oh, yeah, I got 12 people in my life. Whoa. Fucking crazy. How can you keep up with that growth? Let me fuck off before I say something stupid and get myself canceled again. Trying to speed run getting canceled in 1 year. Oh, I appreciate y'all for watching. I didn't see your soup in the TikTok shop for my soup. I didn't see your soup in the TikTok shop for online orders. I'm missing something. That's probably a fucking comedy gold. Does this face towel smell like China and Shane and sewer water? I fucking hate you. Love you, kid. Fucking hate you, though. What soup are we talking about? TP soup? The sausage soup? This stuff? Hey, clean that fucking pan. Alright, let me get the fuck out of here before I say something stupid. You guys are fucking fantastic. Thanks for fucking having a good time. Thanks for making this such a good time. Again, if I didn't like going live, I wouldn't go live. You know, I don't do anything in life I don't enjoy, especially at this stage in my life. So, you know, really thank you guys. Just fucking making the shit for so much fucking fun. You know, to be able to fucking come on here, goof off, have a good time. Occasionally talk about travel. I talk about it every once in a while. And, I don't know, man. I've seen some awesome creators of really toxic ass fucking communities, you know, and you can't really choose who follows you. You can only put out what you put out in the world and you hope for the best, you know. So, and again, like I didn't choose to follow me. You guys chose to follow me, you know. That's we all fucked up. But I don't know. And time is so important to us as a species, right? Like time is the most important thing we have. You're born with this much. The blink of an existence to all eternity. You know, like this much time, we're all thrust into the same timeline together. And time is so important. So just the fact you guys take time out of your day to watch my shit live or videos or whatever. What more could I ask for? How beautiful is that? You know, I can reach tens of thousands of people a day between different platforms and fucking streaming and videos. Just because you guys enjoy what I'm doing enough to come check it out. So, appreciate y'all. EB, appreciate you. You told me on day one that I had to wait 181 days until you could ask questions. I can see me saying that, brother. Yo, it's that love and life. It's a Starlight Scepter. I didn't even know the gift existed. Thank you. I can see me saying something like that, TD. Hey, man, nice to meet you. What are you, hop chase? Whoa. Don't fucking ask some questions in here. You gotta wait till day 181 to fucking come through and ask questions. Oh, you're a girl? Oh, let me change this whole thing up. Hey, how you doing? You know, hey, do you like chubby train riders? You know, have you ever thought that maybe you can date someone that you'd only see 2 or 3 times a year? Fucking call me. You know what I mean, TD? Give me a little ring-a-ding. We can text each other for 2 or 3 days until inevitably one of us goes to the other one. You know, give me a chance, TD. Give me a chance. So you came in here, I said some rank shit. Be right back calling now. The fuck's my phone ringing for? Yeah, hello. Yep. Oh, you're TD's husband? Oh. You're coming to Montana? He's coming to Montana to meet me, TD. Yeah, bring. Not enough mountains. I like everywhere I go. I don't need mountains. Pennsylvania though? Dude, Allegheny, Altoona, fucking everything but like you have Pittsburgh and Philly, and then you have beautiful mountains, right? I'm sure there's parts of Pennsylvania I'm missing. How kind of hell, yeah, what a nice guy. This guy stays on the road through, come say hi. Wants to know where I'm camping tonight in case he gets there early. No, Pennsylvania's fucking beautiful, man. I live in Pennsylvania. I kind of pissed off Virtual Rail Fan. Virtual Rail Fan, his name is Randy, if I remember correctly. We both kind of blew up at the same time. We both got like some viral shit at the same time, and he blew up way more than me. He has like rail cam video, fucking shit all over the country. So I hit him up, and I'm like, dude, I'm going through the horseshoe curve in Altoona, and he's like, oh hell yeah. I'm like, yeah, I'll wave to the camera. He's like, what? So he tells all his people, he's like, yo, go watch the Altoona cam. Anywhere man's gonna be on a train, he's gonna wave. So I mooned it. I shouldn't have. I should not have. You know what I mean? Like, I should not have done that. But I did. You know? You can tell how bad I feel by how hysterically I'm laughing right now. Fucking worth it. You know, all these rail fans are all lined up. Watching the YouTube. They're all fucking to the live cam. Hey, oh, here's the train. There's the engine. Oh, he's on that train. Here comes my ass. He hasn't talked to me since. It's been over 3 years. He has not talked to me one time. More tobacco. You know, I gotta go, man. So I'm about to go down. The store's about to close. I got some, I want to get a protein shake. I want to get some kind of fruit. You know, banana, apple, something with some potassium in it. Yeah, the protein shake has potassium too. Fuck yeah. Need more water. And also we'll grab a 6-pack of Tall Boys and PBR. Come party out here in the woods. But let me get the fuck out of here. You guys are awesome. Thank you guys for hanging out. Start dragging this one out. Thanks for making this so much fun. It's obviously hard for me to say goodbye because you guys got me fucking cracking up more than I'm making you crack up. I should be paying you. Fix your shirt first. You motherfucker. Look, you can't insult me to 182 days. I don't do the liquid IVs. I just suffer. You know, it works for me. But all right, guys, I appreciate you guys. Make sure you guys follow American Hobo right here. Dude, thanks for hanging on the live so much, man. You have to do all that. Make sure you check out American Hobo right here. I mean, people are stealing his videos all over TikTok. He's fucking blowing up all over the app, but it's not his account. So make sure you give him a follow. We need to get as much traffic and people directed to his actual platform. Repost all his videos. Watch all his videos. If you like train content, you'll love his shit anyway. You know what I mean? Like, it's not a call to action. It's just, well, it is a call to action. I don't want to lie. But we need to get as many people into his actual fucking account as humanly possible because people are fucking making money on his videos right now on this app, like hand over fist. And he ain't seeing shit from it. He's getting exposure from it, you know, but still, you should be getting both, right? It's his videos. This is his work, you know, that people are stealing and putting on the app. So make sure you follow American Hobo. If you like the train stuff on here, you'll love his shit. Hands down, you'll love his content. Very expository, a lot of information. And it's all done with a lot of passion, a lot of insight, too. So make sure you check him out. Kodo, good to see you as always. But let me rolling out of here. You guys are fucking awesome. As always, be good and be good at it. And I'm trying to think of something witty to say. I got nothing. See ya.